complex information that we have to go through. We've divided staff presentations into 3 sections, each of which will be followed immediately by board member questions. We believe this is the best way for those watching and in the room to follow along. So let me go through today's agenda. Media will want to get their little pens out. You'll know, look, they are all actually doing it right now. Okay. So in a moment, Brian Curtis, our Deputy Managing Director for Investigations, will introduce the staff. Then we have 75 minutes of staff presentations, starting with our investigator in charge. Then we will move to air traffic control. We will discuss air traffic control and human performance. And then we will go through air traffic control post-accident drug and alcohol testing. We will then have 45 minutes or so of board member questions, and then we will take a break, a 15-minute break, which should occur somewhere around 11:30. We will then move into a second group of staff presentations. That will take about 45 minutes. We'll start with collision avoidance and ADSB, move into helicopter operational factors, and then move into human performance. Then there will be 45 minutes or so of board member questions just on that section and relevant material in our docket and the draft board report. Then we will break for lunch. I imagine, assuming everything goes right, and I mean that we don't lose heat or video, that I've probably doomed us now, we'll go for a lunch break. That should occur shortly after 1 o'clock. We'll have an hour for lunch. I want to make sure that our staff, most importantly, has the break they need to eat, to get water or Gatorade, and to regroup before the next portion of the board meeting. So after lunch, we'll come back around a little bit after 2 o'clock. Then we'll go through staff presentations focused on safety management systems, safety culture, and safety data. After that, we'll have board member questions focused just on that portion, on that presentation and relevant material in the docket and the board report. Then we'll go to a 15-minute break. That should be slightly after 3 o'clock. And then we'll go through the proposed findings, the proposed probable cause, and the proposed recommendations, as well as the draft report. Mr. Curtis will be supplied with a lot of water because he will be doing a lot of reading, from what I understand. His reading alone on the findings, probable cause, and recommendations in total will take about an hour and 10 minutes. That's not even considering the time that we'll have for deliberation. We have numerous findings and numerous recommendations. And after that, I'll have a brief closing statement, and then we'll adjourn. Okay, so I'll now turn it over to Mr. Curtis, our Deputy Managing Director for Investigations, to introduce the NTSB team.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the board. I'll now introduce staff for today's meeting. Unless otherwise noted, staff are from the Office of Aviation Safety. In the front row to my right, Tim LeBaron, Director for the Office of Aviation Safety. Bryce Banning, Investigator in charge for this investigation. Brian Soper, Air Traffic Control. Dr. Catherine Wilson, Air Traffic Control and Human Performance. Dr. Taran Kayagil, Medical from the Office of Research and Engineering. Behind me in the second row, left to right, Jennifer Adler, Director for the Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications. Tom McMurray, General Counsel for the NTSB. Carl Schultheist, Vehicle Performance Chief from the Office of Research and Engineering. Allison Diaz, Report Writer. Sarah Lewis, Air Traffic Control. And Marie Moeller, Aircraft Performance from the Office of Research and Engineering. And in the third row, left to right, Olivia Fowler, Audiovisual for today's meeting. Chihoon Shin, Helicopter Operations, Mike Richards, Meteorology, John O'Callahan, Aircraft Performance from the Office of Research and Engineering, and Nathaniel Hoyt, Recommendations from the Office of Safety Recommendations and Communications. Additional staff present to answer questions from the board today: Captain Van McKenney, Helicopter Operations, Dr. Jenna Price, Safety Data from the Office of Research and Engineering, Dr. Bill Bramble, Human Performance, Michael Portman, Recorders from the Office of Research and Engineering, Caleb Wagner, Systems, Captain Rocky Stone, Airplane Operations, and Dr. Lauren Groff, Safety Data from the Office of the Managing Director. The presentations will begin now with an investigation overview by the investigator in charge, Bryce Banning. Mr. Banning.
Good morning, Chairwoman Hamady, Member Graham, and Member Inman. My presentation will begin with an animation covering history of flight, helicopter routes, and an overview of the air traffic control communications shortly before the accident. Then I will discuss the visibility study and play a second animation which will depict simulated views from the cockpits of each of the accident aircraft. I will also cover the wreckage examination, exclusionary findings, safety issues, and previously issued safety recommendations. Air traffic control audio is included in these animations. Cockpit voice recorder audio from both airplane and helicopter are not included in these animations, but their transcript will be shown. We realize that some attendees and remote viewers may find these animations difficult to view and hear. We will pause before starting the animations to allow those currently in the boardroom to leave for the duration of the animation or turn away from your screens if viewing remotely. We will inform you when the animations are finished playing. We will begin the first animation now and will pause for those who would like to leave the room or turn away from their screens. The animation will play for approximately 12 minutes. We will be dimming the lights in the boardroom so that people can see the animation better. On January 29, 2025, about 8:48 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, a Sikorsky UH-60 Lima helicopter operated by the United States Army and a PSA Airlines CRJ-700 collided in flight approximately 1/2 mile southeast of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, or DCA. The 2 pilots, 2 flight attendants, and 60 passengers on board the airplane, and all 3 crew members on board the helicopter were fatally injured. The military helicopter flight originated from Davison Army Airfield, Fort Belvoir, Virginia. The flight was an annual evaluation for the pilot with the use of night vision goggles. The airplane was operated by PSA Airlines, doing business as American Airlines Flight 5342, a scheduled domestic passenger flight under Title 14 of the Code of Federal Regulations, Part 121, from Wichita, Kansas to Washington, D.C. Night visual meteorological conditions prevailed at the time of the accident. In the radio communications, the accident airplane was using call sign Blue Streak 5342 and the Army helicopter was using call sign PAT 25. The Federal Aviation Administration provides charts that specify helicopter routes to facilitate operations in high-traffic areas. The helicopter routes have no defined lateral boundaries, but they do have maximum altitude limits. The helicopter routes are depicted by a blue line on the Google Earth image. Helicopter Route 1's western section begins in Cabin John, Maryland, and follows the Potomac River southeast to Washington, D.C., through the Tidal Basin and the Washington Channel to Haines Point, and then turns east along the Anacostia River. At the time of the accident, helicopter Route 4 intercepted Route 1 at Haines Point and continued south along the Potomac River's eastern shore past DCA and the Wilson Bridge. North of Chain Bridge, the maximum altitude is 1,300 feet. Between Chain Bridge and Key Bridge, the maximum altitude is 700 feet. Between Key Bridge and Memorial Bridge, the maximum altitude is 300 feet, and south of Memorial Bridge to the Wilson Bridge, the maximum altitude is 200 feet. At 8:33 p.m., 15 minutes before the collision, Pat 25 requested permission to travel from Cabin John along Helicopter Route 1 to Helicopter Route 4 to Davison Army Airfield. The DCA local controller approved the request.
25 is looking for Cabin John, Route 1, Route 4 to Davison.
Pat 25 approved.
There was no communication between Pat 25 and the DCA local controller for 12 minutes. At 8:39 p.m., 9 minutes before the collision, Flight 5342 was cleared for the Mount Vernon Visual Runway 1 approach to DCA by Potomac Terminal Radar Approach Control. Select in-cockpit communications between the instructor and the pilot in Pat 25, primarily about altitude, will be shown on a black background in the animation. At 8:43 p.m., 5 minutes before the collision, Flight 5342 was handed off to the DCA Tower Local Controller. The local controller asked the crew of Flight 5342 if they could switch their approach from Runway 1 to Runway 33.
Bushview 5342, Washington Tower 1 star 32017, gust 25. Can you take runway 33?
The crew accepted the change and they were cleared to land on Runway 33. This magnified satellite photograph shows the locations of Runway 1 and Runway 33 at DCA.
Yeah, we can do 33 for Bushview 5342.
Bushview 5342 at the Wilson Bridge, change to start for runway 33, runway 33 clears to land.
Change to runway 33, runway 33 for Bushview 5342.
There was no further communication between the local controller and the crew of Flight 5342 before the collision. This animation shows aircraft in the vicinity of DCA for the 3 minutes before the collision. The local control and helicopter control positions were combined, and the local controller was communicating with 6 airplanes and 5 helicopters. Communications took place on an airplane radio frequency and a helicopter radio frequency. The local controller was broadcasting on both the airplane and helicopter radio frequencies, but airplane communications were only heard in other airplanes, and helicopter communications were only heard in other helicopters. The animation includes air traffic control audio for both the airplane and helicopter frequencies. A transcript of the controller communications will appear in the upper left, and the local controller will be indicated on the map. A transcript of aircraft communications will appear in the lower left, and the aircraft call sign will be highlighted on the map. The controller was also communicating with aircraft outside the bounds of this map, which will be indicated. The accident helicopter is shown in orange with the label PAT 25, and the accident airplane is shown in magenta with the label PSA 5342.
Jet 789, 1-star 320-15, gust 25, traffic 2 out, no delay, runway 1, clear takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 1, no delay, Jet 789.
Flight Tech 1, landing is 31.
Flight Jet 1, Roger for exchange for good night.
Pat 25 Memorial.
Pat 25, Roger.
Washington Tower, American 3130 with you, runway 1.
American 3130, Washington Tower, 1-star 310-14, gust 25, runway 1, clear to land. Check with may depart prior to arrival.
Okay, clear to land, runway 1, American 3130.
Jet 789, contact zone parts, good day.
Okay.
American 3130, slow the funnel.
Slow in American 3130.
Pat 25, traffic just south of Wilson Bridge to CRJ at 1,200 feet, circling runway 33. This is pressure group. American 1630 Tower, runway 1, lot boy, traffic throughout, circling runway 33, this traffic on 6-mile funnel.
Flight up and wait, runway 1, American 1630. Tower, approaching Springfield, request around. Runway 1.
Most 7, stand by. Wish you 5307. Keep rolling out to November, ground 47. Good day.
November 307. National College, good evening. Air Care 1's with you. Single medevac.
American 1630 1-star 320-14, gust 25. Traffic 2-mile left base, runway 33. No delay. Runway 1 clear for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, clear for takeoff. American 1630.
Muscle 7 request. Most of you said route through to zone 6. Most 7 approved.
American 472, National College, good evening. Air Care 1's with you. Single medevac helicopter 1,000 feet, 29901 on the altimeter. Requesting zone 6 for Fairfax.
Medevac Air Care 1 Washington Tower, National Altimeter 29990. Approved through Washington class, Robert Space for Land Insured at Fairfax.
29990 for Air Care 1, copy.
Pat 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? Pat 25, pass behind the CRJ.
This club has a aircraft in sight for separation.
This separation.
American 4782, my path number as usual.
American 472, Washington Tower, 1-star 320-17.
The following video shows the airplane and helicopter leading up to the point of collision. The video was recorded by a camera located near the approach end of runway 33 at DCA oriented to the south. The video shows the night lighting conditions and the appearance of the aircraft lights against the cultural lighting of the city. Aircraft lined up on approach to DCA can be seen in the right corner of the screen. The flashing lights identify the touchdown zone of runway 33's landing threshold. Flight 5342 is visible in the upper left corner as it approaches runway 33. PAT 25 appears from the left side of the screen, moving to the right as the two aircraft cross flight paths. The animation is done playing. A visibility study documents the location, size, and movement of other aircraft in each respective pilot's field of view and how the aircraft structure might limit that field of view. Human performance investigators can determine how conspicuous each aircraft would be to the flight crew and how that impacts their see and avoid task. The visibility study faced additional challenges due to the night conditions and use of night vision goggles by the helicopter crew. As we will discuss, it is difficult to accurately represent how the night lighting or cultural lighting looked to the crews at the time of the accident. Investigators documented the cultural lighting around DCA in a series of night observation flights conducted on March 27th and 28th of 2025. We chose these observation dates to replicate the conditions on the night of the accident. Crews flew the accident flight paths individually using exemplar aircraft, which were observed by human performance, operations, and air traffic control investigators. We recorded the view in both videos and photos from each aircraft, the air traffic control tower, and on the ground. This documentation was used to determine which available flight simulator program best represented the cultural lighting at the time of the accident and informed the human performance analysis. Shown is a video frame recorded from the cockpit of the CRJ night observation flight when turning onto final for runway 33. This captures a view of the cultural lighting in the DC area. However, no device records exactly how the human eye sees a scene. These types of images from various recording devices and the impressions of the human performance, operations, and air traffic control investigators from the night observation flights were used together to inform the analysis of the difficulty of the see and avoid task. The visibility study recreates the view from the cockpit and includes what the airplane structure would obscure. The photo on the left is of a CRJ 700 cockpit and labels the four cockpit windows: left window, left windshield, right windshield, and right window, and indicates the location of the captain, who was the pilot flying, and the first officer, who was the pilot monitoring. The image on the right shows the field of view of the captain looking forward through the left windshield. The light gray mask indicates how the structure of the airplane would have obscured some of the view. The night imagery is from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and the simulated view shown is from 35 seconds before the collision. The location of PAT 25 is circled, but it is difficult to detect and identify against the cultural lighting of Washington, D.C. The left photo shows the helicopter cockpit and labels the left window, left windshield, center windshield, right windshield, and right window, and indicates the location of the pilot, who was the pilot flying, and the instructor pilot, who was the pilot monitoring. The image on the right shows a view of the instructor pilot in the right seat looking forward. In addition to the aircraft structure, the image on the right includes a mask of the night vision goggle view looking straight ahead. While the NVGs are binocular, the brain merges the image into a single circular view. In this image, the NVG view is shown as white phosphor, but the animation will show a green phosphor display. Both types of NVGs were available to the crew. This image is from 19 seconds before the collision, and the location of the CRJ is circled. While the location, size, and movement of each aircraft in a pilot's field of view is accurate, there are important limitations to the visibility study, including, first, the accuracy of the cultural lighting. You will see in the animation that some landmarks are unrealistically bright. Additionally, not all of the aircraft south of the Wilson Bridge were visible in the simulation. Secondly, the accuracy of the external lighting on each aircraft, which affects how visible it is against the cultural lighting. The CRJ 700 model for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 did not have functional external lighting, so a model of a Boeing 737 was used instead. The differences in the appearance of these airplanes at night is insignificant until just before the collision. Lastly, the accuracy of the night vision goggle view. The goggles are shown stationary, and the pilot's head does not move or scan. The imagery also does not include additional light sources that night vision goggles would show more brightly, such as stars. We will begin the second animation now, and will pause for those who would like to leave the room or turn away from their screens. The animation will play for approximately 8 minutes. We will be dimming the lights in the boardroom so that people can see the animation better. This animation presents the simulated view from the right seat of the helicopter. A dark gray structural mask generated from a three-dimensional laser scan of an exemplar aircraft is overlaid on the scene. A light gray mask depicts the mounting structure of the night vision goggles positioned for the instructor pilot looking straight ahead. The green tint mimics a green phosphor visual effect, but the actual behavior of the night vision goggles has not been simulated. Crew communications transcribed from the cockpit voice recorder are shown as text at lower left. Audio recordings of air traffic control communications on the helicopter frequency are synchronized with the animation, with corresponding transcript text displayed in the center. Radio interference blocked some transmissions from the local controller and other helicopters. Transmissions that were blocked are indicated by striking through words in the transcript. A moving map depicting the locations of PAT 25 and Flight 5342 and synchronized with the view from the cockpit will be shown at lower right.
Yes, 789, 1 star, 320 to 15, Gus 25, traffic 2 out, no delay, runway 1, clear for takeoff.
Blackjack 1, landing third, Ward 1, good night.
Blackjack 1, Roger for exchange for good night.
Pat 25 Memorial.
Pat 25, Roger. American 3130 Washington Tower, 1 star, 310 to 14, Gus 25, runway 1, clear to land. Check with may depart parts arrival. Yes, 789, contact on parts, good day. American 3130, slow the funnel. Pat 25, traffic just south of Wilson Bridge to CRJ at 1,200 feet, circling runway 33. This separation roof. American 1630 Tower, runway 1, lot boy, traffic throughout, circling runway 33, this traffic on 6 mile funnel.
Tower Muscle 7, approaching Springfield, request route 3 to 6.
Most 7, standby. Issue 5307. Keep rolling out to November, ground 47. Good day.
National Tower, good evening. Air Carrier 1's with you. Single medevac.
American 1630 1 star 320 to 14, Gus 25. Traffic 2 mile left base, runway 33. No delay. Runway 1 clear for immediate takeoff. Muscle 7 0 request.
And Muscle 7 request route 3 to 6.
Most of you say route 3 to zone 6.
Yes, sir,
Most 7 approved.
National Tower, good evening. Air Carrier 1's with you. Single medevac helicopter 1,000 feet, 29901 on the altimeter. Requesting zone 6 for Fairfax.
Medevac Air Carrier 1 Washington Tower, National Altimeter 29990. Approved through Washington class, Robert Space Support, Land Assured at Fairfax.
29990 for Air Carrier 1, copy.
Pat 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? Pat 25, pass behind the CRJ.
This club has a aircraft in sight, precision separation.
This separation. American 472 Washington Tower, 1 star 320 to 17.
This animation presents a simulated view from the right seat of the CRJ. A dark gray structural mask generated from a three-dimensional laser scan of an exemplar aircraft is overlaid on the scene. Crew communications transcribed from the cockpit voice recorder are shown as text at lower left. Audio recordings of air traffic control communications on the airplane frequency are synchronized with the animation, with corresponding transcript text displayed at lower right. A moving map depicting the locations of both aircraft synchronized with the view from the cockpit is shown at upper left.
Jet 789, 1 star 320 to 15, Gus 25, traffic 2 out, no delay, runway 1, clear for takeoff.
Clear takeoff, runway 1, no delay, Jet 789.
Jet 1, Roger for exchange for good night. Pat 25, Roger.
Washington Tower, American 3130 with you, runway 1.
American 3130 Washington Tower, 1 star 310 to 14, Gus 25, runway 1, clear to land. Check with may depart parts arrival.
Okay, clear to land, runway 1, American 3130.
Yeah, 789, contact zone Barge, good day.
Okay.
American 3130, slow the funnel.
Slow on American 3130.
Pad 25, traffic just south of Wilson Bridge to CRJ at 1,200 feet, circle runway 33. American 1630 tower, runway 1, lot boy, traffic throughout circle runway 33, this traffic on 6 mile funnel.
Line up for 8, runway 1, American 1630. American 472 by Catherine, runway 1.
17, standby. Issue 5307, keep rolling out to November, ground 47, good day.
November 307.
American 1630, wind star 32014, gust 25, traffic 2 mile left base, runway 33, no delay, runway 1 clear for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, cleared for takeoff, American 1630.
Muscle 70 request. Most of you said route through to zone 6. Muscle 7 approved.
American 4782, Mount Vernon visual 1.
Medevac Air Carrier 1 Washington Star, National Altimeter 2990. Approved to Washington class, Robert Space, Portland, Assured at Fairfax. Pad 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? Pad 25, pass behind the CRJ. Receivers.
American 4782 by Bath, Mount Vernon visual.
American 472, Washington Star, wind star 32017.
The animation is done playing. The wreckage of both aircraft were located in the Potomac River in water depths ranging between 1 to 8 feet, depending on location and tidal conditions. About 90% of the structure of both aircraft were recovered. Examination of the recovered wreckage indicated that the helicopter's main rotor contacted the underside of the airplane's left wing, resulting in the outboard section of the wing separating in flight. Video evidence showed both aircraft rapidly descending and impacting the water after the collision. The NTSB's investigation's comprehensive review of the accident circumstances determined that the following did not contribute to the cause of the accident. The pilots of Flight 5342 were certificated and qualified in accordance with federal regulations. The pilots of Flight 5342 were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions or substances at the time of the accident. Review of the pilot's time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the pilots had adequate rest opportunities. The pilot, instructor pilot, and crew chief on board PAT 25 were qualified and current in their positions as designated by the unit commander in accordance with Army regulations. The pilot, instructor pilot, and crew chief were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions or substances at the time of the accident. Review of the 3 crew members' time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the crew had adequate rest opportunities. Both aircraft were properly certificated, equipped, and maintained. The operations supervisor and 4 controllers who were working in the DCA Air Traffic Control Tower cab at the time of the accident were certificated and current in accordance with federal regulations. The local controller, assistant local controller, and operations supervisor were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions at the time of the accident. Review of the local controller, assistant local controller, and operations supervisor's time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the controllers had adequate rest opportunities. A review of observations recorded throughout the night of the accident revealed no evidence of any local atmospheric pressure anomalies that would have impacted barometric altimeter readings. The investigation explored multiple safety issues. The design of the Washington, D.C. area helicopter routes and operators' understanding of the route structure and limitations. Air traffic controller workload, position combining, and communications practices. The extensive use of pilot-applied visual separation and the inherent limitations of see and avoid. Deficiencies in FAA safety culture and post-accident drug and alcohol testing. The limitations of the traffic awareness and alerting systems on both aircraft. And shortcomings in FAA and U.S. Army safety assurance and risk management processes, including lack of proactive data sharing and analysis to identify and mitigate mid-air collision risk. Early in the investigation, the NTSB found insufficient separation between helicopter traffic on Route 4 and aircraft landing on runway 33, and recognized an alternate route for helicopters was needed to prevent a mid-air collision. As a result, the NTSB issued 2 urgent safety recommendations on March 11, 2025. The first recommendation asked to prohibit operations on helicopter Route 4 between Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge when runways 15 and 33 were being used at DCA. The second recommendation asked to designate an alternative helicopter route that could be used to facilitate travel between Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge when that segment of Route 4 was closed. Immediately following the accident, the FAA implemented temporary airspace restrictions around DCA. On March 14, 2025, the FAA removed from helicopter route charts the section of helicopter Route 4 between Haynes Point and the Wilson Bridge. Additionally, the FAA prohibited use of DCA runways 1533 and 422 during specific limited helicopter operations in the vicinity of DCA. What we found about helicopter route design was that airplane pilots were unaware of the possible conflict between helicopter routes and approach and departure corridors at DCA. Pilots were not aware of these conflicts because the current aeronautical charts do not provide adequate information. This is not unique to DCA. Lastly, the FAA was unable to provide documentation of the required annual reviews for the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart. As a result, Staff has proposed 5 recommendations to the FAA in this area. The following 3 slides list the names of the NTSB staff that supported the accident investigation. NTSB invited qualified parties to participate in our investigation. The next 2 slides list out the parties. In accordance with the provisions of Annex 13 to the Convention on Civil Aviation, the Transportation Safety Board of Canada, representing the state of design and manufacture of the airplane, provided an accredited representative. Technical advisors from Transport Canada and MHI RJ Aviation participated in the investigation. Staff will be giving presentations on the following topics: air traffic control, human performance as it relates to air traffic control, and the FAA's post-accident drug and alcohol testing of air traffic controllers. A discussion will follow these presentations. Then presentations will be provided for automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, or ADSB, and collision avoidance systems, helicopter operations, and human performance as it relates to both aircraft. A discussion will follow these presentations. Lastly, we will have a presentation on safety data and safety management systems, followed by discussion rounds. Chairwoman Homendy, this concludes my presentation. Mr. Soper will now discuss air traffic control.
Good morning. My presentation will discuss the airspace surrounding DCA, helicopter Route 4, formation and activities of the DCA ATC Tower Helicopter Working Group, the DCA Tower Facility Level Classification, traffic management challenges at DCA, combining of the local and helicopter control positions, use of visual separation, traffic advisories, ATC safety alerts, and positive control. The airspace surrounding DCA is uniquely complex, being a Class B airspace that includes the Washington, D.C. Special Flight Rules Area, or SFRA, the Flight Restricted Zone, or FREEZE, as well as prohibited areas. The tower's delegated airspace at DCA is also more expansive than that seen at similar airports, covering more than 520 square miles and containing extensive helicopter operating areas and routes charted on the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart. Helicopter Route 4 was established in 1986 in the first edition of the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart and had changed very little since that time. Helicopter Route 4 was one of several charted routes designed for the transition of helicopters through the DCA Class B airspace. The Route 4 design had always posed a proximal conflict to the runway 33 approach corridor and runway 15 departure corridor, but it would continue to be used through the years. The routes were never procedurally separated, meaning there were no written procedures in place to ensure that when applied, aircraft would be automatically separated by a required minimum. While we learned from the FAA during the investigative hearing that these routes were never constructed to provide or ensure separation, we also learned that there was a lack of clear and consistent understanding and varied interpretations across user groups. The DCA ATC Tower Helicopter Working Group was formed as a direct result of a significant near-midair collision in 2013 between a helicopter and an airplane in the very same location of this accident. The working group was composed of ATC personnel from DCA Tower only, with local helicopter operators being invited as necessary to address identified safety concerns as they arose. The working group proposed several recommendations to the FAA, including one to remove or relocate Route 4 in order to deconflict with the runway 33 approach corridor and runway 15 departure corridor, as well as the addition of hotspots to aeronautical charting to bring awareness to pilots about the increased risk potential when operating in these areas of the proximity events. The FAA chose not to act on the working group's recommendation to remove or relocate Route 4. Additionally, the FAA rejected the working group's recommendation to add hotspots to helicopter route charts. In 2018, due to a change in the method in computing facility-level traffic counts, DCA Tower was downgraded from a Level 10 to a Level 9 facility. The FAA declined to provide detailed criteria or the metrics used to establish DCA's facility level, but information available suggested that total traffic count was the driving factor in determining facility levels in general. Staff feel that there was an inadequate consideration given to airspace, airport, and operations complexity in the downgrading of DCA's tower facility level, and negatively impacted facility health as they experienced an inability to retain or recruit the experience level needed in control staff. In addition, no consideration appeared to be given to the high cost of living in the DC area, with a 15% difference in pay between levels 9 and 10, the biggest salary gap between any two air traffic control facility levels. We found that DCA Tower had significant airfield, airspace, and mixed fleet operations complexities that were inconsistent with their current facility level. We also found that aside from the traffic count alone, FAA provided no evidence that operational complexities or cost of living were considered in their criteria for establishing air traffic control facility levels. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. According to public records, as of 2023, and reportedly still accurate today, DCA had the busiest single runway in the national airspace system. Total operations exceeding those documented at airports including Chicago O'Hare, Los Angeles, Dallas-Fort Worth, and LaGuardia. DCA was a capacity-constrained airport, and their traffic flow was largely managed through airport arrival rates, miles in trail spacing, and slot controls. Making this management more difficult was the limited surface area and complex airfield geometry at DCA that required regular workarounds by ATC in order to avoid delays or gridlock. The FAA used slots to limit scheduled traffic at capacity-constrained airports like DCA, as well as John F. Kennedy International Airport and LaGuardia International Airport in New York. DCA was limited to a maximum of 67 slots per hour, 60 of those by regulation, and an additional 7 allowed by statute. According to post-accident interviews conducted with DCA ATC staff, certain air carriers would routinely front and backload their scheduling into the first half hour and last half hour of a 2-hour block, which resulted in periods of compacted demand. This resulted in DCA reaching total operations of 80 or more per hour at times. DCA slots are allocated in 60-minute blocks. After LaGuardia experienced similar problems, a rulemaking change was adopted that requires their slots to be allocated in 30-minute blocks, providing a more consistent traffic flow. Time-based flow management, or TBFM, was a system whose core function was to provide the ability to schedule aircraft within a stream of traffic to reach a defined constraint point at specified times, creating a time-ordered sequence of traffic. Though reportedly equipment had been installed and the capability was there for several years, the FAA had not activated the system for DCA. Additionally, American Airlines testified at the investigative hearing that TBFM was used at several of their other hub airports and that it smoothed out the volume of traffic while also providing more accurate miles and trail. We found that DCA Tower routinely received less than the required miles and trail spacing from the Potomac TRACON, requiring controllers to build spacing to accommodate departures using various methods. A common mitigation strategy was to periodically offload arrivals to runway 33 as they were doing on the night of the accident. This involved requesting crews that were on approach to land on runway 1 to change their landing runway and circle to land on runway 33 instead. We found that DCA would benefit from established rulemaking similar to that used by LaGuardia, requiring allocation of traffic in 30-minute blocks rather than 60-minute blocks. We also found that time-based flow management would provide DCA Tower with a consistent flow of traffic, more accurate spacing, and greater predictability. We recently learned that Phase 1 of this went operational in October of 2025, with full implementation planned to be completed by March 2026. Staff have proposed 3 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Combining of the control positions is commonplace in air traffic control, and in facilities like DCA Tower, detailed policy guidance is required to reduce the risk by preventing the combining of positions under the wrong circumstances. The policy at DCA regarding staffing of the helicopter control position had changed several times over the years, becoming less restrictive each time. During prescribed hours, the policy went from helicopter control must be open in 2016 and only authorized to be combined with air traffic manager or support manager approval to 2023 becoming helicopter control must normally be decombined, meaning staffed separately. Then in 2024, it became helicopter control should normally be decombined, and it authorized the positions to be combined at the supervisor or controller in charge level's discretion. The softening in this policy from helicopter control must be open to helicopter control should normally be decombined with no requirement of a corresponding log entry or rationale opened the policy up for varied interpretation. On the day of the accident, the helicopter position had been open or staffed separately for less than 1.5 hours the entire day and had been combined with local control for more than 5 hours leading up to the time of the accident. There was no requirement to log the combining of helicopter and control positions, nor any position combination at DCA Tower. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. We will now show an animation and will pause for those who would like to leave the room or turn away from their screens. The animation will play for approximately 3 minutes. We will be dimming the lights in the boardroom so that people can see the animation better.
This photograph from the interior of the DCA Air Traffic Control Tower shows the view to the southeast across the Potomac River. Traffic displays can be seen overhead. The traffic displays can be moved to suit the needs of the staff in the tower. This animation presents a simulated view from the tower. The point of view was based on the local controller's recollection of his position. The local controller could have changed position or orientation slightly on the night of the accident.
The underlying animation was produced by the Federal Aviation Administration Target Generation Facility Simulation Branch. A dark gray structural mask generated from a three-dimensional laser scan of the tower conducted by NTSB staff is overlaid on the scene. Audio recordings of air traffic control communications are synchronized with the animation. Local controller broadcasts are shown in text at lower left. Aircraft broadcasts are shown in text at lower right.
National Tower, good evening. Air Care 1 with you. Single medevac.
American 16, third to 1 star 32014, gust 25, traffic 2 mile left base, runway 33, no delay, runway 1 clear for immediate takeoff.
Number 1, cleared for takeoff, American 1630.
Muscle 7 0 request. Most of you say route through to zone 6. Most 7 approved.
American 472, National Tower, good evening. Air Care 1's with you. Single medevac helicopter 1,000 feet, 29901 on the altimeter. Requesting zone 6 for Fairfax.
Medevac Air Care 1 Washington Tower, national altimeter 29900. Approved to Washington class, Robert Space for Land Street to Fairfax.
29990 for Air Care 1, copy.
Pad 25, get the CRJ in sight. Pad 25, pass behind the CRJ.
This club has a aircraft in sight for separation.
This separation.
American 472, my math number and visual.
American 472, Washington Tower, 1 star 2017.
The animation has completed playing. There are two types of visual separation: tower applied, where the tower controller sees the involved aircraft and issues positive control instructions to effect separation; and pilot applied, where the pilot of one aircraft sees and maintains visual contact with the other aircraft and provides their own separation by maneuvering as necessary to avoid it. Visual separation was heavily relied upon and was the primary means of separating helicopter and fixed-wing traffic in the DCA area when weather conditions permitted. To not increase controller workload, traffic congestion, and traffic complexity, controllers were motivated to and routinely authorized visual separation for helicopters transiting the DCA airspace, and helicopter crews were encouraged to request visual separation as early as possible. According to facility records, DCA Tower had a documented history of controllers lacking in the understanding of basic fundamentals in pilot-applied visual separation, as well as a history of the misapplication of pilot-applied visual separation. The local controller's initial traffic advisory provided to PAT 25, reference PSA Flight 5342, was technically compliant, but no follow-on or updated traffic advisories were provided. There was no corresponding traffic advisory provided to PSA Flight 5342 at any time. The conflict alert first activated between PAT 25 and Flight 5342 26 seconds before the collision, while they were still about 1.6 miles apart and on converging courses. Considering the proximity of both aircraft and their continually converging courses, according to the radar replay of the event, targets were such that merging target procedures should have been provided, which would have included traffic advisories to both aircraft. The local controller stated they were concerned about both the close proximity of PAT 25 to PSA Flight 5342 and their converging courses. This, coupled with the conflict alert that was active at the time, the controller should have issued a safety alert, which would have included updated traffic advisory information and an alternate course of action if feasible. Neither were done in this case. Had a safety alert been issued, it would have increased the situation awareness of both crews and alerted them of their closing proximity to one another. Additionally, a timely safety alert may have allowed action to be taken by one or both crews to avert the collision. Positive control is defined by the FAA as the separation of all air traffic within designated airspace by air traffic control. And other FAA guidance included elements of positive control as taking command of control situations and not acting in a hesitant or unsure manner, and that a controller exercising positive control observes present and considers forecasted traffic to predict task overload and takes appropriate action to prevent or lessen the situation. Positive control was not exercised at all times on the night of the accident. Had the local controller exercised appropriate positive control with timely safety alert on the evening of the accident, one or both flight crews may have been able to take action in time to avert the collision. Thank you. Dr. Wilson will now continue with her presentation.
Good morning. I will discuss DCA air traffic control tower use of visual separation on the night of the accident, the concept of situation awareness, combining the local control and helicopter control positions, recognition of impending collision and expectation-driven process, the conflict alert system, radio communications when the local control and helicopter control positions are combined, time on position limitations, threat and error management, and risk management. Given the proximity of helicopter routes and zones to the approach and departure corridors for fixed-wing traffic, applying pilot-applied visual separation reduced controller workload and airspace congestion and complexity. As such, DCA ATC tower controllers were motivated to provide a traffic advisory and authorize visual separation for helicopters transiting DC airspace as early as possible. The local controller's expectation that PAT 25 crew had Flight 5342 in sight was not necessarily valid. As a result, there was potential for the local controller to overestimate the level of traffic awareness the PAT 25 crew had and to underestimate the level of information and assistance they might subsequently require to ensure collision avoidance. Situation awareness forms a basis for decision-making. Situation awareness is not only what the controller is perceiving in the current air traffic situation, but how they interpret that information and use it to project the future state of traffic moving in their airspace. Controllers must maintain awareness of each aircraft they are managing to include, for example, location, altitude, and airspeed, and anticipate where the aircraft will be in the seconds and minutes to follow. A controller's ability to maintain situation awareness is impacted by task and environmental factors, such as their workload and divided attention, and individual factors such as training and experience. As cognitive capacity is reduced, for example, with increasing workload due to increasing traffic complexity, traffic volume, and/or frequent radio communications, a controller's ability to maintain situation awareness is reduced. Because the local control and helicopter control positions were combined, the local controller was responsible for coordinating arrivals and departures, as well as VFR helicopter traffic transiting DCA airspace. In a post-accident interview, the local controller stated that he felt a little overwhelmed about 10 to 15 minutes before the accident when the traffic volume increased to 10 aircraft, consisting of 5 airplanes and 5 helicopters. But he felt the volume was manageable when 1 or 2 helicopters left the airspace. About 90 seconds before the collision, the traffic volume increased to a maximum of 12 aircraft, consisting of 7 airplanes and 5 helicopters. Radio communication showed that the local controller was shifting his focus between airborne, ground, and transiting aircraft. Keeping the local control and helicopter control positions combined on the night of the accident increased the local controller's workload and reduced his situation awareness. Controllers routinely monitor the current state of an aircraft and predict its future location in relation to other aircraft. Conflicts that develop slowly, particularly at night, are inherently difficult for people to recognize due to reduced visual cues. Gradual change can reduce situation awareness and delay recognition. The local controller expected that PAT 25 would remain clear of Flight 5342 because the PAT 25 instructor pilot stated that he had the airplane in sight and would maintain visual separation. The frequent use of pilot-applied visual separation reinforces the expectation that the pilot of one aircraft will maintain separation from another aircraft. Because it has repeatedly worked as expected, it can be more difficult for a controller to notice deviations, especially when workload is high, like on the night of the accident. The conflict alert system acts as a safety net designed to draw a controller's attention to a potential conflict using an oral alert, a flashing red CA on the Certified Tower Radar Display, or CTRD, and a conflict list on the CTRD indicating in red the aircraft involved. The image on the right depicts the red conflict alert that appeared for the accident aircraft. Conflict alerts are presented the same regardless of the severity of the conflict. Conflict alert activation is common at DCA ATC Tower. NTSB staff are concerned that frequent nuisance alerts may desensitize controllers to the alerts and lead to slower reaction time. Providing controllers with additional salient cues regarding the severity of a potential conflict would reduce controller cognitive load and likely improve response time. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. The DCA ATC Tower utilized a discrete frequency for communicating with helicopters to avoid interference and frequency congestion, even when the local control and helicopter control positions were combined. Separate frequencies also made the process of decombining the helicopter and local control positions easier. When the local control and helicopter control positions were combined, airplane and helicopter pilots could hear all transmissions made by the controller. However, transmissions made by helicopters were not audible to airplanes, and transmissions made from airplanes were not audible to helicopters. This alleviated frequency congestion. However, pilots reported that hearing all transmissions would improve their situation awareness. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. The operations supervisor had been working on a control position for over 4 hours at the time of the accident and had been working on the operations supervisor position specifically for the 2 hours before the accident. Given his extended time on position, it is likely that the operations supervisor was experiencing reduced alertness at the time of the accident, which decreased his ability to effectively assess operational risks. The collective bargaining agreement between the National Air Traffic Controllers Association, or NATCA, and the FAA require relief opportunities for all operational staff. However, the agreement does not cover supervisory personnel, and there are no mandatory relief periods for supervisors. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. Threat and error management originated in the human factors literature and was first applied in flight deck operations before being applied in air traffic control. Threat and error management, or TEM, is a process for identifying safety risks in the environment, analyzing those risks, and minimizing or mitigating those risks. In November 2016, the NTSB issued Safety Recommendation A-16-51, asking the FAA to provide initial and recurrent training for air traffic controllers on controller judgment, vigilance, and/or safety awareness, with specific reference to 2 mid-air collisions that occurred in 2015. In July 2017, the FAA responded that instruction on threat and error management was being delivered to controllers as part of 2017 instructor-led recurrent training and would be required training for future controllers. A review of training records for controllers involved in the accident did not indicate that they received TEM training in 2017, nor were controllers familiar with the term threat and error management during post-accident interviews. TEM training can strengthen situation awareness, promote team communication, emphasize effective scanning habits, help in recognizing patterns and developing adverse events, and enhance decision-making under stress. TEM training would also benefit controllers performing supervisory duties who are responsible for overseeing facility operations and making operational decisions, such as when to combine or decombine control positions. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA in this area. When making operational decisions, supervisors must balance safety and risk management with the operational demands of the facility. The DCA ATC Tower Standard Operating Procedures did not provide guidance or make a tool available to support supervisors in identifying risks, analyzing the impact of risks, prioritizing risks based on the likelihood and impact, or developing strategies to reduce or eliminate risks. A real-time risk assessment or decision-making tool would have likely benefited the operations supervisor in identifying and mitigating the operational risk factors that were present on the night of the accident. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA in this area. Thank you. Dr. Kayagil will now continue with his presentation.
Good morning. I will discuss post-accident drug and alcohol testing requirements for FAA-employed air traffic controllers. I also will discuss the post-accident drug and alcohol testing of the local controller, assistant local controller, and operations supervisor involved in this accident. FAA-employed air traffic controllers are subject to federal workplace drug and alcohol testing requirements for Department of Transportation employees. These requirements are established by DOT order and are distinct from the drug and alcohol testing regulations that apply to DOT-regulated employers such as airlines. By DOT order, post-accident or post-incident drug and alcohol testing is required after an accident or incident that involves any of the following: a fatality, substantial damage to aircraft, vehicles, or property, required medical treatment away from the accident site, or other unsafe practices as defined by orders or regulations. Controllers are identified as being subject to required testing when their performance provides reason to believe that it may have contributed, or when their performance cannot be completely discounted as a contributing factor. By DOT order, required post-accident drug and alcohol testing must be conducted as soon as possible following an accident. Whenever possible, required post-accident drug testing must be completed within 4 hours of the accident, and required post-accident alcohol testing must be completed within 2 hours. The DOT order allows for drug testing up to 5 days after the accident, and alcohol testing up to 8 hours after the accident. The controllers in this accident underwent workplace post-accident urine drug testing about 18 to 20 hours after the accident. This testing did not find any evidence of prohibited substance use. Post-accident alcohol testing, although required, was not performed. This investigation determined that the FAA Air Traffic Organization made the drug and alcohol testing determination almost 3.5 hours after the accident. The decision was made to test for drugs only because the controllers already had been released from the facility about 15 minutes earlier. Drug testing was scheduled for the afternoon of the day after the accident. Staff found that the ATO's drug and alcohol testing determination was not sufficiently timely to meet DOT's required testing timeframes. Additionally, the ATO's decision to not conduct drug testing as soon as possible and to not conduct alcohol testing at all violated DOT requirements. The ATO's delayed and inappropriate drug and alcohol testing determination was due in part to inadequate ATO staff understanding of the DOT's requirements for timely testing. Staff also found that the ATO's initial event response procedures are inadequately designed to meet requirements for timely testing. Because the ATO procedures dictate that the drug and alcohol testing determination be made concurrently with the services rendered telephone conference. The SRT is a management review to assess air traffic services associated with an event and does not take place until after multiple time-consuming administrative and initial investigative actions, including notifying and convening various personnel and preparing audio communications and radar display information for playback. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA and 1 to the DOT in this area. This concludes my presentation, and we are now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Banning, and certainly Mr. Soper, Dr. Wilson, and Dr. Kaigill for your excellent and thorough presentations. As I mentioned at the outset, there's a lot of information in the report, substantially more information than we're able to present in even a day's time. So we have had the pleasure of reviewing your work, in the draft, and appreciate that. I have a question. I have a lot of questions in this area, but one I want to start with. Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport opened in 1941. Runway 1533 was part of the airport's original configuration since it opened. The Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart was published in 1986, maybe went through one small change to add a compulsory reporting point around Wilson Bridge. Between 1991 and the time of the accident, there had been changes to route altitudes and police zone boundaries, but not any substantial changes to the route. You mentioned that the routes were never designed to ensure separation in your presentation. Yet we know over time concerns were raised repeatedly, went unheard, squashed, however you want to put it, stuck in red tape and bureaucracy of a very large organization, somehow didn't make it up. Repeated recommendations over the years, so much so that DC Tower took it upon themselves to create a helicopter working group because they had concerns. How is it that no one, absolutely no one, in the FAA did the work to figure out there was only 75 feet, at best, 75 feet of vertical separation between a helicopter on Route 4 and an airplane landing on runway 33? How is it nobody, until we did this investigation?
That's a great question, and we've asked the same question amongst staff, and that's precisely why we have recommended the assessment of these helicopter routes, not just what was there at the time, but everything that exists today for this airport. They've conducted others, but we're focused on this one right here, so we have recommended that in our recommendations.
Yeah, in fact, in our findings of our urgent recommendation report, we stated existing separation distances between helicopter traffic operating on Route 4 and aircraft landing on runway 33 are insufficient and pose an intolerable risk to aviation safety by increasing the chances of a mid-air collision. I'm going to ask Mr. Banning and Mr. LeBaron, your pilots, is there anywhere in our airspace that 75 feet of vertical separation is acceptable?
I'd say not to me, as a pilot.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But it wasn't until Ms. Moeller and others mapped it out, thank you for your work, that we figured it out. Yet years of nobody listening. Opportunities too. So I'm going to ask, FAA order states that terminal operations service area directors are responsible for conducting annual reviews of existing helicopter route charts to determine their accuracy and continued utility. do we have any evidence that these annual reviews were conducted?
No, we do not. We asked for that information, and they were unable to provide that or nor identify the individual that you just named.
Right.
Since then, it has been changed to the air traffic manager responsible for those, but at the time of this event, it was that individual that you named, and we have no evidence of any of it.
Do we even know who the terminal, so we have no idea who the Terminal Operations Service Area Director is for the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart. That was the requirement, and the person responsible for conducting these annual reviews at that time.
That's correct. We do not know, and as of 2 days ago, the FAA responded in the same manner. They did not either.
The FAA had no idea who a terminal, Terminal Operations Service Area Director was, who was responsible for conducting annual reviews, ensuring the safety of helicopters transiting the airspace around DCA. No idea who that was. Yeah. So we invited an individual to our hearing from the mapping office to our investigative hearing to discuss the route, to discuss annual reviews, and discuss any sort of proposal. Turns out, we learned after the hearing she wasn't the right person to invite. We should have invited this Terminal Operations Service Area Director that nobody at FAA could figure out who that was. Was FAA a party to this hearing?
Yes, they were.
What is required of parties to the hearing when we come to a hearing? For example, are they part of the planning of the hearing, and would they go through the witnesses and list of witnesses with us and possibly be required to identify when we have the wrong witness?
Absolutely. Their responsibility is to advise us on the correct witness for the correct subject area.
Did FAA raise this with us at all, that this was not the right person to question at the time?
They did not. They actually provided this person to us.
They provided this person to us that could not answer any of our questions at the hearing regarding annual reviews, probably because they had no idea who a Terminal Operations Service Area Director was. Thank you. That runs out my 5 minutes, so turning to member, I am so sorry, Mike Graham.
It's been a long few weeks, hasn't it? I'd like to direct these questions to Mr. Soper, and I'm going to ask you some questions about the primary duties and responsibilities for the different control positions in the control tower as they relate to the DCA ATC tower information outlined in their SOP. As a former controller yourself, I want you to share your perspective on which duty or responsibility is most important for each of the following positions. What would that be for the local controller?
According to the DCA's SOP, Air Traffic Control Tower's SOP, the local controller must provide initial separation between successive departures and arrivals, and provide separation between arrivals and departures in those aircraft operating under their jurisdiction airspace.
That's their primary duty.
Yes.
How about the helicopter controller?
The helicopter control, according to the SOP, is to separate VFR traffic from the DCA arrivals and departures or fixed wing traffic, issue safety alerts and traffic advisories as required, and to clear VFR aircraft on routes or into zones as depicted on the Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart.
How about the assistant local controller?
They are there exactly like you might think to alert the local controller or assist and alert the local controller of any unusual situations or developing traffic conflicts, maintain surveillance of the local traffic pattern and landing areas, and utilize visual memory aids when required to help them not miss anything, and assist the local control in monitoring aircraft in their airspace as well as on the CTRD or the control tower radar display.
And how about the primary duty and responsibility for the operations supervisor?
The operations supervisor provides operational supervision and directs the tower operation to ensure an efficient flow of air traffic, making necessary notifications of suspected operational errors, pilot deviations, near mid-air collision reports, other incidents requiring notifications, combining and decombining of positions in accordance with criteria outlined in their SOP.
Thank you. Can you share a brief summary of how the decision was supposed to be made according to the SOP in effect at the time of the accident to combine or decombine the local and helicopter control positions?
Yes, in the SOP, it outlined that the supervisor or controller in charge at their discretion, though it stated, let me start out first with, it stated that the helicopter position must normally be decombined. So normally it should be decombined during these core hours, period. If the supervisor or CIC has a need to combine or decombine, if they were already combined, the positions there to consider, they have a list of 7 things, which I can list here for you: the weather conditions, VIP movements, special helicopter operations, training initiatives, staffing constraints, air carrier traffic volume, helicopter traffic volume within the DCA Class Bravo. So when making a decision to combine or decombine, they should be taking all of these into account.
And who makes that decision to combine or decombine?
At that time, it was the operations supervisor.
Okay. If they were to decombine it, which they were not at the time of the accident, did they have enough personnel on the tower to do it?
They did.
They did. Okay. So based on the procedures and the present staffing levels in the tower, with 12 aircraft total on frequency in the 90 seconds leading up to the accident, as well as the steady stream of helicopter traffic in the airspace all evening, in your opinion, should the local and helicopter control positions have been decombined at the time of the accident?
Staff looked at this very closely, and we agree that we believe they should have been decombined in accordance with their manual, however softly it may have been written, and that we focused some recommendations actually in this area because we're concerned about that combining of positions.
All right, one last question. I know there's a good discussion of this in the draft report of the operations supervisor's extended time on position without a break, and I think Dr. Wilson had talked about this. Based on your investigation, are there any other factors you see as potentially playing a role in the operations supervisor's loss of situational awareness and the reduction in their ability to proactively assess the risk posed by the traffic and the environmental conditions at the time of the accident?
We looked at a number of factors that could have impacted his performance, or his awareness on duty that day, but we really felt that his extended time on position was the reason that he had the decreased vigilance and attentiveness.
And was there anything looked at as the amount of time that they had been at that facility?
Could you clarify what you mean by that?
That supervisor, how long had they been at that facility and making their tenure there? That's okay. I'm past my time.
I understand what you're saying. So yeah, he was a relatively new operations supervisor, and one of the recommendations that we have, particularly for the threat and error management, is we think that would have benefited him on making better decisions that day as well.
But they had prior experience as a controller, correct?
Yes, he did. He was new to being an operations supervisor, but had been a controller for some time.
Okay, thank you.
Member Inman.
Kat, I want to follow up just a little bit on that, because you mentioned threat and error management. We made this recommendation in 2016 based on something we had seen, and the response we got was, yes, we're going to do it, and all new controllers are going to get it. We were promised that this was happening, right?
We were.
Did they do it?
When we reviewed the training records for the controllers involved, we did not see that they received the integrated safety training workshop, which included threat and error management training. We did see that the operations supervisor did have a workshop of that same name several years, a couple of years before, and then a new hire who was working on position, not one of the controllers involved, he had a workshop in, I believe, 2023 with that same name. but that was the only evidence that we had of that workshop being provided to any of the controllers on duty.
So you just mentioned 2 people?
Yes. One
And
was,
there were 21 that were assigned to the tower?
we only looked at the training records for the controllers that were involved the night of the accident.
Okay. But obviously, what we were told that has happened and was occurring did not actually occur.
We don't have evidence that it occurred.
It's okay, I can say that. Thanks, Kat.
The answer is no.
It's kind of like congressional testimony. I'll get you there eventually. Dr. Cahill, you mentioned about alcohol and drug testing, and I know we don't know or don't believe that it may have played a role in this, but it's obviously a violation and something we've looked at many times before. Is that correct?
This is not the first time that we've seen it, and you're correct. We did not find any evidence that this was an issue in this accident, but we did address it as a safety issue in our recommendations.
So you saw the investigative hearing, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Nick Fuller testified at that point that they were aware of their shortcomings and they were going to make modifications and changes. Is that right?
That's correct. Mr. Fuller testified that the FAA was working to revise the FAA's order for initial event response procedures, which are the orders that tie the drug and alcohol determination to the services rendered telephone conference.
And do we know if they've done that yet?
As of this date, they have not published that as a revised procedure. No, sir.
Exactly. But the answer to the question is no, because I was in Louisville, Kentucky when 15 people died and they didn't test then either. So they're not learning a lesson, obviously, nor what they're telling us seems to be factual all the time. It's okay. It's a rhetorical question, Dr. Cahill. I want to go back, I guess, Mr. Soper. I asked or questioned this about putting this into the report, and I understand staff's reservation because it's considered slang. But can you tell us what squeeze play is? It was mentioned in several of controller interviews and it was discussed somewhat in the reports.
Yes, so there is no definition, formal or informal, for squeeze play. It is sort of a slang term, but controllers understand it. For those times when you are taking action to get a departure out in between arrivals that might be a tight space, or to fit one into an arrival sequence, and maybe in a radar situation where they're having to expedite everything and everything has to kind of work just right for it.
So I think you're describing this type of scenario that happened with 5342. Is that correct?
5342, somewhat. Yeah, it's similar to a squeeze play, yes.
So I'm kind of curious. The controller had asked them to circle so they could offload a departure. But we look back, and American 1630 was the last aircraft to be cleared for takeoff prior to the accident. And it departed 12 minutes early. They have safely arrived 25 minutes early. I guess, did the controllers know when they're prioritizing an aircraft so it can leave early, or should they even be aware whenever they're trying to attempt this, or are they trying to just, I know we've heard some testimony in regard to the geography at DCA, but should they be aware of that?
So they would generally not necessarily be aware if they were early. They would be aware if they had been assigned a departure time based on traffic initiatives or something where they actually get an assigned time. So in those cases, they would know they have to get this aircraft out in a particular window. As far as if a aircraft had taxied maybe a little bit early, they might see the fact that he was scheduled for departure at 2020 and he was ready for departure at 2015 or something. They might see that, but it wouldn't necessarily alarm them, or change something.
Okay. I'll wait for the next round.
Thank you. At the time the helicopter and local control positions were combined, are the communications for air traffic control all on speaker?
For local control, yes, they are. At this tower, they keep local control communications on speaker all of the time.
So the operations supervisor could hear what was being stated?
He should have been able to.
Okay. Potomac, my understanding is that at some point the operations supervisor received a phone call from Potomac Tracon requesting a reduction in miles and trail, correct?
That is correct.
And essentially what that means is to reduce spacing to allow for more arrivals.
Correct.
What does that do for the controllers.
When you start decreasing below that miles and trail that was requested or that was in for the restriction, it makes it much more difficult to get departures out in between those arrivals.
And when they accept that, is there any sort of criteria or look, or did the operations supervisor say to the local controller, hey, you know, is this okay? How do you feel about this? Or it was just approved?
We have no evidence that he asked anybody, and according to the recording, it was relatively quick. When he asked, he responded immediately that it was approved.
That it was approved. So they would reduce spacing and get more arrivals in, increasing workload for the controllers. What was the assistant local controller doing at this time?
At the time that they made the decision to...
I'm sorry, at the time of the accident, time of the collision?
So at the time of the accident, according to post-accident interviews, the assistant local controller was writing down information on helicopters.
And what is the role of the assistant local controller?
To assist the local controller in surveilling the airborne aircraft and monitoring the CTRD for conflicts and alerts.
Monitoring and helping alert?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. How was the mix of, actually, I'm going to read this from our report because I don't want to catch off guard because you don't have the full report right in front of you. But I do think it's worth noting that in our report, we state DCA is capacity constrained. Since 1991, annual air carrier tower operations increased from 175,224 to a peak of 294,312 in 2024. Over the same period, tower operations attributable to air taxi and general aviation declined substantially. Air taxi operations peaked in 2007 at 118,228 operations, but fell to 1,594 operations in 2024. General aviation operations declined sharply after 2001 from 32,286 to fewer than 3,000 operations per year in every subsequent year. Air taxi, GA, meaning general aviation, and military operations accounted for 43.8% of all fixed-wing instrument flight rules operations in 2007, but only 1.3% by 2025. This change also altered the mix of traffic operating at DCA, with smaller airplanes increasingly replaced by larger air carrier category aircraft. Because larger, heavier airplanes have more restrictive performance margins on DCA's shorter runways, demand for runways 119, the airport's longest runway, increased. What did this change in the mix of traffic do did this increase workload for the tower and any sort of coordination demands for local and ground controllers?
It certainly did. We've documented in the report that as we mentioned earlier, even in my presentation, they have the busiest single runway in the National Airspace System, and what you just explained is precisely why.
And they were using runway 33 to offload some of that traffic in order to get more in and to deal with some spacing, including other measures like tromboning and other things which we could talk about later. But my point is, this did increase workload, and did anyone in the FAA ever say, hey, maybe we should look at how things have changed at DCA?
We have found no evidence of that and have made recommendations directly to that.
Yeah, well, I wonder if they actually looked at any other airspace or major airports in the U.S. With that, Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I think these are for you, Mr. Soper. How often are airport arrival rates reviewed?
According to FAA procedure, they should be reviewed annually every February.
Okay. And what factors go into those reviews to determine if an arrival rate needs to be reduced?
I'm going to look at my notes real quick.
No problem.
So there is a list, and that's why I knew I wanted to look at my notes. I had this list handy because I thought this may come up. So they look at a list of things that they have listed: intersecting arrival, departure runways, distance between arrival runways, dual purpose runways for when they share arrivals and departures to the same runway. land and hold shortened utilization, availability of high-speed taxiways, airspace limitations and constraints, procedural limitations for missed approach protection, noise abatement, et cetera, taxiway layouts, and meteorological conditions all should be considered.
And all those factors in context with DCA, would you say that every one of those factors was in play with the arrival rate at DCA?
I think our staff concluded that it does not appear that, and we have focused recommendation for that very thing.
Okay,
because we think it needs to be reviewed.
Can I ask for Table 18 to be pulled up? And as I do that, I know it's going to take a few minutes. I got a couple other questions before that. What was DCA's arrival rate at the time of the accident in VFR conditions?
36 at the time of the accident.
Okay. Did the FAA lower DCA's arrival rate in the years leading up to this accident?
There had been temporary lowerings of their arrival rate, but nothing's permanent.
Were there requests made to the FAA to lower the arrival rate at DCA prior to this accident?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain in detail the request that was made to the FAA to lower the arrival rate and when that was made and who made it and why did they make it?
Yes, in May of 2023, actually, as we heard in our investigative hearing, and we spoke to this individual as well as part of our post-accident investigations, the air traffic manager from Potomac Tracon submitted a request to lower the arrival rate, specifically due to the fleet mix change that had occurred over the years and the fact that it didn't appear the arrival rate had been reviewed in quite some time, as well as the challenges they were having with miles and trail and being able to provide adequate miles and trail, and the limited constraints they have on the surface area there. It was getting difficult to be able to keep up, so they submitted a request to lower the arrival rate at that time.
And how did the FAA respond?
We were unable to locate the final, but ultimately they did nothing in response to that.
What's the arrival rate today after the accident?
It is 30 today.
Okay, so they lowered it now, but they didn't in 2023 after the request.
Correct, and it has fluctuated since the accident.
You got Table 18? Please put that up there. You can see there. This is the percentage of flight offloaded per year to runway 33 when landing in the northbound configuration. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. It's not that they necessarily the numbers that were offloaded, but it is the percent of usage of runway 33 in total operations.
You see it's used a little less now. Can you explain why?
Absolutely. I mean, that's the fleet mix that we keep talking about, different type aircraft. Less aircraft can take that runway because of its shorter distance.
Okay. I know you had are there any other ways that a controller can offload going to runway 1 other than runway 33?
Sure, there are mitigations that a controller can apply, whether it's speed adjustments, some sequencing. They can even give turns. I know the chair mentioned tromboning, which is something that occurs out in the radar airspace. But turns and speed adjustments can, but they're not as effective. So they use 3.3 most often because it works very well.
Okay. And I know you had a very good presentation on the slot program and the front end loading and back end loading and all that. My final question for this round here is, if we put this all together, what impact does a higher arrival rate than an airport can sustain, less alternatives to offload traffic due to larger aircraft, and compressed airline scheduling have on air traffic controllers?
It increases all of their workload and increases risk.
And it also makes them have to do squeeze plays and make it work?
A lot of mitigation activities.
Okay, thank you.
Member Inman.
So in that regard, we heard some testimony earlier that the local controllers stated they were a little overwhelmed about 15 minutes before the actual crash. But then we also heard that 90 seconds before the volume had actually increased. How does a controller get out of that situation?
The controller could have asked to have the positions decombined.
And I guess from a practical point of view, you've got people that are in the tower working at that moment, and then you've got people that are in a break room that are several floors below. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if I'm in 90 seconds, my volume picks up, and I say I need help, how long is it going to take to get somebody up there to help them?
It could take minutes. But he could also rely on the assistant local control and also the operations supervisor to act as extra set of eyes and to assist in any way that they could in terms of monitoring traffic until somebody could get up there for relief.
But the assistant local controller was already supposed to be the other set of eyes, right?
She was an extra set of eyes, yes. Had she known that the controller was overloaded and needed help, she also could have potentially stopped writing down helicopter information and also started monitoring traffic for him if he felt that there was an area that she needed to focus on.
And in this case, the role of that supervisor is to be monitoring all of this. Is that correct?
Yes.
So what role did they have in monitoring this? They were on station for 4 hours, and I know we kind of talked about that, but in this case, the supervisor should be the one who starts to realize it before anyone else, right?
Yes, which is why we've recommended the threat and error management training, which we believe would help with that, as well as a risk assessment tool that they can use in real time.
So is that supervisor one that actually received it out of the 5?
He received a workshop with that same name a year or two before. I think it was 2014. So it was technically before the 2017 response that we had from the FAA. So we don't know what was included in his 2014 training.
And so it sounds like he's been around for a long time.
He was hired in 2011.
Okay. I guess how does someone monitor whether a supervisor is actually actively supervising?
There would be no one there, I guess, in real time monitoring the supervisor.
So there's no real way of knowing that these supervisors are actively engaging unless it's brought up in other reviews. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to go to and this is for a reference for later, and I've got a reference that we can pull up, and I don't know if we need it. I think, Brian, 14 CFR 91.123, whenever it talks about ATC clearance obtained. Great, thank you. It says no pilot in command may deviate from that clearance unless an amended clearance is obtained, an emergency exists, or the deviation is in response to a traffic alert and collision avoidance system resolution advisory. So I guess my question is, in that regard, we're going to talk about TCAS and ADSB later, but in this instance, if they had gotten some type of warning, the pilots, could they have made any change? Or does it have to be what ATC actually tells them?
Now, the pilot is always in final command of the aircraft, and in that case, I think we're talking about a traffic advisor or a collision avoidance alert to them with a resolution advisory, and in that case, it meets that exactly where they will respond to that and they can break away from that clearance.
Okay, and we may get to that in the next section. Do we know what the ATC scope showed at the time that this incident occurred? Because I know we've had discussions about whether it rounds up and rounds down.
Yes, air traffic altitudes displayed on radar are rounded to the nearest 100 feet. And at the time of the closest time to impact that we can see there, the helicopter was shown at 300 and the CRJ was shown at 200. No, wait a minute.
Do you have that reversed?
I got that wrong. Hold on. Let me check that. They were both 3 and 4. We can look and check on that, but essentially we believe that the CRJ showed above the helicopter, but the helicopter climbed right just before impact. It showed a climb from 200 to 300. I do know that.
Okay, so we can go on the next round. You can maybe answer that for me if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. I want to, I've been asked a lot about staffing. Obviously, we felt that you determined the tower was adequately staffed, though certainly the workload was significant given positions were combined. But I do want to I asked the staff to check based on September 29th, 2025 versus, today. I think we looked at January 5th, 2026, and what those numbers were. And I'm just going to go for, certainly there are more authorized positions, but I think I'm going to focus on who was operational, meaning numbers of people available to work that are working in the tower, not what's authorized, but that are working on the tower. And so, by my, the draft report shows for certified professional controllers on January 29th, operational was 25. Today, 20. Traffic management coordinators, they had 2, today 0. Operational. Operations supervisors, 4 on that date today, or as of January 5th, 3 operational. Operations managers, 1 on January 29th, 2025. Just a few weeks ago, 2. Support manager, 1 at that time, now 2. Air traffic manager, still at 1 temporary, was what existed on January 29, 2025. Today, still 1 temporary. Staff support specialists, although authorized to have 3, there are 0. So by my calculations, you actually have a lower number of personnel today that are operational in the tower than existed on January 29th. It's not a question, it's just we provide that in the report, and so we're not going to talk about it, but I want to make sure that folks are aware of that. Certainly there are several trainees in the process, but we are at a lower number than we are today that are operational. With respect to the facility level, I do want to get into that. Talk about a little bit on, it was a level 10 facility, now it's a level 9. Why was it changed?
It was due to a change in the way they computed traffic counts.
So they had traffic counts for Potomac Tracon, they had traffic counts for the tower, which included helicopters. And at some point they said, you know what, we're going to give all those counts to Potomac Tracon. We're going to take it away from DC Tower. Once they took those counts away, the level decreased to a 9.
That is correct, and Potomac's increased to a 12.
And Potomac's increased to a 12. Here's my question. Is there a difference between the traffic that Potomac Tracon handles and the amount of traffic DCA Tower handles, or is it the same traffic?
They're still operating the same traffic in the same manner they were prior to the change.
Exactly. So this change was made. They downgrade the facility. Obviously, you're talking about things like cost of living and other things like that. But from a safety standpoint, how does that decreasing a facility, a tower level, decrease safety? How does it impact safety?
As we mentioned in the report, the biggest thing that happens there is they cannot attract the experience or get the talent into the facility that is needed to run a very complex air traffic control operation. This is the most complex airspace, one of the most, in the entire United States. And I'm not minimizing the experience of tower personnel at DCA Tower, but if you're going to attract personnel and have the most highly experienced personnel, you want a higher level facility. Why? Because they're paid by facility level. So the higher facility number, the more pay you get. In this case, everyone in the tower knows this tower is essentially treated as a training facility. You come in, you do a little bit of time, then you go out after you get your time because you want to go get paid at a level 10, 11, 12 facility. So it is a pass-through. They can't attract people here, which is a problem, and which is why we're making some recommendations on that. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Soper, is there a minimum distance between converging aircraft where a controller can approve a request for pilot-applied visual separation, or do controllers have the latitude to approve requests for the pilot-applied visual separation whenever they deem appropriate?
So when a controller is going to approve the application of visual separation, they must have approved required standard separation prior to that. So in the case of DCA, they're a Class Bravo airspace between a helicopter and a VFR helicopter and an IFR fixed wing. They would be required to have 1.5 miles of separation or 500 feet vertical separation, and before up until the point they approve visual separation.
Okay. And so after the pilot-applied visual separation is approved in a Class B airspace, you said it's the minimum step's 1.5 miles and 500 feet, correct?
Not after it's
Vertically.
approved, prior to approving it. Once it's approved, then it becomes the pilot's responsibility for that distance.
Is there a distance in there that if they decrease that range, that's something the controller has to do at that point?
No.
Okay. So when would a controller make a safety alert?
Anytime the controller observes an aircraft that they believe to be in unsafe proximity to terrain or another aircraft.
And is there there's not a designated distance or vertical separation for that, is that correct?
That is correct.
That's correct, okay. What does a safety alert entail?
Safety alert would include the words, in a case of between two aircraft, it would be the words traffic alert, followed by an appropriate traffic advisory, followed by a alternate course of action if feasible, and then the word immediately.
Should these two aircraft in this accident have received a safety alert?
Yes, we've stated that in ours, or in the report, that the controller should have issued would have been the most appropriate thing at that time.
Okay. Switch here a little bit. There was a lot of impacts on the higher arrival rate coming into DCA, changing fleet mix. We talked about compressed airline scheduling practices, the controllers and their ability or inability to continue following SOPs in order to make it work. Would you agree that one of the consequences of the cumulative effect was the deviations in traffic calls, phraseology, application of visual separation, call signs, radiocom, training records, the list goes on, and other issues that had become standard and were identified in multiple external compliance verifications of DCA air traffic control tower?
I think I understand your question, and I would say that we've outlined in the report, and staff believes that the continually increased workload for many reasons, whether you're talking about from the traffic to the combining of the positions inappropriately to whatever at the time, we believe that led to the ability for a lot of deficiencies to occur, or operating, as we heard during the investigative hearing, the operations manager said specifically we're operating on that borderline of safety regularly. So we made recommendations, obviously focused in that area.
Okay, so do you think the controllers at DCA had fallen into a state of relying on pilot-applied visual separation as a crutch, despite its many well-known and well-documented shortcomings?
Staff does believe that there was an over-reliance on the use of visual separation as a means of providing separation for aircraft and moving aircraft through the airspace so regularly.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, the last communication between the controller and Pat 25, was that an appropriate safety alert?
It was not a safety alert by definition, but it was an attempt at the time to deconflict.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Inman.
You have an answer for me, Ryan? Or you haven't maybe had a chance? Sorry.
I do have an answer for you. According to the STARS maintenance replay, the PSA Flight 5342 was at 400 and Pat 25 was at 200. The moment targets merged, we had 400 and 300.
And so the controller, if they were looking at their scope, would have seen that, at least indicated on the scope, that it was 100 feet or approximately 100 feet, depending on the averaging of the recommended route maximum altitude?
Well, it had actually been at 200 feet for a brief time there where he was at 200 right up until he was at 300, then 200 for a little bit, and then came up to 3 right when targets merged.
Okay. So, and that would have made a conflict alert, correct?
The conflict alert was active at that time, yes.
So I think in your research, I believe in the 30 minutes prior to this accident, we have 18 controller radio transmission where a conflict alert is going off. Does that sound accurate?
It is accurate.
And that actually was, it appears to be 5 separate interactions that were occurring.
We had, well, not for the full 30 minutes. We were only able to get replay information for 18 minutes prior, but in the 18 minutes leading up to it, there were 5 separate instances of conflict alert that resulted in 9 times there was a transmission with it in the background. You could hear it.
So in that 18 minutes, there were that many times, and that would have been heard in the entire tower cab?
Yes.
So I go back to the supervisor. If they're hearing a number of conflict alerts continually happening, should they not take action to say, is this a trend or is this just become a nuisance and they just avoid it?
They should, and I think that's exactly why, as Dr. Wilson has mentioned previously, we specifically have a wreck in this area there's a potential for complacency to happen or for nuisance alerts, and to try to fix that, we have a recommendation to actually adjust the conflict alert system logic.
We actually took we visited the tower last month. I know Member Graham and I did, and tried to see it in almost the exact same moonlight that was occurring on the night of the accident. Can I take you back to that? And
yes.
The question I have, and it was on the simulation that was being done, and the pictures indicated these monitors that were hanging from the ceiling. And if you look very closely, as you look at the converging paths, it's almost that the monitors are blocking the ability to see, depending on how high or short or tall you are. Is that a problem in just a tower configuration issue?
We looked at that, and actually I'm going to let Dr. Wilson speak to that because she has some information in that area.
I think it's just important to note that those monitors are movable, so they can be adjusted. And also when we talked to the controllers who were on duty, everyone said that they had no issue identifying both aircraft, that there were no limitations in them being able to see. So they didn't feel that the monitors were in a position that blocked their view from monitoring both aircraft.
Okay. And during that tour, Brian, did we talked about whether the morale and the staffing had increased, or at least the perception of the training for that tower, correct?
Yes.
During that discussion, did we hear anything about any other towers that might be having the same issues that DCA was having at the time of the crash?
I don't recall specific ones, but I do remember maybe 1 or 2 of the people from the FAA just kind of socializing that there's several, there's facilities across the NASA experiencing staffing problems and training deficiencies and the ability to staff appropriately.
Yeah, I think that's my concern, as we were talking about. They may be getting the time and attention and the training, but is there other places in the United States? Are we going to sit here 5 years from now and say the data was there 5 years ago? Because we know now the data, the people were raising the concerns. People were saying this was dangerous 5, 10 years ago, and nobody was really listening. My concern is this somewhere else in the country, and do we know that they're getting the proper resources?
Our hope, staff's hope, is the recommendations that we have in these specific areas will not just be focused on DCA, and the air traffic organization will organically look at that and say we need to look everywhere because it does apply.
How's their track record been in the past? Come on, Brian, this is your chance.
Not great.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I actually want to ask Along the lines of where Member Inman was, because I do have this question about the operations supervisor. It was on speaker, all the conversations. I mean, all the communications going back and forth. He took a call to then reduce essentially miles and trail and approve that reduction by Potomac Tracon. And I want to point out, something in our report. In the 20 minutes before the accident, the total number of aircraft the local controller was handling fluctuated between 7 and 12. At about 10 to 15 minutes beforehand, he said he was feeling a little overwhelmed. The operations supervisor said it was totally fine, no problem. I was a little bit surprised by that. I mean, even if you have procedures in place on decombining, how do you even capture to one person, he's fine, to that local controller who's busy, and maybe doesn't have 2 seconds to say, hey, let's deconflict, while the operations supervisor is listening to all of this. Everybody in the tower is hearing it. I mean, how is that not complacency? I mean, we talk about reduced alertness and vigilance, but I raised this earlier about, is it complacency? You just mentioned complacency, actually, Mr. Soper, in your answer to Member Inman.
I do agree. I do believe, and I mean, I think that staff believes there was complacency occurring in that tower on some level. But again, not to keep going back to them, but that's actually the primary reason for our focused recommendation in the area of giving them the tools that they should need, the requirement to log when they combine positions. So there's some sort of accountability and tools available to the supervisor to be able to make better decisions and understand what their true responsibilities are while they're there, instead of just kind of, here you go, you got it. He had received very little supervisory training, from what was documented from the FAA, to prepare him for that job. And so we made recommendations there. We hope would improve that.
Well, I think when we get to those findings and recommendations, I may have some more questions on that. You talked about, Member Graham had asked about what are essentially merging target procedures, where you do issue a safety alert. At what point, and Member Graham had asked about a communication, at first it was, do you have visual on that? Do you have visual on that CRJ? First of all, that you can't distinguish between a CRJ 700 and anything else in the dark with night vision goggles at that point. But at 8:47 and 41.9 seconds, the communication of pass behind the CRJ was made.
Yes.
Okay, so 8:47:41, then the collision is 8:47:59, so we've got about 18 seconds in between. Is that when that safety alert, should that safety alert been issued instead of pass behind the CRJ? Is that when, I'm asking when that should have been issued?
So from the stuff there, the time in which the safety alert should have been issued was when he first asked him, do you still have that CRJ in sight?
Okay, so 8:47:39 seconds. So that provides about 20 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. My last question is, given that apparently no one we interviewed was aware of routine close encounters of helicopters other than people in the tower, was any organization in your opinion, effectively monitoring the potential for the risk of a mid-air collision between military helicopters and civilian aircraft in that area?
I believe that's going to be discussed with some depth in the third panel today.
In the third panel.
Yes,
we'll go
ma'am.
with that back in the third panel. And Dr. Price, thank you for that. Okay. Do you have any additional questions? You have one more. Member Graham.
Let's talk about the supervisor at the time. This was brought up about the situational awareness. What did they say in the interview when asked about how many helicopters they thought were on frequency at the time?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the supervisor only recalled one helicopter.
But yeah, leading up to it, there were 5.
It varied between, yeah.
That's
3 and
considerably
5.
different. Yeah, the loss of situational awareness, I'd say. Thank you. That's all I have.
Member Inman?
I've got just a little bit of follow-up, and I want to go back to the helicopter route structure itself. And this was a little bit baffling to me that we got so many different answers from the FAA. Is there a maximum altitude for a helicopter route?
Yes, they do have maximum altitudes published on the chart, as we found.
Then why did their testimony say it was only recommended?
Because they had conflicting information on the helicopter route chart, as we outlined in the report, and produced recommendations to hopefully correct that. In one place it said altitudes are recommended, and then in another place it said altitudes are maximum.
Where I'm from, that's called talking out of both sides of your mouth.
Right. And I mean, just to add on to that, the letters of agreement with all of the helicopter operators are clear that the altitude maximum is what they are being cleared at. They are to maintain that altitude through the airspace. That's their Class Bravo clearance, actually.
Okay. And the same thing in this route structure. I continue to be amazed as we learn more about it. How can the Coast Guard tell me the exact depth of every piece of terrain that's on the Potomac, and yet someone tells us that this route is drawn with a Sharpie on one side and a riverbank on the other?
Again, we do have recommendations to that effect too, because of the vagueness of that routing, or to at least explain better so operators understand fully what their responsibilities and restrictions are.
And I guess I'll go to Bryce if you don't mind, just because of being a pilot, not going to let you off that easy. Is it not concerning that, I mean, you have 16,000 hours, I think?
About 8,000.
Sorry, doubled it. It's a long time ago. 8,000 hours. Is everything usually very precision in regard to not only landing, approach plates, everything is lined out with GPS, exactly where you have to be when you're on the bug, IFR? Is that not just a science that's defined?
Yeah, in the instrument flying world, it is very regulated, and yes, and it was disturbing to see that these helicopter routes had no lateral boundaries, and the confusion on the charts with regard to altitudes.
So it was set up for failure just by the administration of what they were telling aviators?
It was most certainly not clear, and there was a misunderstanding about what those routes also provided, which we'll, I think, discuss in more detail in another panel.
That's all I got for this one.
Thank you. Just a few for me. Dr. Kayagil, why is it important? You know, obviously, we were not concerned about anybody having been impaired by alcohol. We didn't think that was the case here. But, you know, time and time again, they're not doing testing. It wasn't just the UPS crash in Kentucky, but it was Austin, Texas, any number of investigations that we've conducted where time and again they're not doing testing. Why is it important to do testing?
Well, doing testing provides us with investigative information, obviously, but beyond any single investigation, a primary intent of drug and alcohol testing is to identify and deter use of certain prohibitive substances, as well as abuse of alcohol, with the recognition that that can impair performance of safety and security sensitive duties. So anytime you have a systemic barrier to this getting done on a regular basis, routine basis as required, that's a safety issue.
It's a significant safety issue, and it's one that could be left unchecked if they are not doing the required testing.
That's correct, and that's why we have proposed several recommendations to try and close this loop and make sure that this testing that's required is actually being done.
At the hearing, Mr. Fuller had stated, well, they didn't do testing because no one was in the tower. Mr. Soper, how long after the collision was somebody in the tower from FAA?
Within minutes.
18 minutes.
Yes.
Specifically.
Yes.
He also stated that they weren't quite sure there were any fatalities, and that drug and alcohol testing was required when they can confirm fatalities. We know that's not the only. Was it clear there was substantial damage? Was anyone unclear that there was substantial damage? Anyone?
I think beyond what's obvious in this case, the important thing to point out, as you say, is fatalities were not necessary for testing to be required.
That's right. That's correct. I have one last question for Mr. Soper or Mr. Banning, whoever wants to respond to this. We have significant traffic changes over time. We have no one who reviewed the routes. We have routes designed that were not designed to ensure separation. No safety reviews. We have arrival rates increasing. We have reductions in miles and trail, including reductions in miles and trail that night, which reduced spacing. We have less and less alternatives where controllers are using other measures to deal with getting increasing planes arrivals in due to pressure, offloading onto runway 33, reducing speeds. We have increased workload. We have a supervisor. We have all of this that was on speaker. We have a supervisor who didn't take action and then improved less spacing, more arrivals. We have an assistant local controller who had diverted attention to writing down something on helicopters at the time. And we have an entire tower who took it upon themselves to try to raise concerns over and over and over and over again, only to get squashed by management and everybody above them within FAA. Were they set up for failure?
Panel 3 is going to hit this nail on the head.
I'm asking you.
They were not adequately prepared to do the jobs they were assigned to do.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. That concludes our first portion of presentations and board member questions. And we are going to go to a 15-minute break. If we could come back at 12. We'll come back at 12. We'll start again at 12. Thank you. right, we're going to get started, so since I'm 4 minutes late on my own deadline, I will give a couple of minutes because I certainly want the families to be able to get back and hear everything. So we'll give it a few more minutes for everybody to come in and take a seat. I know sometimes there are bathroom lines, so that could be going on as well. All right, welcome back. We're ready for the next round of staff presentations, so I don't know if I defer to Mr. Wagner or tell Bryce to take it away. Mr. Wagner, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Hamady, Member Graham, and Member Inman. My presentation will begin with background information on Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, or ADSB, and the Airborne Collision Avoidance System, or ACAS. Then I will discuss the limitations of the airplane's collision avoidance system. Finally, I will present new collision avoidance technology for both commercial airplanes and rotorcraft. Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, or ADSB, is a surveillance technology that uses GPS, aircraft avionics, and a network of ground stations to determine an aircraft's location with more precision than legacy radar technology. ADSB includes two different services, ADSB Out and ADSB In. ADSB Out works by broadcasting information from an aircraft at least once per second regarding the aircraft's GPS location, velocity vector, altitude, ground speed, and other data to ground stations and other ADSB In equipped aircraft. Since January 1st, 2020, ADSB Out has been required on all aircraft in most controlled airspace within the National Airspace System. ADSB In is the capability to receive ADSB information. This information can be received via air-to-air transmissions from nearby aircraft that are broadcasting ADSB Out, or via ground-to-air transmissions from nearby ground stations. Once an aircraft has ADSB In data, it can be used by various applications to provide the pilot with information such as displaying or alerting of nearby traffic. The FAA does not mandate ADSB In. The accident airplane was equipped with and transmitting ADSB Out. It was not equipped with ADSB In. The Airborne Collision Avoidance System, or ACAS, is an onboard system that operates independently of ATC to reduce the risk of mid-air collision by displaying traffic information and alerting the pilots. ACAS works by monitoring the position and altitude of nearby aircraft that have an active Mode C or S transponder. ACAS serves as a last resort safety net when other safety barriers have failed. As shown in the figure on the right, ACAS iterations include the Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, TCAS 1, TCAS 2, and ACAS X. ACAS products can issue two types of alerts to pilots. Traffic advisories, or TAs, are aural and visual warnings used to alert the pilot of a potential collision threat. Pilots can use a display to help them visually acquire the intruding traffic. FAA and operator guidance instructs pilots not to maneuver based on TAs alone. On the other hand, resolution advisories, or RAs, are aural and visual warnings with vertical maneuvers to avert a mid-air collision. Only TCAS 2 and ACAS X products issue RAs. The vertical maneuver commands are issued to pilots to climb, descend, level off, or maintain their flight path to resolve traffic conflicts. Pilots are trained to immediately obey RAs. They serve as a backup to see and avoid the application of right-of-way rules and ATC separation services. While TCAS 1 provides TAs, it does not provide RAs. Since 1993, large transport category airplanes engaged in air carrier or commercial operations have been mandated to have TCAS 2 installed and active. The airplane in this accident was equipped with TCAS 2. As part of the investigation, a simplified TCAS display was simulated using the accident flight data. Due to technological constraints, the simulation omits details that would have been available to the crew, such as the airport symbol, course overlay, extended runway centerline, or terrain. A symbol depicting the airplane is shown in the bottom center of the display. This video shows the display set to a 5-mile range. 5 and 2.5 mile distance rings are visible. An indication, TA only, located in the top right corner, indicates that RAs are inhibited at this altitude. The blue diamond depicts the relative position of the helicopter. Below the blue diamond are numbers that indicate the helicopter's altitude below the airplane in hundreds of feet. Occasionally, an up or down arrow will appear to the right of the blue diamond to indicate if the helicopter is climbing or descending. Using accident flight data, a simulation of the accident airplane's TCAS display is shown on the right. The blue diamond represents PAT 25, and the target symbology will change from a blue diamond to a yellow circle when a traffic advisory is issued. The crew of Flight 5342 received a TA for PAT 25 about 20 seconds before the collision.
Traffic.
This is in accordance with the TCAS standards. The airplane's TCAS did not issue an RA, which would have commanded a maneuver to the airplane's crew to avoid the collision. This functioned as designed per the TCAS standard. TCAS 2 inhibits RAs below 1,100 feet above ground level when climbing and below 900 feet when descending. Above these inhibit altitudes, a TA will always progress to an RA if the threat of collision increases. During the development of the TCAS 2 minimum operational performance standards in the late 1980s, significant research and testing went into establishing the inhibit altitudes as a trade-off between maximizing the effective alerting envelope and minimizing nuisance alerts. This trade-off was made based on the technological limitations available at the time of TCAS 2 development. The accident airplane was below the RA inhibit altitude, resulting in no RA being issued to avoid the collision. ACAS X was developed as the next evolution of TCAS 2. The goal was to create a system that improved existing collision avoidance alerting while reducing the number of nuisance alerts. There are several variants of ACAS X, including ACAS XA, designed for commercial airplanes, and ACAS XR, which is designed for rotorcraft. Advances since the development of TCAS 2 standards allow ACAS XA to provide improved alerting. Among other enhancements, ACAS XA systems utilize ADSB in information in addition to transponder interrogations and replies. ACAS XA includes improved algorithms to more accurately reflect actual collision risk. The ACAS XA standards are approved by the FAA. A series of simulations conducted by MIT Lincoln Laboratory using the circumstances of this accident showed that the crew of Flight 5342 would have received a TA about 8 seconds earlier if the airplane had been equipped with ACAS XA, even though ADSB information directly from the helicopter was unavailable. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Although ACAS XA can deliver earlier and more accurate alerts than TCAS 2, the current RA inhibit altitudes under ACAS XA are the same as those of TCAS 2 and would have prevented ACAS XA from issuing an RA under the accident circumstances. Simulations of the accident conditions were performed wherein the airplane was equipped with ACAS XA. This time, the RA inhibit altitudes were lowered to 300 feet above ground level. The results of the simulations indicated that the risk of a near mid-air collision was with lowered RAs was reduced by more than 90%. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Other traffic display systems, such as ADSB in displays, can show directional traffic symbols that indicate a target's direction of flight, increasing pilots' situation awareness and reducing the time pilots need to visually acquire traffic. As depicted on the screen as a blue diamond, pilots must monitor the display over time to determine in which direction the target is moving. Alternatively, as depicted on the screen as a blue arrowhead, systems with directional traffic symbols rotate the symbol to indicate the target's direction of flight. Most TCAS 1 and TCAS 2 systems display non-directional traffic symbols. Although ACAS XA systems can display directional traffic symbols, they are not required for certification as the minimum operational performance standards are currently written. Staff have proposed 1 recommendation to the FAA in this area. Another feature that could reduce the time to visually acquire target aircraft is the detailed traffic callouts in the ADSB Traffic Advisory System, or ATAS. ATAS generates verbal alerts indicating the clock position, relative altitude, range, and vertical tendency of proximate traffic. For example, traffic, 2 o'clock, high, 2 miles, descending. ACAS does not include detailed traffic callouts that could reduce pilots' time to acquire a target. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA in this area. The accident helicopter was not equipped with TCAS or an integrated ADSB in traffic display, nor was it required to be. ACAS XR, the version of ACAS X designed for rotorcraft, is still under development. Therefore, no ACAS XR systems are commercially available. The simulations using the circumstances of this accident showed that had the helicopter been equipped with ACAS XR, the risk of a near mid-air collision would have been reduced by more than 50% without changing the airplane's TCAS to inhibit altitudes. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA and one recommendation to RTCA in this area. This concludes my presentation. Now Captain McKenney will present.
Good afternoon. My presentation will discuss U.S. Army helicopter operations and specifically ADSB out policies, transponder issues, UH-60 Lima altimeter errors, and night vision goggle characteristics. FAA regulations that require ADSB out have exemptions for certain aircraft performing sensitive government missions where transmitting ADSB could compromise operational security. The Army Aviation Brigade Standard Operating Procedures, SOP, specifically states that air crews conducting sensitive or classified operations shall emit transponder modes 3A and C in lieu of ADSB out. Transponder modes 3A and C reply to radar interrogations with an aircraft assigned squawk code and altitude making it visible to FAA radars. The SOP also prevented air crews from switching transponder modes in flight, which prevented them from switching from modes 3A and C to ADSB out once sensitive portions of the flight were completed. PAT 25 was not transmitting ADSB out during the accident flight, but had an active transponder. The lack of ADSB out information was not a factor because the transponder replies provided the same altitude information to ATC. A review of ADSB data from the UH-60 Lima helicopters at the battalion showed that the accident helicopter, as well as 7 others, did not have a recent history of transmitting ADSB out information since 2023. We found that an incorrect transponder setting on these 8 helicopters was the cause of the ADSB out issue. The Army Aviation Brigade Standard Operating Procedure restricted flight crews from changing transponder modes in flight. This restriction prevented flight crews from transmitting ADSB out when flying non-sensitive portions of their mission. Additionally, the U.S. Army did not require a recurrent check of the installed transponder to ensure it was transmitting properly, including the ADSB out function. Because of this, the battalion was unaware of the ADSB out issue on 8 of their helicopters. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the U.S. Army and 2 recommendations to the Department of War in these areas. The Baltimore-Washington helicopter route chart provided recommended paths without defined lateral boundaries. As seen in the figure, the chart provided conflicting information about whether published altitudes were recommended or maximum. This created the potential for pilot confusion about interpretation of the published altitudes. Although some Army pilots believed momentary exceedances above the published altitudes were acceptable, most regard them as maximum altitudes. However, most Army pilots interviewed incorrectly presumed complying with the published altitudes would provide them separation from arriving and departing aircraft. They rarely had the opportunity to test this presumption because they rarely encountered airplanes circling runway 33, and when they did, ATC typically instructed them to hold for arriving traffic. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the U.S. Army in this area. Aircraft pitot-static systems and barometric altimeters have defined performance specifications, including tolerances for allowable errors after manufacture. These allowable errors can generally be split up into two categories: instrument error related to the performance of the barometric altimeter itself, and position error due to the effects on the pitot-static system, such as external aerodynamic effects. Instrument and position errors can become additive, but still must remain within their design criteria. Analysis of flight data from this accident showed that PAT 25's pressure altitude parameter was about 100 feet lower than other recorded altitudes. Data from flights conducted on other UH-60 Lima helicopters at the battalion found similar offsets between indicated altitude and true altitude. The crew of PAT 25 was trained to fly the helicopter routes using the barometric altimeter, including Route 4, where the altitude ceiling went down to as low as 200 feet. The crew of PAT 25 likely saw an indicated altitude that was 100 feet lower than the helicopter's true altitude and believed they were at or below the prescribed altitude ceiling for Route 4 when they were actually about 100 feet above the altitude ceiling. The U.S. Army UH-60 Lima Operator's Manual did not contain information on possible indicated altitude errors, such as how the installation of the external wing tanks can increase position error. This information would be crucial for flight crews when flying on helicopter routes with low altitude ceilings, such as the 200-foot altitude ceiling of Route 4. Staff have proposed one recommendation to the U.S. Army in this area. Night vision goggles, or NVGs, amplify low ambient light levels to provide enhanced vision at night. As with all technology, NVGs have advantages and disadvantages. Helicopter operators generally consider the advantages to outweigh the disadvantages. The advantages include improved nighttime visual acuity of low illuminated objects where normal night adjusted vision acuity is greatly reduced, along with the ability to identify objects, obstacles, and other aircraft at a distance. To illustrate the difference between aided and unaided night vision, we can take a look at these three images. The images were taken about the same time from the same location, looking south from Haines Point. The image on the left is normal unaided night vision. Images in the center and on the right are looking in the same direction using green and white night vision goggles. In the NVG-aided images, stars can be seen along with aircraft approaching DCA as far as 14 miles, which are distinct points of light against the sky background. The water features and lights along the distant shoreline are clearly discernible. The disadvantages of NVGs include a field of view limited to 40 degrees, a monochromatic image, depth perception is degraded, both ground and airborne lights appear similar, light sources tend to have halos, and aircraft silhouettes are faint, making it difficult to determine type and size of aircraft. The pilots are trained to compensate for the narrow 40-degree field of view by using a focused visual search in sectors by turning their head. Using NVGs along the low-level helicopter routes of Route 1 and Route 4 allows for better visual detection of obstacles such as cranes and towers, which are located along these routes. NVGs allow for the detection of aircraft above the horizon at a distance. However, detection of other aircraft below the horizon surrounded by cultural lighting is difficult, especially if relative motion of that target is negligible. Determining the other aircraft size, type, distance, and orientation is difficult because of the monochrome nature of the image, degraded depth perception, halos around point light sources, and the difficulty in perceiving the aircraft silhouette. All three crew members of PAT 25 were using NVGs at the time of the accident and had 4 NVG sets on board, 2 green and 2 white. However, the investigation could not determine which crew member was wearing or using which color of NVGs. Thank you. Dr. Bramble will continue with his presentation.
Good afternoon. In this presentation, I will define visual separation and see and avoid, and I will discuss factors affecting see and avoid for each flight crew. Visual separation is a method for separating aircraft in terminal areas and en route airspace. Visual separation can be employed when a flight crew sees another aircraft and, upon instructions from a controller, provides their own separation by maneuvering as needed to avoid it. The FAA does not define minimum separation standards when visual separation is being utilized. See and avoid is the means by which visual separation is achieved. Seeing and avoiding other aircraft relies on a flight crew's visual perception, attentional bandwidth, and use of collision avoidance technology. In this case, both flight crews' ability to see and avoid was hampered by poor radio communications, perceptual limitations, workload, and the shortcomings of collision avoidance technology available on their aircraft. The helicopter flight crew was additionally influenced by expectation bias and assumptions about procedural separation between Route 4 and arriving airplanes. As the helicopter was crossing the tidal basin, the controller advised, PAT 25 traffic just south of Wilson Bridge is a CRJ at 1,200 feet for runway 33. Several other aircraft were visible in the same area at that time. NTSB night vision goggle observations conducted later from the roof of a building near the helicopter's position, illustrated by the image on this slide, indicate the helicopter crew was likely unable to visually identify the CRJ in question because it was surrounded by similar-looking targets. This slide shows the helicopter's flight path in green, the Mount Vernon visual approach to runway 1 in yellow, and the airplane's circling approach in blue. Helicopter CVR recordings indicate that the controller's statement that the CRJ was circling was inaudible to the helicopter crew due to static interference. The crew's workload was high at the time, and hearing the word circling might have helped them better anticipate the CRJ's subsequent flight path. As the helicopter traveled down the Potomac River, perceptual limitations subsequently reduced the ability of the crew to notice the airplane as a potential traffic conflict. These included the narrow field of view provided by the crew's night vision goggles, a window post that intermittently obscured the crew's view of the airplane, a complex array of adjacent city lights, workload, divided attention, and lack of apparent motion as the airplane converged. 12th Aviation Battalion pilots carried electronic tablets that were wirelessly connected to a portable Stratus ADSB receiver that provided ADSB-in capability. As shown in the yellow circle on this figure, the tablets ran a mobile application called 4Flight that was capable of displaying traffic symbols overlaid on a VFR sectional chart. Pilots typically strapped these tablets to one thigh while flying the helicopter to assist with navigation and traffic awareness. However, viewing the tablets required pilots to tilt their heads down away from the outside view and the flight instruments as shown in this figure. Army pilots said they did not reference these tablets when flying low level on the DC helicopter routes due to high workload and the need to frequently reference both the flight instruments and the outside visual scene. Therefore, it is likely the pilots of PAT 25 did not reference the tablets when flying Route 4. The 4Flight mobile application was capable of providing yellow traffic caution and red traffic warning visual alerts as shown on this slide with accompanying oral alerts. However, visual alerts would have gone unseen without a visual inspection of the tablet, and oral alerts likely would have been inaudible due to cockpit noise and their lack of integration with the helicopter's intercom system. Further, it's unknown whether the tablets were turned on with the 4Flight application open and configured for alerting at the time of the accident. An integrated collision avoidance system with audible oral alerting and a traffic display within the pilot's instrument scan could have drawn the pilot's attention to the developing conflict and assisted them in locating the conflicting airplane. Staff has proposed one recommendation to the FAA and one recommendation to the Department of War in this area. Radio communications came into play again when the controller asked if PAT 25 had the CRJ in sight. The controller did not provide a clock direction or distance. As a result, the helicopter crew did not know where to look for the target. As shown in this figure, there were multiple other airplanes in view that could have been mistaken for the CRJ. The local controller directed the helicopter crew, PAT 25 passed behind the CRJ. However, the crew was unable to hear the words 25 passed behind the due to a partially blocked audio transmission. As a result, the message the helicopter crew received was PAT CRJ. The instructor pilot responded that the crew had an aircraft in sight and requested visual separation. The controller, unaware that his transmission had been partially blocked, approved the request. Hearing the instruction to pass behind the CRJ might have prompted the helicopter crew to ask a question of the controller or perform a broader visual search. Staff is concerned that blocked transmissions can lead to miscommunications and reduce flight crew and controller awareness of potential hazards. As a result, staff have proposed one recommendation to the FAA and two to the Department of War in this area. The helicopter crew's communications and actions leading up to the collision indicated that they lacked an accurate mental model of the CRJ's location and intended flight path. As a result, baseline expectations likely drove the instructor pilot's visual search. Only 5 to 7% of northbound arrivals typically landed on runway 33. Therefore, the pilots likely assumed the CRJ, referenced by the controller, was one of several airplanes approaching runway 1. The instructor pilot's comment, "kinda come left for me," reinforces the idea that he thought one of the airplanes approaching runway 1 was the airplane in question, because although deviating to the left would have increased the distance from those airplanes, it would not have alleviated the conflict with Flight 5342. Moreover, neither the helicopter pilot nor the instructor executed an avoidance maneuver or vocalized any concern prior to impact, indicating they were unaware of Flight 5342 approaching from the left. I will now discuss factors affecting the airplane crew's ability to see and avoid. The local controller never provided a traffic advisory about PAT 25 to the crew of 5342. The use of separate frequencies by airplanes and helicopters prevented the airplane flight crew from hearing the helicopter's radio transmissions. This likely reduced the crew's awareness of the helicopter's location and intentions and their ability to anticipate a potential conflict. FAA guidance on pilot response to TCAS traffic advisories, which had been adopted by PSA, stated that pilots should respond to a traffic advisory by attempting to establish visual contact with the intruder aircraft. Pilots were explicitly prohibited from maneuvering based solely on a traffic advisory. FAA guidance on response to TCAS resolution advisories, which had also been adopted by PSA, stated that the pilot flying should respond immediately to resolution advisory displays and maneuver as indicated, even if doing so conflicted with their air traffic control instructions, unless such action would compromise the safety of flight operations. When an aircraft is below resolution advisory inhibit altitudes, TCAS automatically switches to TA-only mode. PSA's Flight Operations Manual listed TCAS inhibit altitudes. However, when 5 PSA pilots were asked about the inhibit altitudes during investigative interviews, only one was able to correctly state the inhibit altitude that applied to the accident scenario. Flight crew workload was high at the time the traffic advisory occurred, resulting in limited capacity to look for and acquire the conflicting traffic, and the pilots did not see the helicopter until it was too late to avoid. The pilots likely would have performed an avoidance maneuver if a resolution advisory had occurred. However, no resolution advisory occurred, and the crew was likely unaware of the severity of the developing conflict until just before impact. The captain was manually flying the airplane and turning left onto final approach for runway 33 and decelerating when the traffic advisory occurred. This required careful control of the airplane's lateral path, thrust, airspeed, and vertical path. Doing so required the captain to reference the flight instruments, as well as the runway 33 edge lights, and a precision approach path indicator, or PAPI, on the ground. The captain likely did not have the spare capacity to perform an extensive visual search for conflicting traffic at that time. As pilot monitoring, the first officer was also responsible for ensuring the approach remained stable. Doing this required him to reference the flight instruments, the runway 33 edge lights, and PAPI. In addition, the first officer was likely monitoring the airplane departing runway 1 to ensure it would not conflict with their landing on the intersecting runway. Thus, the first officer's capacity to search for potentially conflicting traffic was also constrained. The ability of the airplane flight crew to notice the approaching helicopter in the final seconds while engaged in these primary tasks was further degraded by the helicopter's low conspicuity, complex background of cultural lights, and by the helicopter's lack of apparent motion in the visual scene. This concludes my presentation. Staff is now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much. We will now move to board member questions. We'll start with Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I want to pick up with visual separation as it applies to the helicopter operator. It was clear from the interviews we did and the investigative hearing and other information uncovered during the course of this investigation that all helicopter operators in the DCA Class B airspace had come to expect that they would request visual separation from DCA tower almost immediately. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
That's correct. And that, I want to iterate this point. It wasn't just Army. It was all the civilian operators also, according to Mr. Dresser's witness statements in the hearing.
That is correct.
Okay. Was it also true that in an interview with the Army standardization instructor pilot post-accident, He stated that he and other pilots he knew would request visual separation from traffic that they had not yet visually acquired.
Yes.
Are pilots allowed to request visual separation from traffic they have not positively identified and acquired according to FAA regulations?
No.
No. I'm kind of amazed by that comment in the interview. You being a longtime pilot, as myself, and I think Captain Stone in the back, longtime pilot. When you're given a traffic call, what are you to do, and what is your response to air traffic control?
Yeah, once you receive a traffic call, then you search for the traffic and you identify it. If you can't identify it, you tell traffic that you have negative contact or that you do have visual contact.
Okay. Would you agree with that, Captain Stone?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you're still looking for it, you maybe make some comment like that I'm looking for the traffic. But once you identify it and then you ask for visual separation, are you required at that point to keep your eye on that traffic?
Absolutely.
And if you lose the traffic at any point, what should you do?
You'll have to notify ATC that you have lost the traffic. Yeah, traffic is no longer in sight.
Would you agree with that, Captain Stone?
Yes, that is correct.
Did that happen in this case?
No, it did not.
Did not, no. I like that you pointed out the fact that it would be pretty much impossible to pick out which one the traffic was in your visual study out there. Now, 15 seconds prior to the collision, the helicopter IP, they were about a mile away from 5342. Requested visual separation, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do you believe, or the rest of the team believe, that they had sight of the correct aircraft at that point?
We don't believe he had sight of the correct aircraft.
Yeah, I would agree. And unfortunate for them. Do you think if they, and this is an opinion question, if they had sight of that aircraft where it was, they would have made some kind of positive control movement to deconflict with the aircraft?
Absolutely.
Had an appropriate safety alert from the air traffic controller, would that have helped in this situation?
I believe it would have, because it would have directed their direction they needed to look for the traffic. So they would have looked in the 1 to 2 o'clock position for the traffic, and they would have possibly identified it.
I agree. Do you feel, and I'm going to ask this of Dr. Bramble, do you feel the lack of the circling call that they did not hear the helicopter crew? Do you think that played into them not being able to visually acquire the aircraft?
I do think it had an impact, yes.
Now, they did, as far as we can tell, did hopefully hear 3-3, but how do you think that played into this at all?
So they were high workload at the time, calling out cranes in the middle of a turn. The instructor was giving the pilot feedback on use of paddle, and they heard this partial transmission that said the CRJ was going to 3-3, realizing that was going to conflict with their flight path further on Route 4, required them to do a fair bit of thinking about the transmission, and it appears that they didn't process that information very deeply, just thought that target is a long ways away, we'll worry about it later. If they had heard the word circling, that would have been a salient cue that something unusual was going on here that they might need to keep an eye out for.
We'll talk more about this when I come back. I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Member Inman.
So, I just want to establish something, I guess, is a little bit of a baseline. Bryce, have we established what we believe to be the exact altitude at which this crash occurred?
Yes, I think we have. I think we believe it came together at 278 feet. Is that correct, Ms. Diaz? Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to try to get that. Now, Captain McKinney, I want to go back to your presentation, your deck. and it was on page, I just want to clarify something. It was on page 25 that we stated PAT 25's pressure altitude was 100 feet lower than other recorded altitude data. But then on the next slide, we say on slide 26, likely indicated altitude 100 feet lower than true. Do we have a difference between what we verified and what we know to be absolute?
Between the absolute altitude of what the aircraft was at versus what we believe they thought they were at.
I'm sorry, one slide says that it was 100 feet lower. The next slide says likely was 100 feet lower.
It might just be a statement, but the FDR recorded pressure altitude, if you made the correction for the local barometric conditions, was 100 feet lower than the other altitudes. And we believe that that is likely what they saw on their altimeter.
Okay. I'm just trying to get to that area because it's whenever we say likely and was, sometimes that can be a little bit different. So we indicated, at least in the airworthiness report, that flight testing by Sikorsky found that the installation of the external store systems would increase this position error, meaning that would change possibly what the altitude would be. Is that correct?
Yes. When you install the wing tanks, it changes the pressure dynamics around the outside of the aircraft and can lower the recorded pressure altitude.
So is there any way for a crew to mitigate that, or do they have to just take it into account and know that it's there?
I would pass this to Mr. Shin.
Shihun?
For the UH-60L, the crew would have to take that into account mentally in their mind.
So is there anything in their, at least pre-flight or training or manuals, whenever they know they're going to have stores, that they would pre-brief or at least indicate that or make it aware between the crew?
That information was not in the UH-60L operator's manual.
So they just kind of have to know?
We don't believe they knew, since the Army did not have that published in the manual.
Okay.
And we have a recommendation in that area.
I understand. I'm just trying to build into some of the, as we said before, there's not individuals. This is a systemic issue with a lot of manuals and a lot of policies. How do they educate Army air crews on the position error when they will encounter with this ESS? Is that in their flight training? Is it passed down? Did we get any information of how flight crews would know this?
They wouldn't know it. It's not in their manual. It's not in the training.
Okay. So in the I'll go into a different area real quick. So we did some discussions in regard to ADSB and the alerts. And I guess if the helicopter, so let me go back. If an ADSB display indicates a traffic advisory or an RA, does that override a controller's instruction as a pilot?
Yes.
But earlier in the last panel, we showed where it needed to be an emergency, or it had to be something in regard to the FAA circular, specifically what the controllers are told. And no pilot in command may deviate from that unless the minute clearance is obtained, or emergency exists, or the deviation is a response to a traffic alert and collision avoidance system resolution advisory.
Yes, if it's coming from an ACAS system and it's a resolution advisory, then the pilot is authorized to deviate from the ATC clearance by the FAR that you had up on the screen earlier.
So I guess my question is, if we ask them to lower the RA threshold from the 900 feet now, does that mean that all air traffic controllers will have to be retrained, as will pilots?
There will be training, yes.
I'm just curious if that injects additional risk.
There's always some risk associated with that, but I think the staff has thought this through and think there's much more benefit to it than risk.
I'm not disagreeing with your recommendation. So don't let me think that. I'm just trying to make sure we get all the facts out there.
Thank you. Good thing we have an FAA that will, when doing rulemaking, determine any risk and address that risk, including training needs. When you are flying an MSL route, Mr. McKinney, would you be using your barometric altimeter?
Yes,
That's what you'd be referring to?
that's correct.
And could the left seat pilot have easily observed altitude indications on the opposite side of the cockpit?
It will be a little difficult, but they can see it.
Looks a little difficult from
Across cockpit, yes.
Yes, we actually did an observation in the simulator. It was very difficult to see the instruments on the opposite side because they're inset and you'd be looking from the side.
Correct. So 17 seconds before collision, the aircraft were about 0.84 nautical miles apart. The helicopter's recorded radio altitude was 281 feet. They would have thought, given our assessment that the barometric altimeters, they thought they were 100 feet lower. They would have thought they were below 200 feet, correct?
Correct.
6 seconds before collision, it was 266 feet. Again, they would have thought they were under 200 feet.
That is correct.
4 seconds before collision, 278 feet. Again, they would have thought they were under 200 feet. They would have not known.
That's correct.
Okay. So we have established that they thought that they were below 200 feet. We conducted 3 demonstration flights. All 3 showed barometric altimeter readings that were 80 to 130 feet lower than true altitude. We also looked at the ESSS, which would add an additional 30 feet. Were the instrument, and so we've got instrument errors, we've got position errors, and then from rotor downwash, right? And then we've got some adjustments for temperature on the day. Were the instrument and position errors known by the Army? Army, not the pilots.
Yes.
How about the pilots?
No.
Should they have been?
Yes.
Would it have made a difference if they actually knew they were below 200 feet?
I believe it would. They would incorporate that into their training, and then they would fly a more appropriate MSL altitude on those routes.
Yeah. So you have this tolerance stack of a bunch of instrument position errors. You've got temperature correction, which all add up to this 100 feet. Then you've got the addition of 30 for the ESSS. What is the Army doing to address this?
They're adding that information into their flight manual for the pilots.
Are they going to not just have it in writing on a manual, but actually train their pilots accordingly on what to do there?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay, so 100 feet difference may not make a difference in Afghanistan, but it certainly makes a difference when you're on helicopter Route 4 crossing civilian aircraft on approach to landing to runway 33 where there's only 75 feet of vertical separation. There's zero buffer, nothing. Yeah. Dr. Bramble, can you talk a little bit about your expertise? You're a national resource specialist for the NTSB. Talk about your expertise in human performance and some of your background.
Sure. I have a PhD in human factors from an interdisciplinary program in psychology and industrial engineering, and I worked for a flight safety, a flight training and simulation company for a few years. I've been at the NTSB for 27 years, investigating major accidents for the last 24 years, and I chaired the Human Factors Working Group for the International Society of Air Safety Investigators, and I currently chair the Government Specialist Subcommittee with other human factors investigators from 10 other countries.
Do you believe the limitations of see and avoid, which we've referenced back to 1968 in numerous investigations, 96 alone within the past 2 decades, could be overcome simply by telling a pilot to do better, pilot diligence in scanning for traffic?
No, we need to do a better job supporting pilots in that task.
And I'll come back to that. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I want to go back to trying to figure out why Pat 25 crew didn't positively identify Flight 5342. Dr. Bramble, can you explain what expectation bias is?
Sure. It's sort of related to confirmation bias in that when you have a strong expectation about things going a certain way, you tend to notice confirming information and overlook disconfirming information.
And is expectation bias a well-known vulnerability in human performance?
Yes, it is.
Yes, we see it a lot, don't we?
Yes.
Captain McKinney, did Army 12th Aviation Battalion flight crews receive any specialized training on the route structure, including approach and departure paths at DCA?
They did not receive specialized training. The training they received was general aerial familiarization, and of course, their basic airmanship. They'd recognize, runway alignments and traffic in that way, but there's nothing specific about DCA.
Okay, so would it be fair to say that their expectations for where traffic would be arriving and departing from at DCA would be driven by their experience?
Yes.
Okay, rather than formalized training, correct?
Correct.
Okay. As we pointed out in that table I had up earlier, table 18, we see that about 90% of that traffic, even at night, going on a north flow, landing runway 1, majority of that traffic was landing on runway 1. So with their prior experience, I would say the majority of the time, if not almost all of it, they would have been seeing traffic landing on runway 1 and not on 33. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct, and that's what we heard in their statements also when we interviewed them.
So, Dr. Bramble, would that lead to some expectation bias maybe?
Certainly, that's a perfect setup for it.
Yeah, I mean, I might have a little theory here and be speculation, but I don't think that hearing anything on 3.3 or the circling before 3.3 would have made a difference in this case, unfortunately. Knowing what expectation bias is, and if you don't have that traffic initially, but you're looking at a line of lights, that may have led them to continue to look towards runway 1 immediately. Just, it's a theory, but we don't know, and we'll never know. Let me move on to Mr. Wagner. I want to talk a little bit about ACAS XR. How has ACAS been adapted for the rotor wing aircraft?
ACAS XR is different from previous iterations of ACAS in that instead of just offering vertical maneuvers to aircrew, it offers also horizontal maneuvers. And additionally, the committee that's writing the minimum operational performance standards is looking at having significantly lower inhibit altitudes for XR when compared to XA or XO, for instance.
Okay. And you said it's commercially, it's not available at this point, correct?
It's still in development, that's correct.
What are minimum operating performance standards or MOPS?
So minimum operational performance standards, MOPS, those are basically a set of criteria that an organization like RTCA develops to say what a company would need to verify that their product meets those standards in order to get a certified product.
Have those standards been developed yet for ACAS XR?
They are in development currently.
Okay, so my concern is the simulation that we run, what performance standards are used? Or is it these ones that they're maybe they're thinking of having, or what do we know? What are the performance standards for the simulation?
So the simulation used performance standards that they are still in draft. There's some ability to modify those. However, in speaking with the committee chair just a week ago, he stated that they intend to have the standards finalized by December 2026, so within less than a year from now.
Okay.
So we believe that it's mature enough technology that we can make recommendations in those areas.
So the simulation software is a best guess at this point of how it's going to be, the standards are going to be?
I wouldn't characterize it as a best guess personally. I think that there's still a couple small things that they need to validate before they finalize the standard.
Okay.
I think Captain Stone may be able to offer a little bit more information.
Be quick, I'm past my time.
No, I would say the standards are 95 to 98% complete, so they're much more than just in development.
Okay, and how long have they been developing this for?
A long time.
Long time. Okay, thank you.
Member Inman.
I want to go back to this. This was actually an evaluation flight. So we know that there's evaluation going on, and I'm kind of concerned or wanted to figure out, maybe this is human factors or actually an expectation bias. But we noted 27 mentions of wind and turbulence, a brief loss of the crew coordination on who was flying, a failed landing, and a pilot-initiated wrong turn, all during this evaluation flight. At what point does an instructor pilot say, we need to knock it off? It's time to end.
Well, this was a proficiency evaluation, you're correct. And so the pilots being evaluated on their ability to fly the aircraft, manage cockpit resources, navigate, and whatnot. I think as an instructor pilot, doing an evaluation, don't really, you're looking for an unsafe action or situation where you would call it knock it off. Otherwise, I think most instructors just continue with the flight.
Do you think instructor pilots are given enough latitude or at least direction on when they should knock it off?
Yes, that's totally their decision.
I know it, but are they given enough training in that regard?
I believe so. They're specially selected because they have good judgment abilities.
Do you think that this IP was empowered to end it, despite evaluating a senior ranking official?
Absolutely. He was the instructor pilot in command.
Okay. In their pre-flight risk assessment, do they take into account how many hours a pilot has recently flown?
Yes, they do.
And how is that weighted?
They use a risk assessment tool called an RCOP, and then that information is automatically integrated into the risk assessment tool, and a risk rating is generated. It's based on how many flight hours they have, the recency, in what modes of flight they've flown and whatnot. So it's automatically generated.
And I think we've heard that all the crew members aboard both aircraft were qualified to perform their duties. But is there an attempt or a bias in order to try to know that we've got a deadline to get this done, we need to get it done regardless of what happened?
We did not, the investigation did not reveal anything like that.
Okay. Okay. This is just for my awareness too, and it was interesting whenever we, unfortunately, we do listen to the CVRs to make sure that we're getting the tone and tenor. And I've always heard of the sterile cockpit rule that applies under 10,000 feet for commercial aviation. Can you describe that?
Maybe Captain Stone can. He's an airline pilot.
Yeah, so it's below 10,000. Usually it's 10,000 feet. Some airlines have it up to 18,000 feet, and it's basically only operationally significant information can be discussed. So you can't have a conversation about where we're going to go eat tonight or anything like that. So it's got to be directly related to the safe operation of that flight.
Does the same thing apply to military or to helicopters?
Not with helicopters, no.
Helicopters
you're
in general?
operating below 10,000 feet almost all the time.
So it's a different risk for a helicopter than it is for a fixed-wing airplane?
different risk.
They're treated differently, I should say.
That's correct. Helicopter operations are typically low altitude. You're always going to be communicating with your crew on the situation of the aircraft, looking for traffic, navigating, and communicating with each other about what's going on. So yeah, that's always going on in a helicopter.
Okay. And I know we talked a little bit earlier about the bias that these pilots had not been seeing aircraft arriving on 3-3 very often. Did we have a number of ATSAP reports on that? Did we find where this was specifically more defined at night? Do we have any data on that?
I think that's something that we'll be covering in the next panel.
Okay. I'll wait for the next round.
Thank you. This may be for Mr. Hoyt. Hi, Nathan. Welcome to the discussion. All right. So I referenced in my opening statement a 1968 mid-air collision, and again in 69, which was the worst air disaster in Indiana and remains so. We just passed, not a few years ago, the 50th, the mark of the 50 years since that occurred. And I mentioned the board's significant work in 1968 and 69 to hold mid-air collision public hearings in general and issue a number of recommendations, including, again, after 1968, recommending the expeditious development of a collision avoidance system and implementation on all civil aircraft. Also of note, in July of 1969, was the NTSB's first ever recommendation on another collision avoidance technology, positive train control, to prevent train-to-train collisions and to prevent incursions, is basically a train slamming right into a work zone and hitting people. We issued a recommendation on positive train control so numerous over the decades, over 50 years, that I could hardly count. It was many, many times, sometimes 6 times a year. For 50 years, we issued that recommendation. In 1969, there was no standard for positive train control. There was no group that got together and agreed on a written document of a standard for positive train control. It didn't even exist. Did not exist. But we recommended it. And guess what? Yes, it took us 50 years to get there. But Congress mandated it. They mandated it because of our recommendation, but in between 1969 and when it was mandated and fully implemented in 2020, over 300 people died and 6,200 people injured, seriously injured. Death after death after death. It wasn't the first time we issued a recommendation where technology did not exist or there was no standard in writing. Let's just review 1968, when seatbelts came into play. We issued our first seatbelt recommendation, now knowing 450,000 lives were saved. Think about the tremendous pushback on seatbelts at that time. Nobody wanted to wear a seatbelt or install them in a car. But we were right out there championing it. 1970, we issued a recommendation to rapidly shut down failed pipelines, now known as automatic and remote control shutoff valves. Didn't exist in 1970, but we investigated 15-something explosions, including one at a daycare that killed so many people. So many people over the years. Excess flow valves is another one, to shut off distribution pipelines before a house exploded. We kept after that one time and again. An excess flow valve didn't even exist at the time. Ground proximity warning systems, 1971. Wind shear detection technology, 1973. Car seats in passenger vehicles, 1983. Runway incursion technology, or ASDX, 1990, direct pilot alerting, we're still after it, 1990. Automatic emergency braking, forward collision warning, 95. Fuel inerting systems, 1996. Electronic stability control, 2002. Advanced speed limiting technology, 2011. Connected vehicle technology, and thank you for Member Graham for championing connected vehicle technology. First recommendation, 2012, didn't exist. Drug and alcohol detection technology, whether it's DADS or driver monitoring, it didn't exist. 2012. If not us, then who? Every single time we have championed technology to push for lives saved. And when we issue a recommendation and FAA decides we can't do it this way, we need to find another one. Mr. Hoyt, is there an option for FAA to say, well, we can't do it this way, but we are going to do it this way?
Yes, if a recipient has another alternative plan or solution for recommendation, they can propose it to us and we'll consider it. And if we think it's appropriate, we will close it acceptable alternate action.
Thank you very much. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I want to talk about technology now, too. I've been a big proponent of technology to help as a backup system out there. TCAS was a big deal when it came out. It has matured over time to be a really good thing, and it has saved my rear end a few times over the years with a resolution advisory. Unfortunately, in this situation, this accident, it had limitations where it wouldn't work or wouldn't be effective. I think we've gotten to the bottom of that. So I want to talk a little bit about ACAS and ADSBN going forward here. I think it's important to point out I'm a believer in ADSBN, but I'm only a believer if we do it right and how it's integrated into the cockpit. Just to have it in is worthless, but if we do it right, what would that look like, Captain Stone?
It would require that there be directional targets and that it's in a location on the cockpit in the primary field of view of the pilot so that they could see it. And also the audio for the alert integrated into their audio system so they could hear it.
Yeah, so I would agree with that. You know, what else would be good tied in with that? Would it be directional alert, range, altitude?
Yes, and one of our recommendations, we're asking that more information be given to traffic alerts, and that's the first step in this, in developing situational awareness as to where the traffic is, where the conflict is, and we're recommending that be enhanced beyond what it is today.
I would agree. We've seen in the past just to have ADSBN and Ketchikan for our IIC, Mr. Banning, that just having it without an alert, a oral alert, or a visual alert was useless, was it not? And unfortunate. So let's talk a little bit about ACAS. Is ACAS, does it incorporate ADSBN?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So is that just one of the inputs to ACAS? Would that be correct?
Yes, ACAS can function off of interrogation and reply just like TCAS does, but it has the ability to actually look at the geometry, which TCAS really doesn't look at geometry. So.
Correct. Is there any iteration of ACAS out there that would allow for the ADSBN to make the clock code, range, and altitude callouts?
There is no ACAS that's specified to do that today, but it could be.
Could be. It might be neat if we're going to use it. ADSBN with it, it would be nice for the crew. So these systems are great, but they're not the primary means of traffic deconfliction in most cases. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's primarily air traffic controlled separation and could be visuals, which could include visual separation.
Correct. Yeah, and in this case, this unfortunately was an incorrect visual separation, I would say, on behalf of the tower and the aircrew in this case. And yet, if we had some of this technology in the future, maybe this accident doesn't happen. But it was a breakdown initially in the visual separation. I see my time's up. Thank you.
Member Inman.
I appreciate, Chair, you bringing up the PTC, and it actually resonates with me a lot. And I would go back to whenever I was the Chief of Staff of the U.S. Department of Transportation, 2020, we actually got that implemented. But it also reminds me that it was another recommendation, and unfortunately from the Colgan air crash in 2009 that had been outstanding, the pilot record database that the NTSB had recommended, and it took from 2009 until 2019 to get the FAA to adopt that. And I will say this, and being on the receiving end of that, and I'm going to speechify a little bit, but it's going to take everyone in this room and everyone that's watching. I think we have a receptive administration, a receptive secretary, a receptive FAA administrator, but you have to continually put that in front of them. And that's how PTC, that's how PRD, the Colgan families became huge advocates, and that's how they were successful in getting that done. So it's a good message to know that we don't give up, but no one else can give up either. So I just want to mention that. Let me go back to see and avoid. Are pilots trained differently to see and avoid versus a helicopter pilot versus a fixed wing pilot?
Not particularly.
Is it not just basic knowledge that you don't hit something? Sorry.
Yes.
I mean, isn't that the core fundamentals? Don't hit something else, and yet we're using this terminology to see. Rocky, I see you back there laughing a little bit, but I know it's not funny, but it is. It's so ludicrous. It's kind of ironic, I think. Am I wrong in that?
I agree.
If I could add, I mean, in order to avoid something, you have to first see it and see and avoid. And I think we identified some challenges in this case for that.
I just wonder why we're continuing to let, and I don't disagree that technology can help avoid part of that. But I go back to we train people to see and avoid or request visual separation. It seems like it's just meant for the sake of expediency rather than it is actual safety. Is that a good assumption?
I think staff determined in this case that there was an over-reliance on it in order to ensure the efficient flow of traffic in the terminal area.
So it's more about getting the planes efficiently where they need to be.
We believe there was a drift in operating practices due to that pressure, yeah.
I think, shouldn't it be getting them there live versus efficiently?
Yes.
It's a little rhetorical, I know, sorry. In regard to night vision goggles, is there ever a time whenever a helicopter crew would advise the air traffic control, or they would let them know that we're in a training, either in a training flight, a proficiency flight, or using night vision goggles?
Right now, there's no requirement to do that.
But we've identified increased risk, obviously, when helicopters are using night vision goggles and operating in a complex airspace.
There's advantages and disadvantages in using night vision goggles, and all the helicopter operators in the National Capital Region use them because they think it's advantageous.
But it doesn't, they think it's advantageous because they're able to better discern oncoming traffic, or because we've seen from our visualization, it significantly reduces your field of view.
Right, for helicopter operations, you're flying at low altitude, so you're not just looking for other traffic, you're looking for ground obstacles and other aircraft that are lower to the ground, other helicopters. So the night vision goggles are a big advantage in that environment.
Dr. Brandel, did you have something you want to add?
I was just going to say, yeah, operating without them would likely increase the risk for helicopter crews, but we have made other recommendations that would reduce the risk of collision in the area, such as relocating their route so they don't have to spot oncoming airliners and increasing the use of collision avoidance technology.
Okay. I see I'm out of time.
Thank you. Rocky, does American Airlines have ADS-B on 302 of their A321 aircraft?
Yes, I do.
That was cockpit display.
And it has a cockpit display in the pilot's primary field of view, yes.
Yes, I flew jump seat and was able to watch it in operation. Tim, you're a pilot. Do you have ADS-B in?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And you have a receiver that you bought. It was a Garmin, probably a couple $100, right?
I think about 400, but yes.
And what does it provide you?
So the interesting thing, I'm not flying a 121 airline.
That's right.
But for me, I do fly a 1931 biplane. Okay, so this airplane has no electrical system whatsoever. I have to turn the propeller by hand to start it. But for $400, I bought an ADS-BN unit that velcros to my panel, and using my phone in my ear, if I get traffic, I can hear the direction of that traffic, how far it is away from me, a clock position, and its altitude.
Great. Olivia, can you pull up the PowerPoint slide that I had sent to you all on the 48 seconds? All right, so what we're looking at here on your right is had PAT 25, they had a 4-flight. Do you have 4-flight, Mr. LeBaron?
Yes, I do.
So you have 4-flight with ADS-B in?
Yes.
And so this, had they gotten that alert and had it been integrated in the helicopter, would have had 48 seconds before collision to do something. We know for a fact, or we know from our analysis, that they didn't realize that plane was there on the left. There was nothing. On the left here, we have flight 5342, and we did a simulation. They're barely even, they're just circling now from the Wilson Bridge 59 seconds before collision with ADS-B, and they would have gotten an alert instead of 19 seconds, correct? Anyone?
Yes. That is correct.
That is correct. So would you rather have 19 seconds or 59 seconds?
Well, I'm not sure who the question's to, but I'd rather have the 59 seconds.
That's correct. That's right. I mean, look how far out they are. That is our simulation. So let me tell you, with respect to ADS-B, the NTSB has recommended ADS-B out and in, supported airborne traffic advisory systems that include oral and visual alerting functions 17 times since 2006 on Part 121, Part 135, and general aviation aircraft. In 2008, the board took a position in response to an FAA notice of proposed rulemaking which required ADS-B out. That the NTSB expressed concern that the FAA did not plan to require ADS-B in capability. We stated the safety board believes that the benefits of ADS-B technology warrant rapid adoption. We stated our concerns in that letter. We said to FAA at the time said they had not identified as a requirement for maintaining safety and efficiency of NAS operations. We told that we disagreed, said their assessment was incorrect, and that equipage of aircraft with ADS-B in capability will provide an immediate and substantial contribution to safety, especially during operations in and around airports. We went on to say ADS-B in provides a ready method of sending warning information to pilots, providing confirmation of clearances, on and on. It is a backup because why? Humans make errors. We know this. Why do you have technology? I mean, Member Inman talked about, they implemented positive train control. Guess who wrote it in legislation? That'd be me. Why? Because of your work. over and over and over again. And so we went on to continue recommending ADSB in. I wonder where we would be today if they actually did it when ADSB out was required. Where would we be today? Perhaps we wouldn't even be here. 59 seconds. 48 seconds. We might not have to be here. So my time is up, but I'm going to come back to this. Member Graham. Member Inman. Okay, just along those lines, I do want to stress when we're thinking about where we are today, I want to read the last two responses from FAA, and it predates this administration. Honestly, thank you to Secretary Duffy, who has been a partner from day one on this. You know, when your first day on the job is a devastating tragedy, that stays with you for the rest of your tenure, if not your life. And what did he do? He committed to ADSB in. And the last administration, June 26, 2023, a response from then acting administrator of the FAA, Polly Trottenberg, was the FAA's this is to us, the FAA's Air Traffic Organization and Aviation Safety Organization met to discuss this recommendation and review all guidance and requirements associated at the time in response to Ketchikan. Parts 91 and Part 135 and ADSB out and in, we determined that our current ADSB requirements adequately address the needs of aviation safety and will not pursue any additional ADSB requirements at this time. And then we had another one, the last from them was November 6, 2024, Mike Whitaker, response to us saying, based on our discussions, it has been determined that our current ADSB requirements continue to adequately address the needs of aviation safety. The FAA will not pursue additional ADSB operator requirements at this time. In other words, they were okay without and not in. For those that are watching, that's like having a conversation with a wall. In order to communicate two entities, out, you got to receive in. You got to take that information in. Now, in this case, you know, and I might be at 5 minutes. Do you want to? In this case, I want to ask one thing about TSB. If this aircraft had ADSB in, and we know that the Army's helicopter had ADSB out, would have been on, but it was programmed incorrectly on installation, so it was basically not transmitting out. But even if, and I've seen comments, it wouldn't have mattered. I've seen this in the press. It wouldn't have mattered if it had ADSB in, because that aircraft, that helicopter, ADSB out wasn't working. Do you agree with that? Am I going to ask Mr. McKinney or am I going to ask Mr. Chihoun?
So the helicopter was not transmitting ADSB out, but with the TSB service, that would provide the helicopter's position to ADSB in displays.
So in other words, even though the helicopter wasn't transmitting out, if that aircraft had ADSB in, it would have gotten information. Is TSB everywhere in the airspace?
No.
No, it's not, which is why we still need, I see the Army in the audience, this does not mean you don't get a pass on ADSB out. The TSB isn't everywhere. You have to have ADSB out and in. Okay. Anything further? Okay. We're going to take a 15-minute break, lunch break. Apparently, I don't know what time it is, and 1 hour. We'll be back at 2:30. Thank you so much. What? Am I good? Everybody's satisfied? Okay. I'm Jennifer Homendy. I am chairwoman of the National Transportation Safety Board, and thank you for being here today. We have spent half a day now focused on finalizing our investigation report from the mid-air collision near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. This has been a 12-month endeavor through some pretty difficult times, including the longest government shutdown in history. But our team is expert staff, and it really has been an all-hands-on-deck effort. There has been a lot of testing of equipment and simulations that we've gone through over months. And now we're pleased that we're at the point where we can release our findings, our probable cause, and our safety recommendations, which we'll get into this afternoon. I will tell you, though not public yet, the draft report is well over 500 pages. I can't remember the last NTSB report that was that extensive, but also in addition to that, our evidence is quite extensive, exceeding 19,000 pages in our public docket. So with that, we still have an afternoon where we're going to get into some additional issues and then get into the findings, probable cause, and safety recommendations. But I'll take a few questions. Chris, you were the first to raise your hand. I will ask if you can state your name and your affiliation. If you could keep it to one question, largely because I need another coffee. But also, you know, if we need to do more than one round, that's okay. Go ahead.
Chris Van Cleve from CBS News. There's very clear frustration from the board, it sounds like, when it comes to the FAA's role in all of this. Should the FAA have known there was a problem? Should something have been done?
The question is, should the FAA have known there was a problem, and should something have been done? Absolutely. The data was there. The data was in their own systems. It was the NTSB working with them to determine that there were 15,214 close proximity events, 85 of which were serious, over a number of years. That's just the data. Why collect data if you're not going to analyze it? Then they were supposed to conduct annual reviews of helicopter routes to consider, are they still safe? Is there utility to keeping them? Should they change? We couldn't find any evidence of annual reviews, nor could FAA tell us who did them. That is astounding to me. It's one, I believe, failure after another. But we can talk about the pilots, we can talk about air traffic controllers, we can talk about traffic. What we need to really talk about is a tower and tower personnel who were repeatedly saying, we have a safety problem here. We have a hot spot at the end of runway 33 and we need to do something about it. We have helicopter routes where we have unsafe practices right now. We need to do something. How many times do tower personnel, who, by the way, put their own helicopter working group together and kept submitting one recommendation after another? We need help, we need help, we need help. Apparently falling on deaf ears. So I will also get she sounds angry. We should be angry. Because for years, no one listened. This was preventable. This was 100% preventable. Frankly, having a helicopter route crossing runway 33 with only 75 feet that means 75 feet of vertical separation. What that means is 75 feet, at best, separating a helicopter and civilian aircraft. Nowhere in the airspace is that okay. Nowhere. This shouldn't have existed. Tom, you were the second person. I apologize.
Madam Chair, Tom Costello with NBC News. Are you concerned that there may be other hotspots right now that the FAA is not paying attention to?
Question is, are there other hotspots? And am I concerned that the FAA is not paying attention to those other hotspots? The answer to that is yes. The FAA did a evaluation of the national airspace, I believe, as a result of Senator Cruz and Senator Cantwell asking for that evaluation. I'm not sure that I'm not comfortable with it. I keep hearing about other areas in the airspace where they're concerned. Burbank is one where commercial airlines have called me to say the next midair is going to be at Burbank. And nobody at FAA is paying attention to us. So whether it is involving helicopters or not, people are raising red flags. And why aren't people listening? The FAA has to ensure safety. That is their job. Yes.
One last one on that, the air current. So I know we have yet to see the text of the recommendations that will come later this afternoon. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how you plan to sort of address some of the cultural issues that the board has displayed here. I know that we've talked about like specific things with respect to equipage or whatnot, but how do you address some of these big cultural issues that prevented, say, controllers' recommendations from being elevated or from Army pilots really understanding some of the risks in the airspace they were flying in?
The question is, how do you change culture, essentially? And are you just referring to FAA or also Army?
Everyone, yeah.
I mean, culture is the hardest to change in any organization. I can tell you this much. I knew there was a safety culture problem when we had a hearing on the door plug. We had a hearing and I asked a question, do you have a good safety culture? I asked Boeing, they said, we could do better. I asked Spirit, we could do better. I asked FAA, they said, our safety culture is great. My response was, the individual organization that says they have a great safety culture is the problem. Because I'm the NTSB chair. We are the safety organization. But safety culture, having a good safety culture is not a destiny. It is a continual journey. It is a continual improvement process. So if you look at my own agency, frankly, I always think there's room for improvement. Always. But changing culture is so hard. So I have to say I want to work with FAA. I want to work with the leadership at FAA. I know the board wants to work with the leadership at FAA in partnership to figure out what we can do to help improve safety culture. We have heard from so many individuals who won't even put their name on anything, don't want to be interviewed formally because they are afraid of retaliation. That's terrible, because what happens then, people won't speak up when there's a safety issue. I know that this is on Administrator Bedford's, top of his mind, and the Secretary, we've talked about it. But we've got to figure out a way to improve safety culture.
So is the FAA falling down on safety?
That is two questions you got. I will come back to that after I call on these two, Pete and then Josh. I knew it was Josh. I just need to make sure. Yeah, I just was making. Yeah. Okay, Pete.
Chair, I'm Pete Hunting with CNN. There was a lot of talk today about ADSB. Would ADSB have played a factor in preventing this crash, and can it prevent future crashes like this?
Absolutely, ADSB would have helped prevent this crash. We did simulations in Flight 5342. The crew in this accident from TCAS got a traffic alert at 19 seconds before collision. You know what a pilot is doing when you get a traffic alert? You're looking around going, well, where is it? Not visible in this situation. They would have with ADSB in, gotten an alert at 59 seconds before the collision and been able to take measures to avert it. For the helicopter crew, 48 seconds. They didn't even know. It is clear from the CVR they didn't even know it was on the left.
Should more airlines equip with ADSB?
Should more airlines equip with ADSB? Absolutely, all of them. And we're not just talking airlines. ADSB in, there's already ADSB out. ADSB in, which is receiving information about aircraft that's in the airspace, should be on Part 121 commercial airlines. You got passengers. You want to see what's there? It should be on Part 135 operations. And it should be on 91 general aviation. It should be throughout the airspace as required. Everywhere there's ADSB out, there should be ADSB in.
So what's your message to the special interests who push back against this? Sorry.
Wow, that's 3, and I really limited. Okay.
But really, I think it's an important question because, like, it seems that there are a lot of people who don't want this for one reason or another.
Then I'd say the question is, there are a lot of people who don't want this for one reason or another. I'd say, are you for safety? You want lives lost? Then don't do it. But if you want lives saved, implement it. We've been after this for years, since 1968, frankly, and going back. I've got Josh, then I'll go back to your second question. Josh.
One more.
Oh no, we can't. I wasn't real good at the. Just give me a peanut butter sandwich.
Josh Einiger, MS. The Route 4 is over. The conflict with helicopters and commercial air traffic at DCA is hopefully a thing of the past. Two-way, obviously, but your investigation has revealed tremendous issues with DCA as it is. The structure of the airport has been in place since the 40s and it's drastically outmoded. It's chaos daily to this day. Does this give you any second thought? It's your home airport, about the safety at DCA and what is it going to take to make it a safer place?
Well, I certainly think about how can we make it safer? That's why we're here. It is my home airport, and it's where I fly out of and choose to fly out of, my whole family. Aviation is safe, is in general, but these are complex systems where there are safety gaps. And when you have certain conditions, certain systemic vulnerabilities that allow for error, you have to address those conditions. I will, though, take a little bit of issue on, well, this isn't an issue at DCA. If you look at the national airspace evaluation that FAA did of all the other places for helicopter routes, they did not evaluate the other helicopter routes at DCA. They only looked at 4, and we're going to have something to say about that coming on.
Have you looked at the other routes around it?
Where's that is not for us to do. FAA needs to do that. Geez, I don't even know. Well, you had your hand up before. Then I go to Dave, and then I go over here.
Chairwoman, appreciate your time. Ben Dennis with DC News Now. Do you have any evidence that one person or several people were purposefully negligent leading up to this crash? And if not, and if it was a period of systemic issues, how can the FAA actually be held responsible?
On negligence, I mean, if we felt there was any sort of negligence, there would be probably some criminal component to that, and we'd have to refer that to the authorities. So we don't have any evidence of just plain out negligence. With accountability, I mean, that's why we issue recommendations, and we're going to push hard to pursue implementation of those recommendations. It isn't that we ensure a safe airspace until our recommendations are implemented. Right now, we have 300 recommendations that have not been implemented on aviation safety, which were issued after people died. And those need to be implemented to save lives. Dave?
Real quick, you mentioned in one of the presentations that the FAA rejected a recommendation to move or get rid of Route 4 after this 2013 near miss. You also referenced
the failure to do the alcohol testing after these incidents, you know, a litany of other issues. What is the, and you've dealt with the FAA a number of times, you referenced Polly Trottenberg and Mike Whitaker's letters saying we're not going to do the ADSB recommendations. What do you think the cultural problem is with the FAA? Is it just the agency thinks it knows better, or doesn't? I mean, what is, like, from all the time you spent on the FAA, what's the problem?
Question is, what is the cultural problem at the FAA? What is the problem with them taking these recommendations seriously? I can't answer that. I wish I could. I don't know. But they definitely need some serious reform. Yes?
I'm Pavan Achari with Politico's Transportation Team. I wanted to ask about the Rotor Act, which relates to ADSB technologies. It passed by unanimous consent out of the Senate last month, but it hasn't moved forward in the House at all. Have you talked to House leaders about the bill since then?
So on the Rotor Act, I've been very focused on this investigation. It's a lot to read, 19,000 pages. I read it all over again right before we do a final report, and to prepare, it's a lot to prepare for a board meeting. So I've been very focused on this right now, but appreciate the leadership certainly of the Senate in getting that out. And I do intend certainly to talk to others, you know, on the House and Senate.
Is the FAA falling down on safety?
Is the FAA falling down on safety? I would say that they did fall down on safety. I believe that this Secretary Duffy, and Administrator Bedford are committed to safety. I've had numerous conversations with them about improving safety, not just in our airspace, but in other modes of transportation. I believe they are committed to safety. This did not happen on their watch, and I'll hold them to that commitment.
Last one?
Did you?
I had a previous FAA chief say to me that the airlines were their customers, that the FAA was treating airlines like their customers. They had to be responsive to customers. That's been a number of years ago. Is there a mentality within the FAA that airlines are to be served as opposed to holding them accountable?
Is there a mentality in FAA on that airlines should be served as customers rather than holding them accountable and ensuring safety? I don't know that. I'm sure I've heard things over the years, the same sorts of things that you mentioned, but I don't know that for a fact.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
that could be used to measure mid-air collision risk. I will also discuss who had access to those data and how they were used before the accident. Finally, I will discuss SMS programs at PSA, the FAA Air Traffic Organization, or ATO, and the Army. Within days of the mid-air collision, the Aviation Safety Information Analysis and Sharing System, or ASIAS, provided the NTSB with data concerning encounters between helicopters and commercial aircraft near DCA. The initial reports indicated that there had been thousands of so-called close proximity events near DCA in the years before the accident. In the weeks and months that followed, seemingly conflicting estimates of proximity events and near misses were shared by FAA. As a result, the NTSB formed a safety data group with the goals of documenting safety data sources that could have provided indicators of mid-air collision risk before the accident, whether those data were available to stakeholders, and how they were used in the context of SMS safety assurance processes. The data sources were grouped by whether they were comprised of safety occurrence reports or whether they represented objective position data. This slide lists the safety occurrence reporting systems we reviewed. The blocks outlined in yellow were managed by the FAA, including the Aviation Safety Action Program, or ASAP, the Air Traffic Safety Action Program, or ATSAP, Mandatory Occurrence Reports, or MORs, and the Near Mid-Air Collision System, or NEMACS. The Aviation Safety Reporting System, or ASRS, was managed by NASA, and the Army Safety Management Information System, or ASMIS, was managed by the Army. The primary sources of the safety occurrence systems were pilots or air traffic controllers. The systems varied in terms of whether reports were required or voluntary, and whether those who reported voluntarily were de-identified and protected from punishment. There was also variability in which stakeholders had access to the data. Our review of subjective safety occurrence reporting systems found that more than 18 reports per year on average of close calls between airplanes and helicopters near DCA in the 4 years before the accident. When available, we reviewed event descriptions and found reports describing issues like those found in this investigation, including airspace complexity, problems with ATC communications, challenges with combining controller positions, and helicopters flying above recommended altitudes. This slide provides an overview of the position data systems we reviewed. Again, the blocks outlined in yellow were managed by the FAA. The primary sources of data were from aircraft and from surveillance radar. The Flight Operations and Quality Assurance, or FOQA, and the ADSB systems provided information about TCAS resolution advisories and traffic advisories. Systems known as Aviation Risk Identification and Assessment, or ARIA, and Performance Data and Analysis Report System, or PDARS, provided objective information about aircraft proximities using radar and other surveillance data. Data accessibility varied by source, and although the FAA generally had access to all data sources. Our review showed evidence of numerous close encounters between airplanes and helicopters near DCA. For example, TCAS resolution advisory data captured by ground-based receivers identified about 15 events per month on average within 10 nautical miles of DCA. The ARIA system found that airplanes and helicopters came within 1 nautical mile laterally and 400 feet vertically, an average of 390 times per month. PDARS found an average of 65.6 instances per month in which airplanes and helicopters came within 1,000 feet separation, and 5.6 instances per month in which they came within 500 feet separation. This heat map shown on this slide comes from PDARS and shows encounters between arriving and departing airplanes and helicopters flying on routes 1 or 4 for the period January 2018 to February 2025. Additional analyses of radar data found that nearly half of all helicopters that transited Route 4 went above altitude limitations at least once along the route. However, we found that neither the FAA nor the Army identified these exceedances before the accident. In all, we found that multiple safety data sources, including occurrence reporting systems and objective position data, showed evidence of mid-air collision risk between airplanes and helicopters near DCA in the years before the accident, but existing systems did not recognize or mitigate the risk. We found that key stakeholders either did not have access to or were not making full use of the data. For example, some of the systems used to analyze radar data for close proximity encounters in this investigation had rarely been used for that purpose before the accident. We found that there was no standard definition to signify when aircraft are too close, which hindered the ability to track their incidents over time or to compare risk levels of different locations. Lastly, although helicopters regularly triggered TCAS resolution advisories for airplanes approaching DCA, we found that helicopter operators were largely unaware of their involvement in these events, and there was no standard mechanism to alert them after such events. Staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. Next, excuse me. Next, I will discuss the safety management systems that were in place at the FAA, PSA, and the Army at the time of this accident. Multiple investigative groups coordinated to document and evaluate these systems. The United States is a member of the International Civil Aviation Organization, or ICAO, which sets standards for SMS. It calls for inclusion of 4 main components: safety policy, safety risk management, safety assurance, and safety promotion. Building and sustaining a positive safety culture is also considered foundational to an effective SMS. Both PSA and the FAA developed SMS programs using this model. ICAO requirements do not apply to military aircraft operations. The Army, therefore, had unique regulations and guidance for aviation safety programs. In the remainder of my presentation, I will focus on SMS policies and implementation by the ATO and the Army. At the time of the accident, the FAA had an established SMS for several of its organizations, including the ATO and ATO facilities, such as the DCA Tower. Its SMS policy described the required 4 components of SMS. However, this investigation revealed gaps in ATO's application of safety risk management and safety assurance in comparison to FAA's guidance for other service providers. We found that unlike the FAA SMS guidance for operators, which established requirements for coordinating with relevant external parties to collect and share safety hazard information, the same requirement is not reflected in the ATO SMS guidance, which is limited to bargaining unit representatives and management at FAA air traffic facilities. There was no formal process at DCA for the FAA to share information about helicopter route traffic, TCAS resolution advisories, or potential conflicts with external stakeholders. The formation of a helicopter working group was an example of an informal collaboration among multiple stakeholders designed to promote safety. However, as previously discussed, that group was not able to effect changes such as relocating helicopter Route 4 or adding hotspots to the route chart and spots with potential conflicts. We found that the ATO's application of its SMS did not recognize and mitigate the risk of a mid-air collision at DCA, nor did it effectively coordinate SMS activities with the external stakeholders. As a result, staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the FAA in this area. We also found that ATO management eroded the overall safety culture within ATO by not supporting its workforce, encouraging open communication, identifying and mitigating operational challenges faced by controllers, or fostering a just culture. Interviews with ATO staff indicated that they feared retaliation for raising safety issues, and management often discouraged filing reports because it made the facility look bad. Interviews with current and former DCA tower personnel indicated that morale had been low for years before the accident due to the 2018 facility level downgrade and from the FAA's lack of transparency regarding the metrics used to support that decision. External compliance verifications at DCA between 2022 and 2024 identified non-compliant items, including lack of staff support, poor communication between Potomac TRACON and the DCA tower, and concerns about potential conflicts with helicopter routes, but the ATO failed to recognize these items as indicative of problems at DCA. Finally, DCA tower management personnel were reassigned after the accident, an action that appeared inconsistent with the characteristics of a positive safety culture. As a result, staff has proposed one recommendation to the Department of Transportation in this area. With respect to the U.S. Army safety assurance policies, Army safety programs were required to incorporate an occupational hazard reporting and investigation program managed by unit aviation safety officers. Aviation safety concerns could be submitted using operational hazard reports, or OHRs, which required filling out and submitting a form detailing the issue. OHRs submitted to safety officers were to be corrected at the lowest level possible. When FAA facilities or operations were involved, it was sent to the nearest Flight Standards District Office and to the Department of the Army Regional Representative. The Army Safety Management Information System, or ASMIS, was another venue to report safety events, including mishaps and near misses. Mishaps and near misses were broadly defined and could include both aviation and non-aviation safety events and events that occurred on and off duty. Although helicopters had triggered multiple airplane TCAS resolution advisories, and they had been the subject of safety occurrence reports submitted by airplane pilots and controllers, the Army's safety reporting programs did not provide information about those encounters. An Army review of ASMIS found no reports of aviation mishaps or near misses near DCA area or OHRs referencing the DC helicopter routes or other hazards in the area. Interviews with Army pilots suggested that participation in voluntary reporting programs was limited. Additionally, the Army did not have a program to monitor operational flight data for its helicopters, and as a result, was unaware of routine altitude exceedances and related risks in the DCA terminal area. Such a program could have not only helped identify altitude exceedances, but may have also raised awareness. Safety and Occupational Health Management System, or ASOMS, the Army's first official SMS framework. The elements described in the directive are similar to ICAO SMS components described earlier. The directive required incorporating ASOMS in Army safety program regulations by September 2026, and it required Army commands and organizations to be fully compliant by the end of calendar year 2030. Our reviews indicated that progress has been made in incorporating the directive's requirements in policy documents, but ASOM's implementation has been slow, which may stem from several causes, including resource and staffing issues and a distribution of safety management responsibilities across Army organizations. Additionally, we found that the Army lacked a positive safety culture in that its aviation safety system did not have the capacity, resources, or analytical mechanisms to consistently detect, interpret, and act on weak signals of latent hazards. Overall, we found that the Army's process for allocating resources to aviation safety management did not ensure development of a robust SMS for helicopter operations in the Washington, D.C. area. As a result, staff have proposed 2 recommendations to the U.S. Army in this area. This concludes my presentation, and we are now ready to answer your questions.
Thank you. Member Inman.
Thank you. And I'll go back. And Dr. Price, that was really helpful, I think. I guess I also want to, because you kind of broke it down a little bit differently, because I pulled some information out of our report. I think it gets to the same place. But we state that performance data analysis and reporting, or PDAR, indicates there were 4,067 encounters between 2018 and 25, in which separation between the helicopters and the fixed-wing aircraft was less than or equal to 1,000 feet. In 348 of those, the separation was less than 500 feet. To what extent did the FAA utilize that data prior to this mid-air collision?
Thank you for that question. In the case of PDARs in particular, after this accident was the first time that that system had been used in this fashion to look at the incidents. And in fact, it was a novel use of this system and a very useful one for our investigation. But before this investigation, PDARs had not been used in that fashion.
So I want to go back to the different ways that people can give information. So the way I read it, there's currently the Aviation Safety Action Program, or ASAP, the Air Traffic Safety Action Program, or ATSAP, the Mandatory Occurrence Reports, or MORS, the Near Mid-Air Collision Systems, NMACS, the Aviation Safety Reporting System, ASARS, and the Army Safety Management Information System. Now, collectively, it sounds like pilots and individual controllers were ringing a bell saying something's dangerous, do something. And I'm just curious, is the FAA, were they taking this information? Do they have the capacity? And will they take action on it? That's 3 questions in one. I'm sorry, Dr. Price.
Well, certainly there were numerous different reporting systems that provided information about near misses and events that were happening at DCA before this accident. And the FAA did have access to all of those systems. Our investigation revealed that in general, the reviews of these systems were largely happening kind of on a case-by-case basis and weren't necessarily being looked at in an aggregate fashion. And when we do a look back, of course, we can see that there was a definitive pattern in these data, both with the safety reporting data and with the position data that I mentioned. But as the FAA even noted in our public hearing, that was something that, although they had opportunities to see, they did not detect and mitigate before this accident.
Since that time, have they indicated that they are using this data correctly?
Thank you for reminding me about that question. Since the accident, we do have evidence that the FAA has put some of these data to use. They did a helicopter route analysis in 10 different cities with 16 airports where they used these data to look at and assess risk in airports that had helicopter traffic. And they have made some recommendations as a result of those. One of the things that we remarked on, though, is that they are still not using a standardized approach for looking at that issue, and it's something that we think is necessary to have more of a standard definition of what constitutes a close proximity event, so that there can be a way of comparing one airport to another or looking at trends over time, rather than what is kind of a hodgepodge, if you will, right now of different ways of measuring this.
So I guess even though he didn't present, Captain, just want to get your attention first. Are you under the impression whenever people file these reports, somebody's actually listening?
I would say generally you file a report and you don't hear anything back.
So what's the purpose of filing a report?
Dr. Price can probably answer this better, but I think it goes into a database.
You're asking what is the purpose of a voluntary report?
I guess I think a lot of people in aviation and a lot of us believe if you're saying something, somebody's looking at it or they're going to take action. Is that a misperception?
Well, no. I think that these safety reporting systems are vital and they serve an important purpose, and we would hope and we would like to believe that when a pilot or a controller files a voluntary safety report, that it will be looked at and will be considered very seriously. And like I said, there is some evidence that there was some case-by-case analyses of reporting, but I think the pattern was missed, and that's where we've proposed recommendations that we think can get at that.
Thank you. So we looked at, for different separations, less than 1 nautical mile lateral, less than 400 feet vertical, and this is something we worked out with FAA and looking at the data, and that gave us the 15,214. Then we looked at less than 600 feet lateral, less than 400 vertical, it gave us 210. And then less than 1,500 feet lateral and less than 200 feet vertical, which gave us 85, right? And
yes,
so, so the FAA has 10 different sources of data that they're taking in. It's a lot of data that they request. They say they're data-driven. ATO did a top 5 every year, and it says they're data-driven. I would say they are not. I was stunned, absolutely stunned, when Senators Jerry Moran and Duckworth held a closed-door briefing and invited me, invited the Army, invited FAA, and was asking us for an update and asking us questions, and data came up. And I talked about our 15,214 events that we've identified, the 210, the 85, and FAA said, actually, it's 5. My 5. And this isn't the first time. Every time we release data that FAA gives us, they come up with some new thing 2 hours later. And it's just how you want to define it. Now, my guess is, so and you tell me if I'm wrong, you worked with MITRE and the FAA on what the definition should be. That was you and them working together to figure that out for our urgent safety recommendation. Then right after we release it, they say, ooh, that makes us look bad, I guess. So they redefine it themselves and decide they should go with 600 feet lateral, 200 feet vertical to come up with 5. So is that correct?
Well, Chairwoman Hamidi, I will be honest and say staff was never able to determine the exact source of where that 5 near misses quote came from, in spite of requesting that explicitly. We have some ideas about what it could represent, but to be honest with you, we never got the clear response from FAA about the source of that 5 near misses quote.
Yeah, so I have to tell you, and we're gonna get into this, but Dr. Price, right before our hearing, actually maybe 2 months before, a month and a half before the hearing, I got calls from staff saying, we need your help. I can't get information out of the FAA. We need data, we need help. Can you help us? I weighed in several times. We finally got a response. Then you, Dr. Price, my staff, and Mr. Lauren Groff, you all participated in a phone call with FAA. FAA, you said, this is the information we need. FAA said, okay, put it in writing and we'll get it to you. This is the agreement on what we'll provide. So you'd put it in writing, and the response was?
In some cases, we were told that our requests were out of scope.
Well, in this specific request, they basically told you no.
In this specific request, we were given some information about near mid-air collisions, but it didn't match the number 5, so that was the source of the confusion there.
But there was a response from Matt Kabeck that I have in writing that says after they agreed to provide you information that they responded and said no.
I think I know what you're referring to, and that was an instance where we had gotten some data from the ASIAS program, and we had additional follow-up questions about that. Right. And then as a result of that, we were told that we needed to request that data directly from the Air Traffic Organization, and we followed up and did that. And we were told that the Air Traffic Organization would not duplicate work that had already been done by ASIAS.
Even though part of the request was an additional parameter that you gave them?
Yes, ma'am.
That was not a duplicate?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think many people would understand that the military has unique missions and demands that necessitate deviations from what might be standard or accepted in the commercial world. A proper comprehensive safety management system should not be one of those things. As well documented by our team in their presentation, neither the Army's Safety Management Information System nor their Safety and Occupational Health Management System individually or combined comprise an acceptable SMS. I have relentlessly beat the drum of SMS across multiple modes of transportation and organization since I arrived here at the NTSB. And I truly believe that the military should be no different on this one. The core pillars of SMS are intentionally broad concepts that can be adapted to any operation. In particular, any operator regularly conducting flights in Class B or other congested airspace should have an SMS to properly manage their risk. Our airspace is only as safe as its weakest aircraft or least safe aircraft or organization. Dr. Price, I got a question or two for you, and maybe somebody else might want to jump in on this too, I don't know. As you mentioned, the Army Safety and Occupational Health Management Systems included some elements of what's similar to an ICAO SMS components. While that is true, is it also true that this program was not a standalone for the Army Aviation Battalions?
Member Graham, I'd like to ask if Dr. Bramble would address that question.
Yes, you're correct. Aviation was just one application of many of their safety and occupational health management system.
Okay. What other categories of potential hazards or other than aviation safety were included in this program?
There was a wide variety, including tactical, off-duty, automotive, many things unrelated to aviation. There were 14 different areas, I believe.
Well, I'm not going to say that those aren't important. They are important for each unit, but I think what became abundantly clear during the course of this investigation is that the Army aviation safety cannot simply be lumped in with all of those other elements. Is it true that the Army's Safety and Occupational Health Advisory Council, which met biannually to review, among other things, workplace safety hazard logs, work-related illness and injuries, civilian case incidents, worker compensation costs, and installation hazard abatement?
Yes.
Yeah. And while these biannual meetings could also cover the covered items directly related to aviation safety, can you share why this does not meet the level of what you would expect to see through like an aviation safety action program or a FOQA program or in the granddaddy of them all, the ASIAS system?
Sure. I mean, I guess the first difference would be that it's integrated with the command structure and run by the commander. And in the case of an event review committee or something like that, you'd have sort of the safety and QA folks working it independently and advising management. Secondly, those types of committees in commercial aviation tend to have much better data streams, such as FOQA data, LOSA, ASAP, that sort of thing.
They had they had an employee reporting system, is that correct?
Yes, they had two different ways that reports could be submitted.
And were there many reports to look at?
No, in the case of occupational hazard reports, there hadn't been any received by the brigade in the last year, and in terms of the Aviation Safety Management Information System near-miss reports, there have been 5 from the 12th Aviation Battalion, 3 wildlife strikes, 1 case for a crankshaft left open on the ground, and 1 off-duty report.
What benefits do you believe the Army would gain from having a standalone, fully resourced SMS program dedicated to aviation safety, which they don't have today?
Well, they would likely have better resources, better focused, aviation-focused analytic capabilities, better data streams, and a better focus on identifying weak signals of latent risks in the system that represent low probability, high consequence accidents, the kinds of complex system failures we're talking about today.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Bramble.
Member Inman.
So I want to go to the, actually in the Safety Data Group Chairs Analysis Report, we indicated that the Aviation Risk Identification and Assessment, or the ARIA system, was designed specifically to identify air traffic operations that represent potential safety risks, even if operations are technically deemed compliant. We received testimony, I think, from the FAA Eastern or Safety Group for the Eastern Service Area that ARIA looks at the interaction of aircraft, so how they are moving towards each other, and generates a report. I think we looked at, I believe, 874 of those just between 2022 and 24. To what extent did the ATO use this risk and this data to understand prior to the mid-air collision what was going on?
Thank you. The ATO was using ARIA, as you specified. They were reviewing on a case-by-case these 874 events that they referred to as preliminary ARIA reports. The system itself would generate something for them to review when aircraft came within a certain proximity. An algorithm would feed a report to them for review. They had quality assurance teams that would conduct those reviews and assess. And what we found was that their assessments were largely through the lens of compliance. So they were looking to see if there was any kind of lack of compliance, and if there was, they would categorize it, and if not, they would categorize it into another category. Interestingly, within that set of 874, none of them had been identified as being near mid-air collisions, even though we knew from other sources during that time period that pilots had made those reports. So that was what made us concerned and feel that there needed to be other ways of looking at these data in a systematic way, and we've made proposed recommendations that we think can address that.
It's interesting you use that word. Is in your opinion, or just what you viewed, is the FAA more interested in enforcement or safety?
Well, with respect to these data, I do think that the ATO in particular was looking at some of these data through more of the compliance lens. The FAA certainly has the capability to look at data in a more holistic way. We do have evidence that, for example, the ASIAS program is doing that and that it is being done. I don't want to say that it's not being done, but in this instance, with these particular types of data, we did feel like they weren't looking at it in kind of an aggregate or big picture risk focus, but rather a compliance-based way.
And I think that's a nice way of saying it, probably. But I would offer, again, the same thing. Are we going to 5 years from now be saying we're seeing something that the data was there again? Because it seems like every 2 or 3 years, it's almost whack-a-mole. We continually go back and say, oh, they're looking at it, they're trying, and then we just come back and we have another incident.
Well, one of the recommendations that staff has proposed has to do with asking FAA to establish a standard measure of close proximity, making that public, and then creating a database so that all of the stakeholders can have access to those data so that people can conduct analyses and be aware of these types of events.
So is it the public's responsibility or is it FAA's?
Well, we would certainly expect FAA to analyze those data, but because those data are available and can be public, there are a lot of different stakeholders who are interested in this, and having that data available to a wide range of people is one way to ensure that it can be, there can be transparency and can be looked at.
Let me ask, I guess, a different way. I'm kind of curious because we can go through this report and a lot of different things. If you could change one thing at the FAA today and make everyone safer, what would you do? I'm not trying to lead you into a question, Dr. Price. I'm just interested in your opinion.
Well, sir, I think everyone at this table would have an idea of what they would want to do. I am a safety data person, so you know, I would like to see better sharing of safety data information, better analysis of safety data information, and the recommendations that our group has proposed in this area, we hope can move forward in that, because then it can allow for better foresight and better prediction of risk in the system.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to talk about sharing of data, which you mentioned with external stakeholders. Can you talk about that a little bit? First, how does NTSB get its data?
Chairwoman Tomini, there's a variety of different ways we get data. We own some data. We are the shepherds or the stewards of some aviation data. We access publicly available data. We can request from FAA lots of different kinds of data. And there are some sources of data that are proprietary. For example, as I mentioned, the ASAP and ASAP voluntary reporting systems and the FOQA systems that are part of the ASIAS program that are proprietary, and we have a special agreement memorandum of understanding with FAA, and there are certain situations where we may request those data.
Some data systems that FAA have, we still pay for.
That is correct. That is correct.
Instead of the sharing of data. So how about industry? How does industry get, say the commercial airlines, how would PSA get information from FAA?
Well, PSA, as many airlines, are members of the ASIAS program, which is a collaboration between industry well, it's a collaboration among many stakeholder groups that's managed by a third party that brings information together and allows them access to it. So that's one way that PSA and many operators get safety data.
Some of the criticism of that, though, is that it's outdated and old by the time they get it.
Well, we were told in this investigation that there were lags between when they were contributing data and when they could see that data. And so,
How
yes,
long?
Sometimes 3 months.
How about the Army? Do they get the data?
We asked Army about their use of FAA data. Before the accident, they did not routinely request data from FAA. In the public hearing, they said that they were interested in starting that practice, and we queried them again recently, and we do know that they have made some outreach efforts to FAA. We know that there has been some conversation about them becoming participants in the ASIAS program. I think there have been some challenges with that. And again, I think some of the recommendations that staff is proposing, we hope will help to foster that type of sharing.
Did the FAA ever give the Army data?
To the best of my knowledge, no, they did not.
Right. And we'll get to, well, what are the biggest barriers, I guess, to that information sharing?
Well, I think that some of the barriers that we identified was that there wasn't a common language of sharing some of this information. So there wasn't kind of a common language. We also just found that some parties, as we mentioned, as we just alluded to, didn't have access to some of the data sources, and in some cases weren't even aware of it. And I think another barrier that we saw was that even though there was this kind of ongoing stream of reports coming in, that those individual reports, those NEMAC reports, those ASAP, ASAP reports weren't leading to the questions and looking at things in a bigger scale, looking at kind of is this a system approach? And I feel like that linkage was also kind of missing.
Okay, one more question on the data side. Can I ask Mr. Groff a question?
Certainly.
Hey, Lauren. You and I have talked about this, that there are some concerns with an over-reliance on AI by FAA, that there are some challenges there, that if that they've got to be careful on the use of AI to pick up trends to make sure it doesn't discount some reports. Can you just talk about some potential benefits you could get from the use of AI to help them identify trends, but then also some potential downsides?
Sure, thank you for that. There was some discussion even in the investigative hearing on use of AI. The term is widely used to include a lot of kind of algorithmic computer process. And so what is it that you're actually talking about when someone says AI as a question? And I think in this case, it is being used. FAA is using it in some cases when they have large volumes of pilot reports to make sense of them, categorize them, and group them, and it directs attention there. I think one of the things, even the ARIA system could be considered to be AI. I think what we saw here was in some cases, was not really understanding what was represented. So there really does need to be a human understanding of what all of these things mean together. So if you're looking to a computer system to give you the answer and kick out the answer, I think that would be problematic if it would be that type of an application. It really does need a human understanding and review to trust what they're getting out of it. And so it may be that if there's any loss of true understanding of what those events mean, that could be problematic. So pluses and minuses.
Yeah, thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just amazed about the amount of data the FAA Air Traffic Control Organization had, and it sure doesn't seem like they were doing anything with it. Was the FAA aware, or had they been made aware of the risk of a mid-air collision near DCA along Route 4 and the approach path to runway 33 prior to the accident?
Member Graham, I think the answer to that is yes. There were safety reports, and there was also the work of the helicopter working group that had raised these issues as a concern.
Yeah, I agree. It was there. I think it was there. People were telling them it was there. One of the things that struck me as I read through the multitude of data the FAA had available to them was now nearly every subjective data reporting mechanism was inconsistent with the objective data source events surrounding DCA. For example, I want to draw attention to the discrepancy between ATSAP program for air traffic controllers and the ASAP program for pilots. Over a nearly 4-year period from February 2020 through October 2024, more than 16,000 ASAP reports were filled or were filed related to DCA. That's from the pilots, including 85 specifically concerning close calls between airplanes and helicopters. Yet, somehow over nearly a 12-year period, 3 times as long, from January 2011 through August 2023, only 520 ADSAP reports were filed related to DCA. Of those, just 26 contain information on close calls between airplanes and helicopters. To put those numbers in perspective, pilots at DCA were filing nearly 18 ASAP reports annually regarding close calls between airplanes and helicopters, and controllers at a DCA were only filing 2 per year. I'm going to ask Mr. Soper this. With regard to the discrepancy between ASAP and ADSAP programs uncovered during this investigation, what do you believe is the reason for air traffic controllers identifying significantly fewer close calls than the pilots?
Thank you for the question. So in air traffic control, there is a little bit of a difference, so that metric could be a little deceiving, and that's because in air traffic, we also have, you've heard mentioned a couple of times, mandatory occurrence reports, which are requirements for air traffic control to submit, losses of separation would be one of those things. Near mid-air collisions would be one of those things. Runway incursions would be one of those things. The list goes on. So we looked at, I believe it was 10 years, and Jana, please correct me if I'm wrong, like 10 years worth of data approximately, and they had 170,000 plus mandatory occurrence reports at DCA that were reported by air traffic control. So for air traffic controllers, they may not file an ATSAP based on a report, especially if they've already reported it via mandatory occurrence report, because they feel they've met a reporting requirement and they don't take the time to go to actually do an ATSAP on top of it.
Is it difficult to do an ATSAP report?
No, I would say it's not difficult to do one. They make
Is there
it
a
very
reluctance?
No, well, from our investigation here at DCA, none of them displayed a reluctance or said that they had a reluctance. They felt free to file, and they did. They did file reports.
Was there any fear of retaliation for reporting in any way close calls?
Not according to our interviews. They didn't feel a fear of retaliation for reporting in an ATSAP.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think that's all I have right now. I'll wait for the next round.
Member Inman.
I think I've done with my questions, and so can I pass until we get to the last round? Okay, because I do have a couple of last minute things.
Dr. Bramble, Dr. James Reason talks about 5 components of a positive safety culture. Reporting culture, just culture, flexible culture, learning culture, informed culture. Do you believe the FAA had a reporting culture? And let me, just for everybody watching, a reporting culture is a culture where staff feels, this is per Dr. James Reason, feels safe and confident reporting safety concerns, near misses, and errors without fear of blame.
I should probably defer this question to Dr. Wilson.
So in some regards, we believe that at the facility level, there was a reporting culture. Controllers did indicate that they felt comfortable submitting ATSAP reports, and management also said that they had an open door policy, and controllers said that they felt comfortable going to their managers if they had a safety concern. At a more global level, at the ATO, we do not believe that there was a reporting culture. As was mentioned in Dr. Price's presentation, some staff did feel that there would be retaliation for reporting safety concerns. We had multiple people who wanted to share information with us but didn't feel comfortable until they were closer to retirement because they were afraid of retaliation. We obviously had the issue at the public hearing, our investigative hearing, where we felt like management might have been influencing the testimony of some of our witnesses. So in some aspects, yes, and some aspects, no.
In fact, we couldn't get some people absolutely refused to testify or even be interviewed on the record. One person in particular went to a friend of mine at the FAA to call me to ask if he could meet with me because he wasn't comfortable talking to anybody else. It's inappropriate for me because I'm not an investigator, but I was able to connect through that intermediary. I don't even know the person's name who came forward, but with Mr. Soper and Miss Lewis, because they were afraid. People who testified, they were afraid. I mean, and I'll ask Mr. Soper if you can comment on that. I mean, numerous times people indicated they were afraid of retaliation.
We did have several. Now, just wanted to differentiate, not people that were actually at the facility in this
No.
case, but yes, we had. I had at least 3 that I felt were key concern personnel that absolutely refused to testify.
Including all our witnesses that were concerned.
Yes, the witnesses that we did get were very concerned.
How about the reporting culture at the Army?
It was not robustly implemented at the unit level.
How about just culture? Just culture in ATO. Just culture means an atmosphere of trust where people are encouraged to report essential safety-related information, but clear lines are drawn between acceptable and unacceptable behavior.
Again, I think at the facility level for controllers, they were encouraged to report ATSAP reports, but we do know that following this event, managers were reassigned. As Dr. Price mentioned in her presentation, following some mandatory report occurrences that occurred, they were told not to report them because it might make the facility look bad.
Mm-hmm.
And then again, just those hesitant to talk to us, I think, goes to show that there was not the just culture.
Just culture at the Army.
We did not find that to be a problem at the unit level in the Army.
Flexible culture. Do you mind if I finish the 5? Yeah. Flexible culture. Culture that can adapt effectively to changing demands and, when necessary, shift from normal hierarchies to a structure that relies on expertise. ATO.
I think we found that the ATO did not adapt to recommendations, concerns over near mid-air collisions in the DCA area.
Flexible culture, Army.
I think that the safety assurance system was not nimble enough to specifically look at some of the risks in the DC airspace.
Informed culture, an organization that collects and analyzes relevant data and actively disseminates safety information to the workforce. ATO.
Again, as Dr. Price mentioned, with the safety assurance process, we definitely found failures with that. ATO failing to share information with parties that were involved in some of these occurrences, and also, on a broader sense, failing to identify the mid-air collision risk.
Army.
This was definitely a weakness. They lacked information about the frequency of near mid-air collisions between their helicopters and other aircraft in the airspace, and they were unaware of the prevalence of maximum altitude exceedances among their helicopters.
And they could have gotten through flight data monitoring.
Correct.
Informed culture, an organization that collects and wait, did I do that one? Learning culture. An organization capable of learning from its mistakes, analyzing data, and making necessary improvements, ensuring staff understand SMS. ATO.
Again, numerous times, the helicopter working group brought recommendations to the ATO, which were not acted upon, and those were ignored. We also had external compliance verification findings over multiple years that the ATO did not learn from.
Army.
I think they might have if they had been aware, but I think because they were not aware of these risks, they did not learn about them.
Thank you. Member Graham.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about the FAA SMS. Just amazing. I think that we found that there were some serious issues with their SMS. And we'll talk about those now, but it's the height of hypocrisy when a regulator expects operators it regulates to follow prescribed SMS regulations to the detail, but can't seem to come even remotely close to following its own, in this case, their own SMS. Let's start with safety risk management, which is the second pillar of an SMS. What did the SRM, safety risk management, entail at ATO?
The ATO did have safety risk management policies in place that we did find on several occasions. It was followed, particularly at the facility. Following the GAO noise study, there was a SRMP that was conducted in March of 2023, which revised some of the altitudes along the helicopter routes. However, we did also find that SRM wasn't typically used in response to issues identified through that were identified through the safety assurance process.
So they weren't doing them very often, were they?
It appeared to be dependent upon the issue.
Hit or miss, yeah. I've been part of one of those processes in my prior life, so. And let's talk about safety assurance. When safety assurance activities identify deficiencies, what actions should be taken according to the ATO's SMS?
I could take that.
Okay, thank you.
Safety risk management and safety assurance are considered sort of complementary activities. So safety assurance is really just monitoring safety performance indicators to ensure that the safety risk management is working as intended. So it would be sort of a feedback then if the safety assurance identifies performance that doesn't match the SRM, that it would feed back into the safety risk management process to reevaluate whether there was maybe hazards or risks that weren't properly assessed or controlled.
Didn't seem like that was happening very often. Yeah. Finally, let's talk about the fourth pillar at SMS, and I could talk about all the pillars, but we don't have enough time today. Safety promotion. What was that supposed to entail at the ATO?
So safety promotion would be focused on SMS training for personnel, disseminating safety lessons learned, and these actions would all foster a safety culture at the ATO.
We definitely saw some issues there, didn't we?
We did. We learned in the hearing that Mr. Fuller stated that there was no SMS training for ATO personnel. It was the expectation that management at the facility would have access to the manual and therefore be familiar with SMS because of that.
That's at the foundation. Every employee is the safety officer. They need to be trained on what their responsibilities are and their roles are. I don't get it. I know this is asking your opinion, but objectively, in our review of ATO's safety culture, did we find any evidence that it was a positive safety culture without actual or fear of retribution for employees who voluntarily reported safety concerns?
We don't have evidence that anybody who reported a safety concern via ATSAP faced any retaliation. But again, we did have several people who talked to us who said that they faced retaliation for raising safety concerns at the ATO.
So would it be fair to say that their SMS was nice on paper, but maybe not so nice in reality?
They did have an SMS manual, so they did have it documented. However, we did identify a number of deficiencies, and that is why we have a recommendation for their SMS to be evaluated.
And in your judgment, had the ATO followed their prescribed SMS with regard to what they knew about the risk around DCA before this accident, would that process have led them to enact mitigations that could have prevented this accident?
We'd like to believe that a properly implemented SMS would have identified this.
I agree with that. Thank you.
Good questions. Member Inman.
This may be our last round. Okay, so first off, the conversation was good. I appreciate it, Member Graham, Chairman. It reminds me of something actually of someone who just passed away. It was a great comment. When culture clashes with policy, culture always wins. That was Fred Smith at FedEx. I think it's a very apt quote. So I've done something every board meeting since I've been on the board. So I'm actually going to ask Deputy Managing Director Brian Curtis, I think it's important. Can you tell us how many current investigations we have ongoing or open at the NTSB?
Yes, currently across aggregate of all the modal offices, there are 807 open investigations.
Okay. And Mr. LeBaron, how many do we have open in aviation alone?
So presently we're at about 711. And to put that in perspective, we do about 1,200 a year.
Yeah. I only bring that up in that it's probably to be the last time that I'll have a little bit of opportunity to before Chair will do a closing statement. But I know this is tough on everyone, but there's a lot of other people that these investigators have to work and try to help. And I know whenever I was watching the board meetings, I started realizing quickly not everyone gets the full board meeting, but there's still a lot of important work that's being done by our investigators and a lot of people, and especially victims' families that are out there hoping for answers. So I'm appreciative to the staff for that. It just helps us to remind it a little bit. And it also is, it's a reminder for me. I launched on 91 aviation fatalities last year. I did 13 family briefings, and I am tired of doing them. And I'm sorry for you. Because the pages of these reports are written in your family members' blood. So with that, again, I'm sorry that we have to be here. I know we'll get into the final cause and a lot of things shortly, but I hope this is helpful in what we've been doing and what we will do after tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Well said. I do have a question, though. Mr. McKinney and Dr. Bramble, maybe you as well. How would you describe your work and the willingness, your work with the Army throughout the investigation and their responsiveness to NTSB requests?
Generally, the cooperation was excellent. We received some delays later in the process, but by and large, they were pretty responsive.
The Army was excellent and responsive to work with, especially through the brigade. We had no problems getting the information we requested, and they rapidly provided us assets such as aircraft to do flight tests. So it was a good experience, good working relationship with the Army at the tab level.
Mr. Banning, would you agree?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I see Colonel Easter and Colonel Yeager, I believe, in the audience, and then we also worked with Colonel Parker. I thought it was an excellent working relationship. They provided us what we needed. I do want to thank Secretary Driscoll. We speak often. He was very responsive when we needed assistance, and I really appreciate that. Mr. Soper, maybe others who might want to, well, let's start with Bryce. Mr. Banning, how would you describe your work with the FAA throughout the investigation and their responsiveness to NTSB requests made of the ATO?
I think we are grateful for the FAA's role. We're grateful they did provide us a tremendous amount of data. We're grateful for their cooperation. However, there were some struggles that have already been stated. It is difficult when conducting an investigation to be told what is within the scope of your investigation. So
them telling us what is in and out of scope.
Yeah, that was problematic. But we do appreciate their role, and they did provide us a tremendous amount of data.
Absolutely, we appreciate their role. However, there were a lot of data and information challenges and concerns on retaliation and everything else. I will say I think it's very interesting that for all the data we requested and much of what we did not receive, You received a phone call on Friday, or email and emails from FAA asking, 2 different emails, I believe, did we have everything we needed and did we get all of our data requests answered on Friday? Friday. That's ridiculous. 1 year later, 6 months of asking, actually, I think you all asked me to start weighing in back in May. Some of those questions never answered. And yet Friday, they ask. You're too late. We already figured it out ourselves. Okay. Well, any other questions? Nope. All right. Well, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be back, I think 15 minutes. Yeah, 4 o'clock. All right. We are back in session. Mr. Curtis, will you please read the proposed findings?
Certainly, Chair. As a result of the investigation, staff proposes the following 71 new findings. Number one, the pilots of Flight 5342 were certificated and qualified in accordance with federal regulations. Number two, the pilots of Flight 5342 were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions or substances at the time of the accident. Number three, review of the Flight 5342 pilot's time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the pilots were unlikely to have been experiencing fatigue. Number four, the pilot, instructor pilot, and crew chief on board PAT 25 were qualified and current in their positions as designated by the unit commander in accordance with Army regulations. Number five, the pilot, instructor pilot, and crew chief of PAT 25 were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions or substances at the time of the accident. Number six, review of the three PAT 25 crew members' time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the crew were unlikely to have been experiencing fatigue. Number seven, the airplane was properly certificated, equipped, and maintained in accordance with 14 CFR Part 121. The airplane operated within its weight and balance limitations throughout the flight. Examination of the airplane.
Sorry, can you pause for a second?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, we're back to 7 and had flipped to 8. Go ahead. You're fine. Start at 7 and just the video, the screen was off.
Okay, I'm sorry. Number 7, the airplane was properly certificated, equipped, and maintained in accordance with 14 CFR Part 121. The airplane was operated within its weight and balance limitations throughout the flight. Examination of the airplane revealed damage consistent with an in-flight collision and subsequent impact with water, and there was no evidence of any structural, system, or power plant failures or anomalies. Review of surveillance videos indicated that the airplane's wing navigation, landing taxi, and anti-collision strobe lights were operating at the time of the collision. Number 8, the helicopter was properly certificated, equipped, and maintained in accordance with U.S. Army regulations. Review of helicopter maintenance records did not reveal any open discrepancies or anomalous trends that contributed to the accident. The helicopter was operated within its weight and balance limitations throughout the flight. Examination of the helicopter revealed damage consistent with an in-flight collision and subsequent water impact. There was no indication of any structural, main or tail rotor system, flight control system, or power plant failures or anomalies. Review of surveillance videos indicated that the helicopter's right and tail position lights, the landing light, as well as both upper and lower anti-collision lights were operating at the time of the collision. Number 9, the operations supervisor and 4 controllers who were working in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower cab at the time of the accident were properly certified, qualified in accordance with federal regulations and facility directives, and current. Number 10, although the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower facility was not staffed to its target level at the time of the accident, the number of staff in the tower at the time of the accident was adequate and in accordance with Federal Aviation Administration directives. Number 11, The decision to combine the helicopter control and local control positions was not the result of insufficient staffing, and personnel were available to staff the helicopter control and local control positions separately had the operations supervisor chosen to do so. Number 12, the local control controller, assistant local controller, and operations supervisor were medically qualified for duty, and available evidence does not indicate that they were impaired by effects of medical conditions at the time of the accident. Number 13, review of the local control and assistant local control controllers and operations supervisors' time since waking and sleep opportunities in the days before the accident indicated that the controllers, including the OS, were unlikely to have been experiencing fatigue. Number 14, visual meteorological conditions prevailed in the area at the time of the accident. A review of observations recorded throughout the night of the accident revealed no evidence of any local atmospheric pressure anomalies that would have impacted barometric altimeter readings. Number 15, keeping the helicopter control and local control positions continuously combined on the night of the accident increased the local controller's workload and negatively impacted his performance and situation awareness. Number 16, had the helicopter and local control positions been staffed separately, PAT 25 might have received a more timely and effective traffic advisory. Number 17, due to extended time on position at the time of the collision, the operations supervisor was likely experiencing reduced alertness and vigilance, which decreased his awareness of the operational environment and reduced his ability to proactively assess the risks posed by the traffic and environmental conditions at the time of the accident. Number 18, the lack of mandatory relief periods for supervisory air traffic control personnel is contrary to human factors research that shows clear performance deterioration in situations of prolonged time on task. Number 19, although the local control controller provided an initial traffic advisory to the crew of PAT 25 in accordance with Federal Aviation Administration Order 7110.65, he did not provide a corresponding advisory to the crew of Flight 5342 regarding PAT 25's location and intention, which could have increased situation awareness for the crew of Flight 5342. Number 20, if the LC controller had issued a standard safety alert to the flight crews of either aircraft as prescribed in FAA Order 7110.65, providing the conflicting aircraft's position and positive control instructions, they could have taken immediate action to avert the impending collision. Number 21, initial and recurrent scenario-based training in threat and error management would help controllers identify and mitigate risks and strengthen situational awareness. I'll read that again, 21. Initial and recurrent scenario-based training in threat and error management would help controllers identify and mitigate risks and strengthen situation awareness. Number 22, a risk assessment or decision-making tool would likely have benefited the accident OS in identifying and mitigating the operational risk factors that were present on the night of the accident. Number 23, due to degraded radio reception, the crew of PAT 25 did not receive salient information regarding Flight 5342's circling approach to runway 33. Number 24, the PAT 25 IP did not positively identify Flight 5342 at the time of the initial traffic advisory, despite his statement that he had the traffic in sight and his request for visual separation. Number 25, with several other targets located directly in front of the helicopter represented by points of light with no other features by which to identify aircraft type, and without additional position information from the controller, the IP likely identified the wrong target. Number 26. Interference that obscured the controller's circling to call, the microphone keying that blocked the PAT-25 crew from receiving the instruction to pass behind, ambiguous visual cues, and the lack of an integrated traffic awareness and alerting system likely reinforced the PAT-25 crew's expectation bias that the airplane was among the traffic approaching runway 1 and did not pose a conflict. Number 27. The absence of documented training on Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport's fixed wings procedures and the mixed traffic operating environment represented a safety vulnerability for Army flight crews operating in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Class B airspace. Number 28. Due to additive allowable tolerances of the helicopter's pitot-static altimeter system, it is likely that the crew of PAT-25 observed a barometric altimeter altitude about 100 feet lower than the helicopter's true altitude, resulting in the crew erroneously believing that they were under the published maximum altitude for Route 4. Number 29. A recurrent task to verify the continued accuracy of recorded flight data for U.S. Army aircraft would help ensure the data integrity needed to support quality assurance and safety programs and accident investigations. Number 30. The Federal Aviation Administration and the Army failed to identify the incompatibility between the helicopter route's low maximum altitudes and the error tolerances of barometric altimeters, which contributed to helicopters regularly flying higher than published maximum altitudes and potentially crossing into the runway 33 glide path. 31. Pilots need all available information on the potential total error allowed by design that could occur in flight on an airworthy barometric altimeter. Number 32. The Army's post-installation functional check of the transponder on the accident helicopter was insufficient to detect that it was not broadcasting automatic dependent surveillance broadcast out. Number 33. The Army's lack of a recurrent transponder inspection procedure resulted in the incorrect aircraft address being transmitted by the accident helicopter's transponder, and the incorrect automatic dependent surveillance broadcast settings on several other helicopters being undetected. Number 34. Because the APX-123A transponder is designed for use on multiple aircraft platforms, it is possible that incorrect settings may be present on other aircraft used throughout the Department of War Armed Services. Number 35. The crew of Flight 5342 did not see the helicopter until it was too late to avoid a collision because of the high workload imposed during the final phase of their approach, and due to the helicopter's low conspicuity and lack of apparent motion. Number 36. Times of compacted demand as a result of air carrier scheduling practices increased operational complexity and required mitigation by controllers to maintain spacing and surface movement. Number 37. Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower routinely received less than the requested miles in trail spacing from Potomac Consolidated Terminal Radar Approach Control, which increased controller workload by requiring them to generate additional spacing to prevent delays or gridlock. Number 38. The practice of offloading arrival traffic on approach to runway 1 by asking pilots if they could accept a circling approach to runway 33 was a routine mitigation strategy for Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport controllers to generate spacing that was not provided by Potomac Consolidated Terminal Radar Approach Control. 39. Time-based flow management or metering would provide Potomac Consolidated Terminal Radar Approach Control and Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower with a consistent flow of traffic with more accurate spacing and greater predictability, thereby reducing controller workload. Number 40. Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower has significant airspace, airfield, mixed fleet, and operations complexities that appear to be inconsistent with its current facility level classification. Number 41. The Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization failed to recognize external compliance verification results as indicators of systemic traffic management, volume, and flow issues at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport for which controllers were required to compensate. Number 42. The long-standing practice of relying on pilot-applied visual separation, see and avoid, as the principal means of separating helicopter and fixed-wing traffic in the Washington, D.C. area by both Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower and the Army led to a drift in operating practices among controllers and helicopter crews that increased the likelihood of a mid-air collision. Number 43. Reliance on pilot-applied visual separation, see and avoid, as a primary means of separating mixed traffic introduced unacceptable risk to the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Class B airspace. Number 44. Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower's procedure of maintaining a discrete helicopter frequency when the local and helicopter control positions were combined decreased overall situation awareness for pilots operating in the area. Number 45. Providing controllers with additional salient cues regarding the perceived severity of a potential conflict would reduce controller cognitive load and would likely improve reaction time to the most critical conflict alerts. Number 46. There was no evidence that the local control controller, assistant local control controller, or operations supervisor were under the influence of alcohol or prohibited drugs at the time of the accident. However, evidence was substantially limited by the lack of post-accident alcohol testing, and evidence was of somewhat lower quality than it would have been if drug testing had been conducted sooner following the accident. Number 47. The Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization's, ATO, drug and alcohol testing determination did not meet Department of Transportation, DOT, timeliness requirements. Furthermore, the ATO's decision to not conduct drug testing as soon as possible after the testing determination and to not conduct alcohol testing at all violated DOT requirements. Number 48. The delayed and inappropriate drug and alcohol testing determination was due in part to the Air Traffic Organization's, ATO, determination process being inadequately designed to routinely meet Department of Transportation requirements for timely testing, and in part to ATO's staff incomplete understanding of those requirements. Number 49. Additional reviews of helicopter route charts as required by Federal Aviation Administration Order 7210-3DD would have provided an opportunity to identify the risk posed by the proximity of Route 4 to the runway 33 approach path, but there is no evidence to support that these reviews were being performed at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Number 50. The information published by the Federal Aviation Administration regarding Washington, D.C. area helicopter routes was insufficient to provide helicopter and fixed-wing operators with a complete understanding of the helicopter route structure and its lack of procedural separation from fixed-wing traffic. Number 51, current aeronautical charting does not provide information on visual flight rules, helicopter routes that may conflict or come in close proximity to and approach departure corridors, which reduces pilot situation awareness. Number 52, the lack of automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, out from the accident helicopter did not contribute to this accident, as the helicopter was still being tracked by radar, and ADSB out would not have provided improved traffic alerting from the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport controller or the crew of Flight 5342 because the airplane was not equipped with ADSB in. Number 53, the Army's standard operating procedures that prevent flight crews from enabling automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, out while in flight when not performing sensitive missions that require ADSB to be disabled, limit the visibility of military aircraft on collision avoidance technologies that leverage ADSB information. Number 54, although the airplane's traffic alert and collision avoidance system operated as designed, it was ineffective in preventing the collision because of current activation criteria and resolution advisory inhibit altitudes. Number 55, traffic advisory oral alerts that include additional information about the location of traffic could reduce the time pilots need to visually acquire target aircraft. 56, had the airplane been equipped with an airborne collision avoidance system that used automatic dependent surveillance broadcast in information to show directional traffic symbols, the crew of Flight 5342 would have received enhanced information about the risk posed by the helicopter, which could have enabled them to take earlier action to avert the collision. Number 57, although the pilot and instructor pilot on board PAT-25 were equipped with tablets that had the ability to display traffic transmitting automatic dependent surveillance broadcast out, it is unlikely that the pilots were using the tablets to monitor or identify traffic at the time of the accident due to the workload associated with low-altitude flight. Number 58, technological advances since the development of Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System 2 operating standards may allow Airborne Collision Avoidance System XA with reduced inhibit altitudes to have an expanded alerting envelope while reducing nuisance alerts. Number 59, although not commercially available, had the helicopter been equipped with Airborne Collision Avoidance System XR with integrated oral alerting, the crew would have received an alert regarding Flight 5342 and would have taken action to avert the collision. Number 60, multiple data sources provided evidence of mid-air collision risk between fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, including on approach to runway 33 before this accident. However, the limited access to and use of available objective and subjective proximity data hindered industry and government stakeholders' ability to identify hazards and mitigate risk. Number 61, improving stakeholder access to standardized and objective information about aircraft close proximity encounters for use in safety assurance processes would increase the likelihood of detecting and mitigating hazards before accidents occur. Number 62, the Federal Aviation Administration's lack of an established process to inform parties about their involvement in events such as near mid-air collisions or traffic alert and collision avoidance system resolution advisories reduces the likelihood of fully understanding and mitigating future mid-air collision risk. Number 63, The Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization had multiple opportunities to identify the risk of a mid-air collision between airplanes and helicopters at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. However, their data analysis, safety assurance, and risk assessment processes failed to recognize and mitigate that risk. 64. The Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization's application of its safety management system did not effectively coordinate safety assurance and safety risk management activities with external stakeholders in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Class B airspace. Number 65. Changes to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower's standard operating procedures to the accident, removing the requirement for the operations supervisor, OS, to document the time and reason for combining or decombining the helicopter control position in the facility log, made it less likely that the OS would consider and evaluate the risks associated with combining or decombining the position. Number 66. Safety risk management practices were not fully integrated into Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport Air Traffic Control Tower operations and did not identify or mitigate the operational challenges faced by controllers or the lack of guidance regarding operational risk assessments for controllers and supervisors. Number 67. Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Organization, ATO, management did not follow the tenets of safety management systems to support its workforce, encourage open communication, identify and mitigate risks, or foster a just culture, which eroded the overall safety culture within ATO. Number 68. The Army did not have a flight safety data monitoring program for helicopters, and as a result was unaware of routine altitude exceedances and related risks in the Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport terminal area. Number 69. The Army's safety reporting system for pilots were not well utilized and did not provide the organization with information about close encounters between Army helicopters and other aircraft that were later found to have occurred frequently. Number 70. The Army's process for allocating resources to aviation safety management did not ensure the development of a robust safety management system for helicopter operations in the Washington, D.C. area. Number 71. The Army lacked a positive safety culture in that its aviation safety system did not have the capacity, resources, or analytical mechanisms necessary to consistently detect, interpret, and act on weak signals of latent hazards. As a result, safety assurance and organizational learning were degraded. Additionally, this report contains the following two findings previously issued by the National Transportation Safety Board in March of 2025 in its report titled Deconflict Airplane and Helicopter Traffic in the Vicinity of Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport. Number 72. Separation distances between helicopter traffic operating on Route 4 and aircraft landing on runway 33 as they existed at the time of the accident were insufficient and posed an intolerable risk to aviation safety by increasing the chances of a mid-air collision. And number 73. When Route 4 operations are prohibited as recommended in Safety Recommendation A-25-1, it is critical for public safety helicopter operations to have an alternative route for operating in and around Washington, D.C. without increasing controller workload. Chair.
That was a lot. And just for awareness for voting, there may have been a few words off here and there. That's not a criticism, Brian.
Okay.
We're just going to go with what's written in here. But could you pull up finding 37 really quick on the screen? Yeah. Okay, we're good. We just needed to check something. Thank you. Okay. I know we have a number of amendments to the findings as proposed. And typically, before we get to new findings and consideration of any new findings, we go through any amendments to the existing findings as proposed. So the first one I have from Member Graham is finding 17. I'm just going in order of number.
Yes, that's correct. And I can ask the team to pull up Amendment 3. That way everybody in the audience can see this or online. As you see, I have an addition in there for finding 17 at the beginning. So my amendment, I move to add to finding 17 due to the extended time on position at the time of the collision and his expectation bias based on his prior experience at DCA, ATCT, comma, and the rest is the same.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Member Graham, you're recognized.
Yeah, staff presented a compelling, well-thought-through case as to why the operations supervisor was likely experiencing reduced alertness and diligence and vigilance, due to his extended time on position. I agree with that. However, this investigation at every turn uncovered longstanding issues at DCA Air Traffic Control Tower. We've heard countless times now about the make it work mentality that penetrated seemingly every facet of the workforce and how the workforce in the tower had begun to accept unsafe conditions or near misses as routine and part of the job. Given this culture in the tower and at the time of the accident, I believe the operations supervisor also had expectation bias given his prior experience at DCA as a controller that things would work themselves out. In his post-accident interview, for example, he recalled there was, only one helicopter on the frequency at the time when there in reality there were 5. This statement indicated that the operations supervisor was not aware of the actual helicopter traffic volume or that the local controller was being overwhelmed. Because of this, I believe this finding must incorporate that the supervisor's expectation bias also led to his reduced alertness and loss of situational awareness.
Thank you. Member Inman, anything?
I don't have any questions.
Okay. I actually agree with everything you just said. My concern is the term expectation bias. We did find in this investigation expectation bias on the part of the instructor pilot with respect to aircraft on runway, lined up for runway 1, that the expectation bias was the instructor pilot had an expectation that that's where 5342 was and was staying. The definition of expectation bias is expectation bias occurs when a pilot hears or sees something that he or she expects to hear or see rather than what actually may be occurring. That expectation often is driven by experience or repetition. For example, if a pilot is regularly cleared to cross a particular runway during operations at a familiar aerodrome, he or she may come to expect the clearance. This could cause a potentially dangerous situation if on a particular day the pilot actually is instructed not to cross the runway in question due to another aircraft or landing or taking off, and that's from the FAA. So I'm not sure that expectation bias is the right term, but let me ask where staff is on this.
So staff does not concur, and I defer to Dr. Wilson to explain the reason.
To be honest, Chairwoman Hamidi, you gave a great definition of expectation bias, and we would also agree that expectation of bias does not apply in this instance.
Can I ask you how there was something more than just being tired or fatigued? If there was, like I pointed out, that there was a loss of situational awareness, and just make it work was definitely running rampant over there.
we definitely did see that. I think staff could support more complacency instead of expectation bias, that he was lulled into thinking that everything would work out as it always has in the past.
So would complacency be a better word to replace in there?
Staff would support complacency instead of expectation bias.
All right, so can you pull it up on the monitor? Because I agree, sorry. I agree with those
friendly amendment
statements. Yeah, I'll offer a friendly amendment, but I also don't want to cut off Member Inman because it looked like you wanted to add something to the discussion.
Yeah, I think my only question would be, we gave staff this yesterday before 5 p.m., and if they're going to raise issues, it would have been nice to, before we walked in to have this discussion, to at least have those issues, because we were courteous enough to try to provide them. So that's my only frustration.
Well,
with that.
I mean, if we're going to go there, and we can go there, staff has been working night and day on this report. And Member Graham, we'll get back to your amendment in a second. But at any time, you could have provided the amendments. What you did is give it to them at 5 p.m. I said we are a safety agency. We are a safety agency, and I prohibit communications between board member and staff from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. Why? So that they can get sleep. What you did combined was slap 35 amendments or so on them at 5 p.m. Guess what? They were working till 10 or 11 p.m. So actually, I would like your commitment that in the future, much like the House and Senate does, that we agree that all amendments will be provided to staff 3 business days before the board meeting. Would you commit to that?
I would commit to that. Excuse me, are you okay with me talking? I provided them at 3:30. Here's the problem. I know. Staff continuously made amendments throughout the week. We didn't get the report, our recommendation, our staff responses, until late Tuesday, less than a week. So
you submitted the amendments that you already gave to staff a week ago that they already responded to objecting to. So you resubmitted them at whatever, 3:30. You all had, I don't know, what, 2 hours to go through any of that? It's not right. 3 days in advance.
And
Do I have that
when we have
commitment?
amendments right here? This is part of it too, if we have an amendment
That's fine, and we can talk about it openly, but it's not 30 of them last minute.
I will let Member in.
No, I would go back to, I think if we need to revise the board order, we can certainly do that internally. But
So
I would
do
say,
you commit
hang on
to
a second.
giving-
I would please like to answer. Your request to us was to submit them by 5. That was your request to us. We
Yes.
didn't set that deadline or that time, and that's the reason why we tried to. And we just saw an amendment from you about an hour ago.
That amendment was because we just found out that FAA changed the individual office about hours ago.
Okay.
But what I will tell you is that I said no later than 5. You knew what you were going to submit, and you put staff in a very bad position. They got no sleep last night. We are a safety agency. We can do better. So do you commit to submitting amendments in the future 3 days beforehand?
I will commit to having a discussion with the board about our
He
procedures.
won't commit it. Okay, good to know. So let's go back to finding 17. If you would like to withdraw your amendment, Member Graham, and resubmit a new amendment.
I would like to do that.
Great.
My motion is for a new amendment, finding 17 to read, due to extended time on position at the time of the collision and his complacency. Are we okay with based on his prior experience at DCA? Comma. And the rest stays the same? Or just his complacency?
Putting me on the spot, having to think on the fly.
Yeah, I'm here too, on the spot.
So yes, I mean, he would get complacent based on his experience being there, but I also think that it's, you know, we have more of the poor safety culture, the prioritizing moving traffic over safety. So I think it might be a little bit more than just his prior experience. I would be more comfortable with just putting complacency.
Okay. So I would like to amend my amendment to add after time of collision and his complacency, comma, the rest all remains the same. That is my motion.
I second. All right. Any further comments? Great. Council will call the roll and tally.
Okay, Board. If in favor of amending finding 17, say aye. If opposed, say nay. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Homendy?
Aye.
All right, Chair, majority is in favor.
Great. And moving to finding 20.
Finding 20, Amendment 4, please, if you would pull that up. My motion is I move to amend finding 20 after the positive control instructions, comma, to add the crew of either aircraft, striking they. So the crew of either aircraft could have taken immediate action to avert the impending collision. That's my motion.
Second.
Staff?
Staff concurs.
Agreed. Council, tally the vote,
Okay,
or
Board.
call the roll, tally the vote.
Yes, Chair, this is a vote in favor of amending finding 20. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Homendy?
Aye.
A majority is in favor, Chair.
Great. Amendment 5, if you can pull that up, finding 23.
So I moved to amend finding 23 to strike the word salient and add certain. That's my amendment.
Staff?
Staff does not concur. Staff believes that the word salient is the correct word here because it would have indicated to the crew that something was off nominal or not normal about this airplane's approach path.
Can I?
Yep.
I don't totally agree with that because they did receive the 3-3. And we can argue with that all night, but I gave my theory on that earlier. So I'm sticking, I like to stay with my amendment certain.
Could staff read what, from the CVR transcript, what was missed?
I'm sorry, I don't have this transcript in front of me, but it was, I believe it was CRJ in the vicinity of Wilson Bridge at 1,200 feet, circling to runway 33. And it was, what was missed was circling. So it came across as CRJ 33. Mm-hmm. Or 233, depending on what the partial word sounded like. So we can't know for certain what would have happened if the word circling had come through. In cases where a person, an operator, needs to recognize that something's out of the ordinary and deserves special attention, the more salient a cue is that draws that attention, the better. And in conversation with some of the pilots on the team, such as Captain McKinney, who's a retired naval helicopter pilot, it was the consensus that hearing the word that there was an aircraft on approach to one of the runways that was actually circling the airport would have been more likely to draw the crew's attention. And so that's why staff wrote it that way.
Okay, I do not support the amendment. Salient meaning standing out, prominent, notable significance. You believe circling could have been notable. We don't know, but you believe that was a salient cue. I appreciate that Member Graham does not. Certain, though, just means some but not all.
Can I ask again?
Yep.
Did you say it was a consensus amongst the whole team?
I don't think there were any objections, on the team itself. We could certainly poll the pilots.
We could probably argue this all night, and I gave you my theory before. I don't think this is worth the battle, so I'd like to withdraw my amendment here.
Okay, thank you.
Which means I want to withdraw Amendment 6 also.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we go on, I do have a question. Amendment 6 was to 26. We will be moving beyond that to finding 42. But before that comes up, I just was wondering if I could ask a question about finding 31. Could you bring up 31? And this is just a question maybe for Mr. Shahoon, and just in reading it, the term allowed by design, instrument error, so there's a tolerance stack there was, the allowable tolerance was instrument error, position error, and an adjustment for temperature. Is that all allowed by design?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Moving forward. Just wanted to confirm that. Moving to Amendment 7, finding 42. Member Graham, you're recognized.
So I move to amend 42 to read, after Washington, D.C., comma, area by Ronald Reagan Washington Airport, Air Traffic Control Tower, the Army, and other helicopter operators led on from there. So striking the both and the addition after Army. And that's my motion, as you can see on the screen.
Second.
Thank you. Staff.
Staff concurs.
Excellent. That was easy. I also concur. So, Council?
Okay, Board, then Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Humdy?
Aye.
Majority approves, Chair.
Amendment 8, finding 56. Recognize Member Graham.
Yes, my motion is to amend finding 56, as you can see on the screen with the red lettering, to add the word likely after have and before received.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Staff.
Staff does not concur. And I would point out that as we have it written here, it says ACAS that use ADSB-N information to show directional traffic symbols. So staff doesn't believe that that would likely enhance information about the risk, but it would enhance risk.
Enhance information.
Enhance, exactly.
Member Graham.
Is this consensus of the staff?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I'm willing to withdraw my amendment at this point. It's not worth it.
Thank you. Amendment 9, finding 59.
My motion is I move to amend finding 59 to, and in this case, I am going to stick with removing the word would in both locations to could, and that's my amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
Would the gentleman consider a friendly amendment?
I know we talked earlier, but at this point, this technology is not out there. It's in simulation. I know they're working on performance standards, but it's not there. And I know there's a difference in the world from simulation and development to actual. I worked for an aircraft manufacturer, actually 2 of them, for a lot of my career. And things don't always work out the way you want them to, or you think they theoretically will. So I'm going to stick with could on both.
Thank you. Staff?
So we're about halfway there. Staff believes that the first one, the would, because we did show that in simulation, that should remain. However, we agree with you on the second one to make it a could.
I understand that, but I'm still sticking with could on the front one per my explanation.
Can I ask staff to talk about the simulation and what you saw in the simulation?
Absolutely. We'll defer to Mr. Wagner.
As we demonstrated in our presentations, simulation using the accident flight data with the developmental version of ACAS XR did show improved alerting for the helicopter.
I understand that, and like I said, this is still simulation. We're still somewhat in a theoretical world. And this has been a long time coming, and it's not there yet. So I still think it's a big could, not a would. Thank you for that, though.
All right. I disagree. I believe we have recommended numerous technologies over the years that were still in development, and we were very clear as recently as March 2024 to approve technology for under 20 miles per hour on positive train control, which is not designed right now for under 20 miles per hour, and we concluded that it would have prevented an accident. But understood. So we'll, Council, you'll call the roll and tally the vote.
All right, Chair. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
And Chair Hamady?
No.
All right, Chair, a majority is in favor.
Thank you. We're going to pull up Amendment 10, Finding 63.
So my motion is to amend Finding 63 to read, the FAA ATO was made aware of and had multiple opportunities, and the rest to remain the same. So the add was made aware of, comma, and.
Is there a second?
Second.
Staff?
Staff concurs.
Well, I mean, do you want to talk about it? Pretty obvious. Yeah. I also support the amendment. Tom?
All right, Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Hamady?
Aye.
Majority is in favor, Chair.
Amendment 11, Finding 71.
Yeah, I just, my motion is to amend Finding 71 to read, the Army's aviation safety system failed to consistently detect, interpret, and act on signals of latent hazards, resulting in degraded safety assurance, organizational learning, and safety culture. That's my motion.
Second? Discussion.
Second.
We change it again.
Second. Second.
Oh, I already seconded. We're good. It's time for discussion. Member Graham?
It's just cleaning it up a little bit. It's pretty much, I thought it was very wordy to begin with.
Okay.
I would refer to staff. If you want to go further, I can talk more about it.
We have no technical objection.
I also support the amendment, so we can just go to vote, I think.
All right, Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Hamady?
Aye.
All right, majority in favor.
Excellent. Moving on to amendments of new findings.
I have two.
Yes.
I'm sorry for everybody
Member
here.
Graham is.
Yeah.
talking just as much as Mr. Curtis
Yeah.
here. Go ahead.
It's not over yet. Amendment 1, please, if you'd pull that up on the screen. So this is a new amendment that I move to add. It reads, in the 2 minutes before the accident, when traffic volume was increasing, the assistant local controller should have prioritized surveillance of aircraft in the air in order to assist the local controller, rather than diverting her attention to the lower priority task of documenting helicopter information, which could have been completed when traffic volume and complexity had subsided. That's my motion.
Second.
Time for discussion. Member Graham.
Yeah, as I referenced in my opening statement, there were individual shortcomings that contributed to this accident that need to be pointed out. As stated in the report and earlier in our discussion, the primary duty of the assistant local controller is to maintain surveillance of the local traffic pattern and landing area and alert the local controller of any unusual situations or traffic conflict. These duties and responsibilities are clearly stated in the DCA Air Traffic Control Standard Operating Procedures. The fact is the ALC was completing other tasks in the lead up to and at the time of the accident that should have been a far lower priority. None of the current findings as drafted acknowledge this situation, and I believe this report would be incomplete without a reference to the assistant local controller. We already have multiple findings related to the local controller and the operations supervisor, and this proposed finding as drafted was included in staff's initial report, just not as a finding. I also want to note that finding 16 is currently drafted does acknowledge that had the HC and LC positions been staffed separately, it would have allowed PAT 25 to receive a more timely and effective traffic advisory, because both the local and the assistant local controllers could have had increased ability to recognize the pending collision. However, while I believe that is true, that finding does not in any way reflect that the assistant local controller was not appropriately prioritizing her duties on the night of the accident.
Member Inman. Anything?
I have no comments on
it. Okay. So I support the amendment as we lay out in our draft report. The assistant local controller, their duties are, number one, to alert the local controller of any unusual situation or traffic conflicts. Number two, maintain surveillance of the local traffic pattern and landing area. Number three, assist the local controller with monitoring of aircraft on final. So I support the amendment. Staff?
So staff does not concur. Staff would prefer to retain the system-focused finding proposed in finding 16 rather than adding this finding, which focuses on an individual's actions.
And I'm just going to read 16 really quick for public transparency. That is the one I believe you just read, which was had the helicopter and local control positions been staffed separately, PAT 25 might have received a more timely and effective traffic advisory.
But it wasn't, so it's a finding.
Yep. All right. Any other questions? Tom, you're up again.
All right. This is adding a finding by Member Graham. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
Chair Homendy.
Aye.
All in favor.
Member Graham, up again.
Amendment 2 is my last one for right now. I appreciate everybody's patience that are here. I move to add new finding. The local controller and helicopter controller positions should have been separated at the time of the accident, given traffic volume and complexity.
Second.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yeah. As I previously mentioned, I agree with finding 16 as currently drafted, which states that had the helicopter and local control positions been staffed separately, PAT 25 might have received a more timely and effective traffic advisory. In my view, that finding is missing a company finding making it clear that the two positions should have been separated given the traffic volume and complexity at DCA in the lead up to the accident. Based on the standard operating procedures and available guidance from the operations supervisor to decide whether or not to combine or decombine the position, it is abundantly clear to me that the complex mix and volume of traffic that night warranted separating the positions. Additionally, we have heard earlier during our discussion, the tower had enough staff available to staff the positions separately. Given these realities and staff support of this statement in our earlier discussion, I believe the board is in a place with this evidence presented to make the determination that the positions should have been decombined.
I support the amendment. Staff?
So staff doesn't necessarily disagree with that, but we do think that it's found in finding 15, 16, and 22, and I do have those if it would be helpful for me to read them.
I honestly think we tend to talk around it a lot, but we don't specifically state it. And I think it's worth a positive statement as a finding. That's my position.
Okay. I agree. I think 15 really focuses on controller workload as a result of the combining of the helicopter control and local control positions. 16 talks about, if it had been staffed separately, Pat 2.5 might have received a more timely alert. And I know you mentioned another one, but I do think we have to be very clear that they just should have been separated.
I tend to agree. The evidence is very evident. Even the controller said he felt overwhelmed at one point, and then it got better, but then 90 seconds before, it was higher than when he thought he was being overwhelmed.
Yep.
There's no doubt there's evidence that points to it.
All right, Tom.
All right, board, on adding a new finding. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
Chair Homendy.
Aye.
All right, all in favor.
All right, Member Graham, you are done with that. All right, moving to Member Inman.
Thank you.
Your proposed finding, it's just a new finding, not amending finding one.
Correct.
Okay. Can you pull up, do we have that? Yeah, okay.
So my proposal is to actually new finding. The Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority Crash Fire Rescue, along with all other responding units from various jurisdictions within proximity to the airport, demonstrated exceptional readiness and coordination, arriving on the water within approximately 4 minutes of the accident. This response time reflects a model operational capability and contributed positively to incident management efforts.
Second.
Member Inman, you're recognized.
I point back to, it's so often that we have to talk about the faults of people and things that are being done. And I think back, this is actually the 44th anniversary, it was a few weeks ago, an Air Florida crash that occurred on January 13th in 1982 when 70 people perished. And unfortunately, we're back here again 44 years later. But during that investigation, we found that the Metropolitan Washington Airport Authority and other responders did not have a cohesive system. They did not coordinate. In fact, our firefighters were not even notified until 3 minutes after the crash occurred. And so whenever there is a positive contribution, we should at least acknowledge that at least the airport authority and other responders had worked hard in the event that this happened. And while unfortunately there were no survivors, the likelihood of a recovery was much greater based on their immediate action. They rushed into the ice to try to save people.
Was there a second? Okay, Member Graham, do you have a comment?
I totally agree with Member Inman, and I'm supportive of this.
I am supportive of the intent, but I am not supportive of the amendment. There were a number of response agencies. When the NTSB, and I will refer to WMATA in the L'Enfant Plaza smoke accident, East Palestine, DuPont, We we are aware very early that there are major issues, which is why we form an emergency response group to look at the emergency response and take lessons learned. That's our mandate, lessons learned, and turn those into lives saved. So we did delve deeply on emergency response in many accident investigations, including those I referenced. Highways, a recent one we investigated, looked at emergency response because they had some questions early on, but it turned out that it was timely and adequate. And so what we put in reports over and over again is emergency response was timely and adequate. I will say for this one, not only did we have Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, which did a wonderful job, but it was the D.C. fire chief who was the incident commander because they have jurisdiction over the river to the Virginia shoreline, and certainly they brought in, the D.C. fire chief brought in the National Capital Region Incident Magnet Team to manage and coordinate unified command. And while there was 4 minutes from the crash phone that rang from the tower to a boat on the water, which is admirable, I have concerns about issuing a finding when we did not. We have zero evidence of looking at that in our docket. We are an evidence-based organization. When I look at survival factors, which would have looked at the emergency response, and I looked at the survival factors report. It goes into a great deal of information, including cabin interior wreckage, loose portable wreckage transported by divers, small boat recovery, fuselage, and wreckage obtained during crane and barge recovery. We looked at seats, restraints, other survival equipment. We looked at emergency equipment and placards on board the aircraft. We looked at helicopter configuration and seating. We looked at the helmets to see is there any lessons that we could have learned there. We did not, however. We did document an overview of the report, and we gave an emergency response summary and noted applicable regulations to how to conduct emergency response, but we did not evaluate the emergency response. And so the only analysis that was actually conducted by that group was really focused on survivability and whether it was survivable, which it was not. There is no analysis. And so when we adopt a finding, we need to have evidence to support that finding. There wasn't an analysis. There wasn't a fact-finding portion of the investigation with respect particular to incident command, unified command, or emergency response. In this case, it's not drafted in a way that meets the high standards of our organization, crash/fire/rescue, and then we go into demonstrated exceptional readiness and coordination. We don't know that. We did not evaluate that. And while their work is heroic, truly heroic, again, we are evidence and fact-based, and we do not have that evidence in our docket. And so when we say things like this response time reflects a model operational capability, we have not evaluated whether it's a model. We have no factual evidence to look at any other model across the United States and compare it to. So I do not support the amendment. Staff?
Thank you, Chair. I've waffled on this, and I fully appreciate the intent, and I think every one of us that were down at the airport that night and that week appreciates everything that the first responders had done. And so I'd ask staff, go back, look to see what we can support. And in all reality, we had put something together to try to come back and say, hey, here's something we can support. But when I looked at the chair's opening presentation, and I was here counting, there's 29 different organizations that were present. And we can't support that. You know, we didn't look at the response for all of them. So, so I don't concur, or staff doesn't concur. And again, it's not that we don't think they did a fantastic job. We've got to go back to what we did indeed investigate for our findings. And in this case, we didn't look at the first responders as a whole.
There was I think it was handed to me. Did staff have an alternative version?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I've got one that I've worked on, but I'm not even going to propose it now because it talks about one organization. There were 29 different organizations.
I respectfully, I do agree with you. Perhaps we could, if Member Inman is willing to withdraw that and consider the staff finding, withdraw his amendment and consider the staff finding, perhaps we could just say, and other response organizations in there.
That's the reason I asked if the staff had an alternative.
So,
I think we got a slide, if that would be helpful.
how about a slide? Yep. And again, oh, sorry. I don't think that's the slide. Okay.
While he's doing it, would you like me to read it?
Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll make it easy for you, because somebody printed this earlier. That's the reason I was asking. I'm just going to try to read this, so hopefully we can catch up with it. The Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, Airport Rescue and Firefighting, and airport operations staff responded immediately and in accordance with applicable emergency plans and regulatory requirements, rapidly establishing incident command, deploying land and water-based resources, and coordinating mutual aid under complex nighttime and on-water conditions. Does that sound?
That's what I have, yes.
I have no problem amending to that. Obviously, the intent was to try to make sure we at least say the appreciation for the other first responders, and I hope it at least can be noted in some way. And I apologize. This was a miss on my behalf during our staff meetings. We didn't have enough time to get to that, to where I was trying to get it into the investigative report, but obviously the docket needs to support it as well. So I'll offer that as an amendment to my own amendment, or a new amendment.
Second.
Can you give me 2 seconds? Or what, you going to put it up? Yeah. I think the only part I have a concern with is the words rapidly establishing incident command, because it was the DC Fire and Rescue who did that. So would you consider striking that and leaving the rest? Because DC Fire didn't do the other things. So if we add them.
I would tend to disagree. And the reason I say I tend to disagree is that MWA had an incident command trailer on runway 33 that night. And they established their own incident command. That may not be the unified incident command.
It's not unified command. I checked with
our
director. I checked with our director of special operations this morning on who established incident command immediately afterwards. They had an incident command trailer. They did not establish incident command. DC Fire and Rescue was also immediately there and established incident command, and it was transferred to unified command the next morning.
Okay. Okay.
What I'm saying is that would be inaccurate to say that MWA rapidly.
If you'd like to strike it, we can.
Oh, okay, got it.
I said okay.
Oh, I
don't know if you're getting used to that. We'll say okay, son.
No, I didn't know if you were just saying I heard you. Yeah, okay. So let's pull this back up.
So I'll repropose it for the third time. the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, airport rescue and firefighting and airports operations staff responded immediately and in accordance with applicable emergency plans and regulatory requirements, deploying land and water-based resources and coordinating mutual aid under complex nighttime and on-water conditions.
Second. I'm seconding it.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, Tom.
All right. Vote in favor of the new finding. Member Graham.
Aye.
Member Inman.
Aye.
Chair Homendy.
Aye.
All in favor.
Excellent. Member Inman, you're recognized.
Amendment, proposed additional finding. Number 2. The accident could have been prevented if the instructor pilot had ended the NVG proficiency flight at numerous points due to pilot performance and meteorological conditions while on NVGs.
Second.
Okay, staff?
Thank you. Staff does not concur. We could have said this about a number of things. I mean, we could have said if the helicopter would have never taken off, the accident would not have happened. In addition, the instructor pilot did not consider the pilot's performances poor enough to discontinue the flight. And in reality, a check ride is a training opportunity, and even if it's unsuccessful, that's not a reason to discontinue the flight.
You were getting a lifesaver. I thought you were trying to reach for your microphone. Okay, so I agree with staff's assessment. I do not support the finding. The finding says the accident could have been prevented if the instructor pilot had ended the NVG proficiency flight at numerous points due to pilot performance. That's making a judgment and assumption on pilot performance that is nowhere discussed in the report. Mr. McKinney, I would ask, do you believe, is there any way to know whether the pilot would have passed the standardization test?
We do not know what the instructor pilot would have determined at the end of the flight because they hadn't completed the flight yet.
Did you determine that there was any deficiency with the pilot performance?
We found no deficiencies with the pilot performance with the information that we had.
And was there any reason why the instructor pilot should have ended the NVG proficiency flight due to meteorological conditions? It was windy, but gusty.
The winds, I don't think, affected the NVG portion of the flight. I have been thinking about this a little bit more, and I would say that the helicopter, the crew was transiting Route 1 and 4, which was just basically the repositioning down to Davidson Airfield to do more of the proficiency check. So this was just a transit portion of the flight, which any helicopter crew would have been doing at any time along a published route. And even if they had decided to return early, they probably would have transited that route anyway. So it still would have put the helicopter in jeopardy of the intersection of Route 4 and the approach path to runway 33.
Did we anywhere in the report, Mr. McKinney or Mr. Banning, talk about pilot performance at numerous points of the flight?
I don't recall that we have anything on that.
We did not. So this would be a finding with no backup information in the report. And frankly, would put staff in the position of making it up, I guess, because that was not your assessment. Would Member Inman consider withdrawing this?
I actually will, but on a different argument, I guess, because the CVR itself reveals, we talked about this earlier, a missed turn, failed landing, 27 different instances of wind buffeting and things like that. But actually hearing your latest reasoning, had they even called it off, they still would have had to transition back to Fort Belvoir. That to me sounds more rational. And I can understand that a little bit more. Even if you said no, you still got to get home. You got to land the aircraft, and you can't take a different route than what was already there. So with that, I'm willing to withdraw on that premise.
Okay. Are there any other amendments to the findings? All right. Moving on to the probable cause. Mr.
Chair.
What? Oh, wait.
Yep.
We actually have to approve the findings as amended.
I will move for that.
I will second. Any further discussion? All right. This is on findings as amended. Mr. McMurray.
That's it, Chair. Member Graham?
Aye.
Member Inman?
Aye.
Chair Homendy?
Aye.
All in favor?
Mr. Curtis. Mr. Curtis.
Chair, staff proposes the following.
I am reminded that staff would like a brief break. So sorry. So we will do 15 minutes, 5:40, okay, or you want 5:45? 5:45, 20 minutes. Okay, we are back. Mr. Curtis, can you read the proposed probable cause?
Certainly, Chair. Staff proposes the following probable cause. The NTSB determines that the probable cause of this accident was the placement of a helicopter route in close proximity to a runway approach path with no procedural mitigations to separate helicopter and fixed-wing traffic. The FAA's inadequate evaluation and review of data that indicated the risk of a mid-air collision in that area, and their failure to act on recommendations to mitigate that risk. Also causal was the air traffic system's over-reliance on visual separation in order to promote efficient traffic flow without consideration for the limitations of the see and avoid concept, and the Army's lack of a fully implemented safety management system which should have identified and addressed hazards associated with altitude exceedances on the Washington, D.C. helicopter routes. These systemic failures allowed for a mid-air collision after the helicopter crew was unable to apply visual separation due to their misidentification of the location of the airplane. Contributing factors include the limitations of the traffic awareness and collision alerting systems on both aircraft, which precluded effective alerting of the impending collision to the flight crews, the high workload of the controllers due to the combination of the local and helicopter control positions, and the absence of effective data sharing and analysis among the FAA, aircraft operators, and other relevant organizations. Chair.
Thank you. Well, we all had some changes. So I'm going to recognize Member Graham.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate staff and the individual members of working individually with me on this. I move to amend the probable cause to read, and I'm not even going to read, well, I guess you got a red line in there. That's pretty good. I'm just going to read the whole thing because I can't read through those red lines right now. The NTSB, my motion is to amend the probable cause to read. The NTSB determines that the probable cause of this accident was the FAA's placement of a helicopter route in close proximity to a runway approach path, their failure to regularly review and evaluate helicopter routes and available data, and their failure to act on recommendations to mitigate the risk of a mid-air collision near Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, as well as the air traffic system's over-reliance on visual separation in order to promote efficient traffic flow without consideration for the limitations of the see and avoid concept. Also causal was the lack of effective pilot-applied visual separation by the helicopter crew, which resulted in a mid-air collision. Additional causal factors were the tower team's loss of situational awareness and degraded performance due to a high workload of the combined helicopter and local control positions and the absence of a risk assessment process to identify and mitigate real-time operational risk factors, which resulted in misprioritization of duties, inadequate traffic advisories, and the lack of safety alerts to both flight crews. Also causal was the Army's failure to ensure pilots were aware of the effects of air tolerances on barometric altimeters in their helicopters, which resulted in the crew flying above the maximum published helicopter route altitude. Contributing factors include the limitations of the traffic awareness and collision alerting systems on both aircraft, which precluded effective alerting of the impending collision to the flight crews, an unsustainable airport arrival rate, increasing traffic volume with a changing fleet mix, and airline scheduling practices at DCA, which regularly strained the DCA ATCT workforce and degraded safety over time. the Army's lack of a fully implemented safety management system, which should have identified and addressed hazards associated with altitude exceedances on the Washington, D.C. helicopter routes. The FAA's failure